Oh, that took me a minute. I love how much you guys freak out every time I don't do it exactly on time. I guess that shows how good I am normally at doing it. Good morning, everybody. Hope you're all having a lovely day. All of the question marks, it's like, guys, it was like 10 seconds. It was like 10 seconds. What's up, everybody? Today we are back for more Vampire Therapist, which of course means that I have to do a thing. The thing being, you guys get in the middle, and I get in the middle. And together we get sandwiched by sexy vampires. If I can ever find myself, there we go. Finding myself is hard, but that's why we're going to therapy, to find ourselves. We became lost sheep for a little while. Yeah, just for a few seconds. It's okay. No, we're so normal. I didn't say it wasn't normal. I definitely didn't say it wasn't normal. So that much is true. Also, as I've said, the audio in this game can be kind of weird, so let me know how the volume is. The music sounds incredibly quiet on my side, but I am very aware that sometimes it sounds super loud on you guys' side. Last time we had to mess around. Well, this would be the fastest stream in history. Nah, I mean, Millie's already got that record, but it was also pretty dang funny the other day when Rose and me tried to do a stream where she wouldn't smile, and it lasted less than 2 minutes. It's quiet. Okay, I don't get why this thing lies to me. In which case, I should be able to... You know what? Quiet's good. It's not like so quiet you can't hear it, right? You'll still be able to hear the voices. It's just the music that's quiet, so... Sounds pretty low for me. Ah, you guys do want it a bit louder. Okay. Let me know if that's okay. If that's too loud, let me know. I have no idea what it like my Discord settings, not Discord, my OBS settings, like it shows the audio for this one always being super high even when it's super quiet. Sounds perfect now. Awesome. 1 minute 38 seconds for Rose and me. That girl can't smile. She may be Satan, but she enjoys being Satan. But good morning, everybody. Welcome back to more Vampire Therapist. We're probably going to pretty much just jump right into this. I don't have too much to say. Other than the fact that, sorry that the VTL cover has been delayed a little bit. The video is still being worked on. As soon as the video is done being worked on, we just need to send it over to management, so it should only take like a day or two after that. But yeah, we'll see when it gets done, and hopefully by the end of the week, I'm hoping. If not, it will definitely be next week. I shouldn't make any promises anymore. But yeah, hopefully it's on the way. Sounds like muffled club music. Yeah, there's a club down below, so that makes perfect sense. It was like being outside the club. I think we're above a club, because yeah, I think Andromarcos lives like up on top of the club, so that's perfect. No problem at all, Food-chan. Quality is better than quantity. Hell yeah. Definitely worth waiting for. It's just a shame. We thought we were going to be able to get it out on the actual debut, and yeah, it's been quite a bit over that, but it is what it is. The video editor is working hard. They have over 300 pieces of fan-submitted comments. Not fan-submitted content. Fan-submitted content to put in. Fan art and clips, so... Poor editor. Thank you so much for working so hard. Other than that, yeah, we'll just dive into this. Good morning, everybody. We're back to therapy. We're going to start with another therapy session for Sam, and then we'll continue going through our people. I think it's always the same order, so yeah, I guess we'll be starting with the drug addict, and then the Renaissance painter, and then... Oh, the thespian. I don't like the thespian still. He still hasn't grown on me. But then we always finish with Maeve, so that's always worth it. Let's do this. Also, I think this line, I'm gonna read this out loud just to... I think I accidentally clicked into this one while I was loading up the game. I gotta confess, boss, I'm a little down. I love helping other vampires, but getting therapy myself sometimes ain't much fun. Therapy ain't about fun, my dude. Therapy's about working on yourself. It is work. At least he enjoys helping other people. That's fine. That's fine.
I understand. Looking in the mirror is difficult for any human. Much more so when they don't cast a reflection.
Even more so.
You ain't kidding. It just seems like there's always work to do, you know? Like my walking in the woods for 90 years wasn't nearly enough time.
Go back to the woods then. That's what we want Maddie to do. We want to send her out into the forest.
I dare say you are correct. I believe that we must never cease our walking in the woods. There is no mystery deeper than that of our own existence.
Oh, that's a good way to put it. A very enthusiastic walk.
Where do vampires come from anyway?
Well, Samuel, when two vampires love each other very much...
I did not expect this conversation.
Come on, boss, that's not what I'm asking. Where do we come from?
He was about to tell you, but I guess it would be unsafe for work. 90 years of walking in the woods is hardcore. Hell yeah. Sounds nice, though. Forrest Gump would have done it if he could live long enough.
The answer to that is much older than recorded history, my friend. But let us focus on you. We should start with some meditation and determine what thoughts are most important to you right now.
Andrew Marcos is like 3,000 years old. I wonder if he actually knows who the first vampire was. Vampire sex, get shot. Can't put that in a video game. Not this video game, anyway. Maybe Bloodlines the Masquerade.
Close your eyes and envision your place of comfort.
I ain't good at being a therapist.
Breathe in.
Is my hat weird?
Breathe out.
Ich bin Sam. Ich bin ein cool man. Election looks
my
real bad back home.
Oh, that was relevant
Dr.
all
Drain
the time.
thinks I'm brain
Jesus.
damaged.
Yeah, Dr. Drain's a
Why'd my
dick.
mama
Don't
ask
listen
for
to
that
him.
asshole.
Ich bin Sam. What is the Kuman bit? I know Ich bin Sam means I am Sam. I'm just gonna skip. I still, even clicking on these, they
When's
don't
the
get
sunrise?
acknowledged. Go away.
How are you feeling, my
I
friend?
can't clear my thoughts, man. Not the Kuman? Yeah, what does Kuman mean? What if it would have been Fuman? That would have been perfect. Cow. Wait, is that? Oh, does it mean like cowboy? Literally cowboy. Kuman. That's ridiculous. Is that actually how you say cowboy in German, or is he just being silly? Cowman. That sounds more like a monster boy.
Pretty good. I gotta say, my head's been a mess of thoughts lately. I think I was afraid of therapy today.
Sometimes you just gotta take a breather.
Why is that, my friend? What thoughts came up?
Is it about princess?
Well, after last time, I think I was stewing a bit. Just being real angry at myself for joining that nasty cult in the first place.
They preyed on the vulnerable, as cults tend to do. If you had been a man of means with a robust support system, I doubt they would have noticed you.
Yeah, they always go after people without the support systems.
Yeah, I know. And honestly, I'm mad about that too. I mean, my country did me real wrong and put me in that sorry state to begin with.
This sounds like a proverbial can of worms.
Yeah, you could definitely say that. After we talked last time, I kept thinking, what could I have done differently? And the answer amounts to horse shit.
There you go. Well, you weren't completely powerless to stop your own shit, but you were powerless to, you know, save the horsey and stuff. They just abused you. We're live today. Hello, Food and chat. I'm late. It's all good. We're doing Grilla streams this week. So yeah, even though we don't have a schedule, we're just going to randomly show up sometimes other than Sunday as well. Yeah, literally just cowboy.
All that law breaking I did, all that murdering and stealing and doing no good, that was my country failing me.
I don't know about that. You had your choice not to do those things. You can't completely blame other people. You had some control.
Let us slow down, Samuel. You are making a bit of a logical leap. I have great admiration and empathy for you, my friend. But it is disrespectful to those you hurt to blame anyone but yourself.
You always had the choice, my dude. You may have been put in a bad position, but that doesn't mean you get to just excuse anything you did.
I mean, I guess I could have died. Suppose that would have been kinder. But that's a lot to ask a boy to do.
True.
I am not suggesting that you should have died. And I do not suggest that your country was without fault. However, your country had its role, and you had yours. You are using a cognitive distortion called blaming.
Oh,
When
this
we
one's nice and
engage
easy.
in blaming, we ignore or wipe away our own faults, attributing them to someone or something else.
Hell yeah, this one we can understand. Nice and easy. It's not got a silly name. Blaming. Blaming is kind of the opposite of personalization. Instead of everything being about us, we act like it's all about someone else. Yep, sometimes we're at fault and just don't want to admit we have control. When we can't admit contributing to our own problems, we point the finger at someone else, and that's blaming and a distortion that needs fixing. Examples. It's the barkeep's fault I lost my money at poker. You shouldn't have served me so much whiskey. You shouldn't have bought so much whiskey, then you would have had more money to gamble. One vice at a time, my friend. Knew what already? Yeah, they are throwing these at us now. I stubbed my toe on my coffin because someone must have moved it. Okay, but that is annoying when that happens. If somebody moves a piece of furniture and then you're walking around at night, yeah, no, you have every right to swear violently. It's not 100% their fault, but it's still a bitch. I only missed my target because the gun maker messed up somehow. It ain't my fault. It's the mouse. The mouse is broken. The keyboard's weird. My uncle lives at Nintendo. Lives at Nintendo? Works for Nintendo. Same thing. It's neat to be able to go through both therapist and helped roles. Yeah, I like it. Even therapists need therapy.
Our faults are precious, Samuel. We cannot be ourselves without them. Do not wipe them away.
Yeah.
I mean, I just wish things hadn't been the way they were. If my country had taken a better trail, maybe I would have turned out different.
Well, why didn't you make that your purpose? Why didn't you try to fix your country?
Differently. I am sorry to interrupt, but Senora Deste might correct you less gently.
Fair enough, Andrew Marcos. He really said grammar.
Now then, perhaps it would help to put blaming into perspective. It is always humbling to see ourselves in the mirrors of our minds, is it not? Let's try some examples. See if you can tell when I am blaming.
Okay, just don't blame me.
I turned into a bat the other day and flew right into a tree. Who put that tree there?
That's kind of blaming? Yeah? You're not blaming any specific person, but I mean, you're the one who flew into a tree.
Blaming someone else or the tree for you being clumsy?
Yeah.
That ain't gonna do anyone much good.
Well, I agree. Fuck those guys. How dare they put trees there?
I smacked into my fair share of trees back when I was a youngster, but that was definitely my fault.
I don't think I've ever ran into a tree. I don't think I've ever run into anything. Not even like a glass panel. I was thinking I must have walked into something like you can't even see. But no, I don't remember. I remember tripping a lot on shoelaces. That's about it. Really, the tree grew there to spite him? You never know. I mean, back in the ancient days when there were gods and shit, that sounds like something some of the Greek gods may have done just to mess with people. Oh, you're riding your horse this way? Boom, tree. Ran into a glass door talking to my colleague. I've seen a lot of people do it. That's the thing. That's why I was like, I must have done that sometime. But nah, not that I can remember.
Of course. There is no shame in being a novice flyer as a young vampire. But we can be insecure creatures. That's our humanity at work. I was unable to perform in bed with Crimson the other night. It must have been her fault.
Oh, that's definitely blaming, and you never do that. Oh, we need to get into the couples therapy.
Dang, that is some blaming. Takes two to tango, boss. Maybe there's some bad blood brewing between you two. Man, I wish I hadn't heard about it.
Yeah, I have to talk to her later, my dude. How dare... We're becoming a sex therapist. Already being called out so badly. I'm guessing that was about walking into walls other than this. Ran into a trash bin today while walking my dog. Oh, that's rough. To be fair, yeah, people leave their trash bins right in the middle of the road on trash day. It pisses me off. There's a curb for a reason. And, you know, you could just take it out at the right time. It also annoys me when people take it out in the middle of the day before. And then it's just sitting out there for basically 2 days. They don't even, like, roll it back for ages.
Do not worry, my friend. Crimson and I bring each other great satisfaction.
I bet you do. Look at that smile. That is the smile of a man who got so hard the other night. Yeah, we don't have to worry about him. He's doing fine.
All right, I get it.
Yep.
I said nothing lurid, Samuel. Why are you so distressed? No,
you're right. You're just stating facts. No, you brought the topic up. I did not consent to this.
Well, singing great satisfaction. It's like hearing your parents talking about their sex lives. I mean, not that you're... I mean, forget I said anything.
Oh, no. He's projecting the daddy image onto his therapist. What, Luthier? That's a long beep. Yeah. I mean, look at him. That's a long man. You just know.
All right, Samuel. Let us move on.
He's flexing that he had a better time than you. Hey, I read some books last night in my coffin. It was lovely.
The interface on this widely used new vampire dating app is so modern. How do they expect anyone to use this cursed thing?
Honestly, I don't even consider that blaming. That's just fair. You can learn that. Fine. Yeah.
Did you see the football game the other night? My preferred team played with great skill and should have won. The referee was clearly an agent of the Dark Lord.
An agent of the Dark Lord?
Now, hold on, Andy. I think I saw the game you're talking about, and you're just blaming the ref for your team's mistakes.
Yeah, my dude. Your fault if your team sucks.
You got a great tight end, but one that plays a little dirty.
Okay, now who's making it kinky, Sam?
Excuse me?
There you go, Andromakos.
I didn't mean it like that. Oh, heck, I can't talk right today.
He's so flustered. He's so twitterpated. Is he calling out Tinder? Yes, Cyrus. Tinder or Grindr. Or both. Bumble. God, there's so many apps like that nowadays. The Chuckle Lord, he's still beating my heart. Yeah, I know. The Chuckle, especially after like, oh, don't worry. We both satisfy each other very much. It's like, God damn, dude, okay.
It's quite all right. Isn't getting dirty the point of play?
What is this dynamic today? These two have never been this sexually charged.
It is the fault of the cursed sun that we must live in darkness.
I mean, it's more that you're a vampire.
The sun can't help being the sun, so don't go blaming it.
He hitting on us? Yeah, a little bit of back and forth between the both of them right now. It's great.
The way I see it, we got our place, and that ain't nobody's fault.
Well done, Samuel. Perhaps the sun is even more brilliant in our memories, and seeing the real thing would spoil it.
Aw, that's a cute way to look at it.
Well, that's one way of thinking about it.
There are some blaming distortions you missed in there, my friend.
No,
Listen once
I
more.
disagree.
I turned into a bat the other day and flew right into
Blaming.
Blaming someone.
Of course. I was unable to perform.
Blaming.
All right.
I said nothing.
Singing.
The
one
interface
was
on
that I
this
missed?
widely used new vampire dating
This
app is...
one?
Come on now.
You are... By
I
the
didn't
way,
know that
Oh,
counts
yeah.
as blaming.
Way faster than going through the edit menu all the time.
you youngsters always find the latest tricks. Let's keep going, though.
I think I get it. I ain't trying to erase what I did. I'm just bitter that I felt like I had no choice at all. And it all goes back to the United States taking my daddy away for their manifest destiny.
Oh, no.
Mad at him, too. Dying for his country. What kind of nonsense is that? How'd his country pay him back?
Wow, if he hadn't gone off and died for his country, you might not be here.
But making my poor ma marry a drunk who beat the daylights out of her and his kids? Ain't no damn wonder I turned out the way I did.
He didn't make your ma do that either, although that is fucking tragic. Oh, we're getting into the real daddy issues. No wonder he's projecting daddy onto Andromakos, who's helping him through this. Sam, I'm sorry. Yeah, having to see that kind of shit as a child fucks with you.
That must have been devastating, Samuel. Countries are not human. They cannot feel. And stories such as yours prove it.
I mean, what the hell, Andy? My daddy's corpse didn't give a shit about no United States of America.
But he cared about your family, my dude.
It's kind of funny when you think about it. He died fighting the British so the U.S. could say they own Missouri. Who the fuck cares?
Probably Americans in Missouri.
I'm telling you, Andy, the best thing about being dead is realizing how little that nationalism crap matters.
Amen.
Desire for identity can create monsters worse than we. What happened after your father died?
Well, we didn't have nothing. The money was running out, so my ma got married to a hard man who drank even harder.
Oof.
He beat up my older brother, Jeb, for fun. And once Jeb started fighting back, dear old stepdad came for me. And that's when my brother killed him.
Good on your brother, for one thing. Also, what a piece of shit. He beat up the children, and then when the child got strong enough to actually fight back, he went after the younger child. Good. Murder him. Good brother. And that's how the brothers became outlaws, I guess.
It sounds like a tragedy from my own country's mythology. I am sorry that such a thing happened to you, Samuel. Your brother was brave.
No kidding. We went on the run together, but he was the one who kept us alive and fed, mostly through stealing and begging.
Yeah, we did hear his final mission that ended up turning him to a vampire was with his brother too. Wonder what happened to his brother. Didn't his brother have become a vampire and joined the gang too?
Once we stopped being cute, begging didn't work anymore, so we moved up to robbing and killing. Killed my first man at 12.
Jesus.
And it got a little too easy.
That is young. I cannot imagine how difficult that must have been, Samuel. My country asked me to kill at 20, and I still remember how devastating it felt.
Wild West was scary. Even Andromakos back 300 years. Why am I doing the southern accent's just naturally coming now? Yeah, even Andromakos back 3,000 years ago didn't have to kill to 20.
Yeah, well, nobody told me to do it. Like you said, that was all me. I don't think anyone was surprised either. When my brother and I rode into a town, you should have seen the way people looked at us. They knew we were trouble and we were determined as hell to prove them right.
Yeah, when people profile you often, it's just like, well, might as well do it anyway then.
A moment, Samuel. I believe this is an opportunity for some growth.
Southern accents rubbing off on you? Yeah, it's just such a nice accent to slip into. Feels very relaxing.
It's them distortions again, huh?
To err is human, as they say. Do not be discouraged. There is something in what you just said that you cannot be sure of. Can you tell me what it is?
I stopped being cute. I'm still cute as a button. People knew we were trouble. Nationalism is neat, actually. Somehow I don't think the vampires gonna be agreeing with that one. The people knew we were trouble. Yeah, that was, yeah.
I guess
We
there
don't
ain't no way
necessarily
of
know
knowing
that.
the people thought we were trouble.
Yeah, if anything, they might have just been scared or just interested in new visitors. Nice accent, plus it makes me giggle. Hell yeah. Plus, it's always fun having Sam rub off on us. Knew you were trouble when you walked in? Good song. Terrible experience.
That's right, Samuel. There is one way of knowing exactly what they were thinking, and that would be to read their minds. Thus is the cognitive distortion called mind reading.
Oh.
Yes, we can weigh evidence and make predictions, but never with complete certainty.
That's when you just make an ass out of you and me by assuming things. Mind reading. When we assume somebody's thoughts, they have no opportunity to prove otherwise. People usually imagine I'm sitting here thinking about horses, but that's true only some of the time. Most of the time when it comes to princess. It's mind reading to invent someone else's thoughts. We can't know them. Examples. That hombre there is real quiet. He must be plotting against me. Meanwhile, he's probably just thinking about cakes. Delicious cakes. My blood partner's thinking of leaving me for a sexier vampire. He didn't say so, I just know it. When that lady saw my fangs, she must have thought I would sound like Bela Lugosi. I don't even know who Bela Lugosi is. God damn it. Thinking about hamburgers? That's me like 20% of the time. Now I'm thinking about a hamburger because you put that thought in my mind. You incepted me. And now I've decided to have one for dinner. He's burger day.
I was a dirty little thieving murderer. I don't blame him for judging me.
That one, you know what that is? That's labeling, my dude. Labeling? That's labeling, my dude.
First, that's labeling. Second, one of those people might have been patient and gentle. One that had an experience like yours. You cannot know.
Yeah. What was it? Was it this game? No. Oh, I was watching Cinema Therapy the other day. It is actually connecting to this really well right now. I was watching the new one about the Winter Soldier, Bucky Barnes, which actually, while I was watching it, was like, oh shit, I didn't even mean to do this, but wow, that is very Legatus coded. But what they were saying throughout like the whole like deprogramming the Winter Soldier thing was like the only way you can make somebody who feels that used, that untrusting against the world, start to see that the world can sometimes be okay and start to actually be able to trust people again, is by showing them just pure unconditional love. Even though it'll probably hurt you sometimes, even though they'll push you away, that's the only way that someday they'll get better, is that seeing that they can actually be trusted. Which is what Andromachos is doing for Sam.
With your mind reading, do you see how you made everyone your enemy?
Yeah. You're right. You're damn right.
Especially when you're projecting your own labeling onto other people's thoughts. Man, now I want burger, but I'm in a cyclone right now, so nothing's open. Again, I just immediately went southern when reading things. If you can't make a burger for yourself right now, at least you can plan for a burger in the future. I'm gonna guess that means you're like Eastern US? I know there's tornadoes down there, like down south right now. Stay safe, confidant. Take care of yourself. At least it isn't mutton. Success. There are lamb burgers. Lamb burgers are delicious. I used to have a lamb burger like every 2 to 3 weeks. With mint sauce. It was lovely. A+ Bucky Barnes. Let's go. Yeah, I love Winter Soldier. And Captain America was such a... Like, their relationship was so good. I loved that whole movie of them just beating the crap out of each other to try and help each other.
No one expects a child to be perfectly aware of themselves and the world, Samuel. Remember, start with compassion for yourself.
We need a new Winter Soldier movie. Or I guess at this point it would have to just be a Bucky Barnes movie. I forget which name he actually uses. He was like the White Wolf in Wakanda. What does he use once he's a good guy but still a superhero? I can't even remember.
Here, let us do an exercise to help you recognize mind reading. Jesus Christ would have disliked the idea of anal intercourse.
Mind reading. You don't know what he was into. He hung out with 12 men and 1 woman.
I I know that's mind reading right there. Unless you asked Jesus Christ himself and he told you, there's no way you'd know how he feels about butt sex.
I never expected to hear Sam say butt sex. What is this chapter? Oh, no. They're preparing us. Oh, interesting. Okay. So the game is setting us up for the fact that we're probably going to have a lot of sexual content in this month's therapy sessions. Oh, no, Medi. What are we going to find out about Medi? Or maybe the art woman, actually. Art woman seemed to have a lot of trouble with her husband. Seeing that character go between cold, unfeeling dead eyes to puppy eyes like, wait, what am I doing? In Winter Soldier was so interesting. Yeah, it was so sweet. When he finally recognized Cap and was just like, oh, wait, that is my brother right there. Used to have Lamburgers, not anymore. Oh, they just used to be really easy to get in London. And I'd have to make my own here, and it's difficult to cook lamb mince. It takes a lot longer than like beef or chicken, and it's so greasy. There's so much cleanup afterwards. But yeah, it's easier to just buy them.
Very good, Samuel. Many in my time have claimed to know the mind of Jesus Christ, and none of them have ever even met him.
Did you?
You were there when he was kicking around. You ever meet him?
Yeah, did you happen to be in the right place?
No, that part of the world was never really vampire-friendly.
Ah.
The chair you're sitting in is one of his, though. Magnificent, isn't it?
What? I'm sitting in a chair made by the carpenter? Holy fuck. You should have told me that at some point. I feel disrespectful.
Jesus Christ made this chair?
It's clearly been like updated as well. This is some very plush modern materials, but damn.
I bought it cheaply before he became a big deal. He was certainly ahead of his time as a carpenter.
Well, okay then.
Dang. Now I feel awkward sitting in this thing.
So first we find out he fucked Marcus Aurelius. Now we know he's just casually got one of Jesus Christ's chairs. It's not even the one he sits in. It's just a backup.
It's more than 2,000 years old, Samuel. It is still just a chair and has experienced millennia of past wind. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, but imagine how much we could sell it for, my dude. We could open so many more vampire clubs. Lamb burgers are so delicious. If you can't find lamb patties, kofta is often lamb, so you can have lamb burger hot dog style. Ooh, hell yeah. I can get some nice heroes around here. I can get some really good lamb meat, like done by... there's a lot of like Greek people around me that, yeah, have some restaurants that's nice. I could prepare it myself, but it's just like you throw it on the grill and then there's just so much grease.
Crimson is upset with me because I forgot to take out the garbage.
Wait, J-Dog's here?
Because she told me so.
J-Dog, I hope you weren't here 5 minutes ago when they were talking about some other things. But yeah, there you go. One of your chairs made it all the way to Leipzig. Was it Leipzig? I'm probably saying it wrong again this week. Crimson's upset with me because I forgot to take out the garbage. I know because she told me so. That's not mind reading. She straight up told you. Just have that conversation. Do better, dude. Do better. Leipzig. Thank you.
I sent my friend Vlad an internet message and he left it on red. He must hate me.
That's mind reading. Although he's busy with a lot of stuff. Dracula's everywhere nowadays.
That's some mind reading for sure. There's no way you know what Vlad's thinking. Maybe he wasn't ready to answer, or maybe he forgot.
I'm pretty sure I have some unread messages. Oh, I found out the other day. Because I'm preparing for the birthday karaoke thing, I DM'd Zali for the first time and found out Zali had sent me a message when he first joined the company in 2024. And I never read it, and the notification disappeared. I bring up the thing to like send him a lyric video and I'm like, Zali, I am so sorry. Somewhere over a year. Oh my God. That was a very embarrassing moment of like, oh, this was a very sweet message. And oh, I'm so sorry.
Excellent, son.
I'm a terrible person.
There are endless reasons why Vlad would leave my messages on red, and only Vlad knows them.
Sometimes you're just really busy and then the notification goes away. Or you open it up when you're half asleep and think I'm going to respond in the morning. And then you get like 6 more messages and you respond to those and you don't realize you didn't answer the last one. It happens, man. Leave me alone.
Reading too much into an internet message is a massive waste of time.
Send reminders to people.
The Pony Express was a lot healthier, I think. This internet stuff makes people get real nutty.
Imagine him panicking about the message this whole time. Imagine he thought I hated him for like a solid 1.5 years. Oh, God.
Mortals are in more of a rush than we are, I'm afraid. Let us continue.
Yes, we're busy. Technology's scary.
One of the patrons of my club was having dirty thoughts about me. I know because I read his mind with my vampiric powers.
I mean, by definition, that's mind reading, but it's not psychological mind reading?
I told our bouncer, Bert, a funny joke the other day. He was quiet, but very amused.
Okay, now you're mind reading, but in a positive way? That's kind of narcissism? No, not fully narcissism, but you're just assuming he was pleased? Maybe he hated the joke.
How the heck would you know if Bert was amused by your jokes? That's clearly mind reading.
Amen.
You are correct, Samuel. No one knows what Bert is thinking.
That Bert. Well, maybe not Bert, honestly. I don't know Bert. Maybe he's lost in his own thoughts, too. You looking at your messages? My lamb, you have some unreplied messages. I don't blame you, J-Dog. I'm sure you get a lot of messages every day, and most of them are just like, please let me win the lottery. So I can see why those need to be ignored occasionally.
I like to think he dreams of butterflies, but who can say?
Maybe he dreams of electric sheep.
I don't think he's thinking of butterflies.
Then you are mind reading, Samuel.
Oh!
Let Bert be Bert.
Yeah, you don't know. He might be really sweet like that.
Yeah, I guess so.
I believe you now understand that mind reading may have closed the door on some opportunities for you.
Or was a butterfly dreaming of Bert?
I suppose. I can't really know either way, but I guess that's the point of all this. Knowing what's real and what's not.
Exactly, Samuel. So tell me, what happened to you and your brother?
Ruh-roh.
You don't know already. I thought we were famous Wild West outlaws. They called us the Handsome Boys on account of the fact that we were young and good looking.
Now I know that some of these things are based on real things. I'm gonna Google the Handsome Boys. See if they... Oh, yeah? Oh, no. The Handsome Boys... Western. Cowboys. And nope. It's just a whole bunch of cowboy homoerotica. Thanks, game. Thank you, game.
I think we made as close to a living as possible while keeping up a life like that for some 35 years.
At least you knew you were handsome. I mean, that's a good title to have. Imagine Bert doing, is this a butterfly? He was a big dude. I'd like that.
They stopped calling us the Handsome Boys eventually. Mostly they just called us those two bitches.
Some bitches.
Jeb and I married a pair of sisters. Even talked about settling down in some kind of fashion.
Brothers marrying sisters. I know that's not weird. It just feels weird.
I guess we got greedy though. One last big job, as they say in the pictures. Met this fella in a saloon who'd heard of us. Went by Ernie. He said he'd help us take down the Pioneer Missouri Bank. A take of $30,000, split 3 ways.
Jesus, back then that must have been like $1 million.
That's about $1 million in today's dollars, but that kind of
my
money was
math.
unthinkable back when. We got the money all right, but my brother got shot in the head. Dead before he even hit the ground.
Oh, he never got to become a vampire. Fuck.
I didn't know who did it. So in my rage, I killed every soul in that bank. Ernie and I ran off with that dirty money, but weren't nothing the same after that.
Number one. Holy fuck, he killed everyone. Sam was a badass. Not a good badass, like a bad badass, but still, that's impressive. I mean, I guess they were probably already taken hostage for the most part of that time. It was just one guy got a gun out. Ugh.
When she heard the news, my sister-in-law was screaming so loud she scared the coyotes away. My wife left with her that night, and I didn't see either of them ever again.
They knew they were marrying outlaws, right? I mean...
Not sure I wanted to. I had $15,000 and no interest in spending it. Just sat there in a sack. When Ernie invited me to join his gang, I saw no reason not to.
Wait... If Ernie was one of them, that means he was a vampire too. Which means he totally could have stopped Sam's brother from being killed. He set them up. He met... Oh, that's fucked. So he found 2 brothers who had pretty much nothing but each other in the world. Got them to do a job. And then had one of them be killed off on purpose so that he could then just indoctrinate him into his gang. Make him completely reliant on him. And then even made him kill his horse that he'd loved for years. Fuck. Number 1, cool. Get it, Sam. Number 2, yikes. Thank God you're in therapy. Yeah. That's the thing. If he killed a bunch of people because they deserved it, they were the aggressors, that's one thing. But he was already robbing the bank and one of them killed his brother in self-defense. So yeah, it's rough.
I'm pretty sure I signed that devil's contract as soon as I started killing them folks in the bank.
Yeah, maybe it was a test, honestly. But maybe he just saw how violent he was being and was like, oh, he's perfect.
I am sorry, Samuel. That is a truly horrifying story. I can hear the pain in your voice. Your brother was precious to you.
Yeah. He wasn't a good man, Andy. But he kept me safe. Without him, I knew I'd be doomed. I was certain I had no choice but to join the Mystic Bastards. Yeah, I know. Cognitive distortion.
Yeah, but I mean, you were troubled at that time. You just lost everything and killed a bunch of people. German pronunciation guide, read EI like I, just I, and read IE like Schaff Leben es, when Schäfer. Wish will burst it. Was that correct? Oh no. Thank you for donating the Foo Funds and trying to explain that to me. I'm an auditory learner. Seeing it written down doesn't quite make sense to me. Sorry if I got it wrong. Zanny, thank you for the raid. What is up, Netherlings? Come join the fellowship. We're in vampire therapy. So currently we're playing as this 35, but, well, no, I think he was 42 when he died. 42, but secretly hundreds of year-old vampire named Sam. He's a cowboy from Old West. We are being therapized currently by Andromachos, a 3,000-year-old vampire who knows everything about cognitive distortions. But yeah, we're also therapizing other vampires. It's a great game. I think Zanny would love this if he gives it a go. Beautiful voice acted, and yeah, it's just all about vampires and all the different trauma they've been through and how they try to deal with it. Sam's trying to become a therapist to help other vampires, and at the same time, he's also getting therapy from Andromachos, who's kind of like his teacher. So we're learning about all these different cognitive distortions and how to read into them and like help our brain. Already asked for perms, brother? Oh, hell yeah. I hope you enjoy it. It's such a good game. Welcome, everybody. What were you guys playing today? How are you doing? In fact, I know what you were playing. Oh, you're playing Home Sweet Home too. Yeah, I saw it this morning. I was never able to get permissions for that game, unfortunately. Home Sweet Home 1 was so good, but we never got perms for number 2. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed it. That looked awesome. Good to do. And yeah, thank you so much for the raid. Feel free to chill, hang out, and get some therapy. One thing that we've been doing the whole time we've been playing this game is realizing how much we have all of these cognitive distortions. Disqualifying the positive is a big one for me. Mind reading, I sometimes do. It's just like it happens and then I'm like, oh no, that was stupid. It just takes a couple of hours, sometimes to a few days to be like, why did I just assume that they were thinking bad shit about me? Disqualifying the positive is just like worrying about the negative and never actually thinking about the good side of things and just being like, oh, whatever I did, it's not that big. It doesn't matter if it's a good thing, but then blaming yourself for all the negative things. Blaming is obviously blaming other people for your own problems, and mind reading is just assuming other people's thoughts and acting like they're true. Trade my Home Sweet Home perms for your Infinity Nikki? Never. I played that game this morning as well. I've already done my dailies. I'm addicted to that one. Labeling, Fuchan, don't call yourself stupid. Yeah, thank you. I also label as well a lot. You are right. This game has been calling me out left, right, and center. Yeah, I feel that. Thank you so much for the raid. Feel free to get comfy, and we'll keep diving into the therapy session. Currently, Sam's talking about the fact that his... Oh. Yeah, feel free to head out, because it sounds like Zanny's going to try and play this game in the future, so if you don't want to be spoiled, no worries whatsoever. Feel free to head out. But I am going to like talk about what we're doing. We're currently on chapter 3 roughly, and I don't know how many chapters there are. Currently, Sam's talking about how he lost his brother a couple hundred years ago in a very violent thing, and then killed everybody around him, lost his wife, and joined a gang, which turned out to be a vampire gang. Spoilers, the game is good. So true.
I know you know, Samuel. A new one, but I think you can identify it on your own. What is the cognitive distortion you are displaying now?
My brother wasn't a bad man. $15,000 wasn't that much money. I was too sure of my fate. Too sure of your fate for sure, but I think also my brother wasn't a bad man. Because nobody's ever bad or good. It's like, yeah, he's not saying he was a good man. He's saying he wasn't a bad man. So yeah, I was too sure of my fate.
I was so sure I was right to join the Mystic Bastards. Ain't nobody could have convinced me otherwise.
Oof, the voice. Want to know the fun thing? These two people, this yeehaw cowboy over here who sounds like this, and this 3,000-year-old Greek vampire who sounds like this. They are both voiced by the same voice actor who also wrote and programmed this fucking game. He made this game. He voices like 4 of the characters, I think. There's at least 3. He also voices a British vampire that we're going to hear in a little bit. But yeah, he voices both of these guys. It's crazy.
Indeed, Samuel. This cognitive distortion is known as being always right. And when you are always right, your choices are limited, even if they lead to doom.
Oof. Self-fulfilling prophecy. Always right. We all get things wrong sometimes, and we all know it. But in the heat of the moment, we might get so worked up we feel everything we say is correct. We might double down on opinions or even reject opposition first thing. In these moments, all our beliefs feel always right. Disagreements have nuance, and although we might get a lot right, we're not always right. Especially if you lock yourself into an echo chamber, which a lot of people do nowadays. It's fine to, like, you know, block other people, mute other people when they're causing you issues, when they're causing you distress. But yeah, it's also not so great to just lock yourself in an echo chamber and surround yourself by people that all say the same thing who aren't necessarily like listening to outside opinions. Examples. The evidence is irrefutable. Bram Stoker was a vampire himself. Okay. I know the way through the canyon. No need to check the map. Don't question me. Oh, they're so gonna die. Blending in with the mortals? I've done that for years. I know what I'm doing and don't need changing now. But you need to change with the times to blend in with the mortals, my dude. What about Left Andy? Left Andy. Left Andy can't hurt you. It's fine. Cyrus Namadi is the VAN creator. He's amazing. Yeah, he's honestly incredible. And he's so sweet to everybody who plays the game as well. This game just won a BAFTA award as well. I forget what for, but yeah, that's awesome. I know that Cyrus is working on new stuff for the future as well. He's the doctor and the actor too. I knew he was the doctor. I forgot he was the actor. That's crazy. He's like a good 80% of this game's voice acting cost. You said rat. What about left? Oh, I got you. That's so silly.
We become so convinced that only we have the appropriate perspective, even in a world of infinite possibilities.
Is he just every male? No, because there's also Matthew Mercer is in this as well. You're right, though. I think Matthew Mercer is the only other male voice actor in this game. That's crazy. Yeah, Matt. Yeah, Matt's playing a human who acts like a vampire in this one. He's just a goth with his girlfriend who comes to the bar. It keeps trying to get Sam into bed with him and his girlfriend, but other than that, they just like to be drunk. They like having fun with vampires.
One would expect immortals to be immune to this distortion after seeing their beliefs challenged over generations. But we are just as susceptible to being always right.
Yeah, if anything, sometimes that locks you into it more. I feel like, yeah, elderly people tend to have the always right thing a lot more because it's just like, I've lived in this world for 80 years. I know how it's supposed to go. You damn youngins are the ones ruining it.
Let's try some examples so you can identify when I am always right. I have the experience of ages. My authority cannot be questioned.
There you go. Just what we said. Except you're 3,000. If you say it, it's okay, Daddy.
Okay, Boomer.
Okay, Sam.
Excuse me?
Just something I hear the kids say when old mortal folk are acting like they're always right.
Old man shouting at the clouds.
The folks born after World War II are real good at destroying the world, but they assume age leads to wisdom. It ain't necessarily so.
Damn, you actually did call out the boomers.
You are always right about that. Well done, Samuel. With my multi-generational economic expertise, I am confident that market conditions will result in mass layoffs in the next quarter.
You only said confident. You didn't say for sure. I think that's fine.
I know that turning another into a vampire inevitably results in resentment.
That inevitably, not always. There are some vampires who get turned and they're just like fucking awesome.
That sounds like you're always right. I know a lot of us vampires ain't too happy with our lot in life, but we ain't always resentful.
Yeah, sometimes we're vengeful. Not we, sorry. You call him Daddy? I called him Daddy that time because, I mean, he is very daddy, and you know, he's 3,000 years old. If he tells me something, I'm just gonna be like, yeah, you're probably right.
That is correct, Samuel. Of course, we must be careful when choosing whom we turn and when. Choosing to live forever is not a choice casually made.
Nah, some vampires suck.
It ain't usually a choice at all.
Most of them bite.
But we will endeavor to break that cycle, my friend. We have enough clients already without having more resentful immortals running around. Let us continue.
True. Fucking Louis. What was Lestat thinking?
I know for a fact that vampires become misanthropic as they age. I do not need your perspective.
Always right.
And now hold on, you ain't always right. You thinking we're gonna turn into misanthropes is limiting you from making new vampires, but that's just your thinking.
Very good, my dear Samuel. Caution is warranted when bringing a new soul into the dark, but I must consider perspectives other than my own.
Into the dark is a cool way to put that. Whatever the treatment is, I'm hypnotized by the voice. I know, right? I just want ASMR of this dude. Just read me a story. Bedtime.
I have not had much good fortune with my children of darkness, but I am indeed not the only judge of character.
You got kids, Andy?
I had many dark children before I recognized the gravity inherent in doing so.
Oh no.
I only wish more of my brethren could learn what a responsibility it is to begin the unlife of another. I know the internet is a passing fad. I have seen technology come and go, so I can trust my own expertise.
Yeah, about that one. No, God, no, my dude.
I think you're doing a little always right there, Andy. A lot of folks had unwavering confidence that the fax machine was going to stick around forever, but they weren't right neither.
And the movie companies really thought that 3D technology was going to be the next big thing. They went so gung-ho on that for about 2 years and then never again. God damn it. Not Lestat baby trapping Louis. They had such a nice abusive relationship. At least Claudia was cute. Until she wasn't.
Truly? I still use my fax machine. It is the preferred mode of communication among vampires here in Germany.
Ah, boomers.
Heck, I guess that just proves no one is always right about technology.
Some people will still like it. Vinyl records came back.
I think I get it, boss. If I had found folks to listen to other than myself, maybe I wouldn't have joined up with Ernie's gang.
She was cute till the end. What do you mean? She was fun. Then she got cooked. And then if you read some of the other books, she also becomes a ghost and continues to haunt people long after her death. Yeah. Claudia's story doesn't end. Claudia is a very vengeful little girl. She just sticks around, man. Death can't stop her.
Perhaps, perhaps not. You had plenty of reasons for making the choices you made. Reflecting on them is what helps us to grow.
Yeah, I'm a lucky fellow all in all. I did some stuff with those vampires that I was pretty sure erased any humanity I had left. But I was wrong. Them transcendentalists I hold up with were ready to help me no matter how nasty I was.
Aww.
And I know I've done a lot of thinking on my own, but I owe them everything.
There we go. That's another, yeah. Just giving people unconditional love is sometimes the best healing. Love that. Girl winner Claudia. Honestly, yeah. Being so angry you refuse to die. 10 out of 10. You're right. She is still cute.
I have done a lot of thinking on my own, but I owe them everything. Is that so, Samuel? Can you point out your own distortion there?
Disqualifying the positives of the fact that I worked hard to change myself from a murdering bastard sumbitch.
It's my old favorite sneaking up on me.
Yeah.
Disqualifying the positive. I did plenty of work on myself.
They helped. They started. That's good.
That's right, Samuel. And why were the transcendentalists able to help you? We just went over it tonight.
I wasn't blaming. I wasn't mind reading. I wasn't always right. Or 3. Actually, well, I wasn't always right, I guess.
I realized I wasn't always right. I was ready to start receiving help.
Excellent, Samuel.
Oh.
Your capacity for self-reflection, and so quickly, is truly inspiring. I almost feel as though my blood is circulating on its own.
Oh, he's so proud of us. See, that's why he's daddy.
Oh, come on, Andy. I'm just a fella.
You have earned a reprieve from disqualifying the
Just
positive, my friend. Embrace it.
man. Hell yeah.
I believe we have had a productive session today. Let us not press matters. This is difficult work, and you are handling it wonderfully. How do you feel?
You know, I feel okay. Somehow it's better than feeling good. What happened is what happened. Some bad stuff happened to me, and I did some bad stuff.
Life is a journey like that.
And none of it lasts forever. That's the nice thing about having all the time in the world.
Your trials have made you wise indeed, my dear Samuel. Now rest, my friend. You shall soon share your wisdom with your clients. I wish you a good night.
Yeah, I believe it's early coffin time for me tonight. Have a good night, Andy.
No books? No going down to the club?
You as well, Samuel. Rest in peace.
Requiescat in pace. Legacy media will always come back into style, especially if you can monetize it extra hard that way. Too angry to die sounds like some characters we know.
Greetings.
Most
You
of the
look a
best
bit pale.
characters.
May I offer you something to drink?
In a minute, I gotta read my diary. June 10th, 2024. It's been a hell of a month. I got a full caseload of clients. I'm picking up new friends at Immernacht. Oh, right, that's the name of the club. At Immernacht. And Andy says I've been doing a great job. I learned 3 more cognitive distortions tonight, and I think I'm really getting the hang of this thing. I'm also learning a lot about Crimson. There's something special about that lady. I can see why Andy's a fan of hers. Seems like she could be doing a lot more than running a bar, but maybe that's me doing some should statements. Yeah, if she's happy with her lot in life, she's happy. Oh, I took a little trip to Dresden. Heck of a place. It had this emperor named Augustus the Strong who spent all Germany's money on porcelain. Wish I could have been his therapist. Hey, as long as he enjoyed his porcelain lifestyle, good for him. Just a small reminder, remember that we're proud of you too. How dare you. Just a small reminder, Uno reverse. Be proud of yourselves as well. I love this game constantly reminding us not to disqualify the positives, because I do see it so often. Especially like in the last 2 months or so, there's been a lot of people going through seasonal depression, myself included, and I've seen a lot of people saying things like, oh, it doesn't matter whatever I do, like nobody pays attention, or like, oh, I just don't have any like willpower to do the things that I used to enjoy anymore. And it's like, enjoy what you did in the past. It's fantastic. You don't have to feel forced to do more things in the future. Just, yeah, enjoy that fact. Enjoy the fact that you worked hard and what you did already. It's okay to take breaks and just relax for a little bit of a while. Considering the fact I've heard she's permanently stuck in the early stages of puberty, who wouldn't be ticked off? Oh no, she was even worse than that. She was pre-puberty. Claudia, her whole problem was, yeah, she looked like a porcelain doll her whole life, despite being several hundred years old, so... Yeah, she has reasons to be incredibly pissed off at the world. And Louis, even though she also loves Louis. And Lestat, even though she kind of had, you know, some fatherly feelings for Lestat.
Yeah, you got any drinker's blood?
I know you are joking. You will not dilute your blood before a session.
Ooh. Nice.
Yeah, I know, you're right. I just don't know who I'm meeting tonight. Is it gonna be Dr. Drain or that Lord Luridus fella?
Probably Luridus.
You only met a single individual last time, and you will meet only a single individual this time. Do not let Dr. Drain's avoidance of accountability confuse you.
You saw the guy, though. Lord Luridus ain't nothing like Dr. Drain.
But he's still a part of him, just the parts he buries down deep.
And why do you think that is, Samuel?
It's easier for Dr. Drain to blame Luridus. Yeah. Lord Luridus is a demon or something. Opposites attract. Amen. Oh, we're writing the fan fiction already. But yeah, no, it's easier for him to blame Dr. Luridus. For Dr. Drain to blame Luridus. That way, it wasn't me who did all those sexually charged and violent things.
Well, maybe it's easier for Dr. Drain to blame Lord Luridus.
Correct, Samuel. A mild change in personality would be within Dr. Drain's control. Luridus is not, and therefore, Dr. Drain relinquishes control. Prepare yourself, my friend. Let us find the darkness that lives within Dr. Drain.
Okay. Definitely thinks he's always right. Blames other people. Nosferatu, emotional reasoning, labeling. He labels the shit out of people. And he definitely disqualifies the positive. Okay.
All right, I think I'm as ready as I'll ever be.
Lord Luridus, please, I need him. Okay, Chewing's really into Lord Luridus. She wanted to get nasty, but couldn't. Can't imagine how much that must have sucked. Yeah. Poor Claudia.
Do not fear, Samuel. I shall not let Dr. Drain hurt you, no matter what he is calling himself. Do what you do best.
I will, I promise. And here he comes, whoever he is today.
Let's see. Let's roll those dice.
Doc.
It's Dr. Drain. Sorry, Chewing. Is Luridus super hot? I honestly prefer his look like this. Luridus tries too hard. He's always talking about sex. He never just like chills and enjoys the moment.
Somewhat taciturn today, then. Well, don't be upset with me. I did warn you about that beast. At least now you recognize the urgency in being rid of him.
No. I recognize that you need to talk with me a lot more than you did before.
Perhaps now we can stop beating about the bush and actually fix my addiction problem.
I'm here to help, but if we're gonna lick this thing, we gotta do it honestly, and that means getting to the root of the problem.
I tire of this self-examination process. There must be something efficacious that I can do. Perhaps some sort of aversion therapy.
You want to meet Luridus? Because, I mean, we can go with that. I think it's going to turn into self-cest, though.
I am willing to do whatever it takes to make that villain just go away.
You can't. He's a part of you. That's the thing. You have to learn to accept him.
Then you gotta be willing to address the big old elephant in the room.
And what is that?
You and Luridus are the same person. Lord Luridus is kind of hot. Luridus ain't... I'm sorry. I got to go with this one.
I hate to say it, but Lord Luridus is kinda hot, ain't he?
Yeah, you don't want him to go away forever, right?
I've never seen the man, and I fail to see what relevance his physical appearance has to my problem.
Oh, okay.
Well, I just thought you should know.
I could perform an MRI on you, you know. Perhaps rigor mortis has hit your brain.
You really said you have brain damage. Holy shit. Can't shake that Dr. Drain looks like Grumpy Milo from Atlantis. Actually, yeah. If Milo hit the gym... Yeah, he does look like him, actually. Oh, no, I'm not going to be able to unsee that. So the first one we chose last time became something with the client forever. Is it a kind of labeling? No, we consider those their main cognitive distortions. It's ones they're going to have in, like, every therapy session. Andromakos told us they're main ones, so we don't have to worry about those. They're always locked in.
Actually, it was something else I was gonna mention.
You and Luridus are the same person.
You and Lord Luridus ain't two different people. You keep talking about him like he's someone else, but you both got the same brain in there.
Complete and utter nonsense. You've met him. We share absolutely nothing in common. And what's more, I am fully aware that he hates me.
If you've never met him, how do you know that? That's... Oh, I don't even have the mind reading one on here. For one thing, you're also a scientist. You know you have the same brain, the same neural pathways.
Take a look at this note he left on my desk.
That's supposed to be you there with the micro penis?
The micro penis! Holy shit. Let me just get out of the way for a second. Loser nerd, tiny penis. He's doing such petty shit to himself.
Indeed. Juvenile humor, to be sure.
Oh my God.
Certainly nothing I would produce.
But you did produce it, and it's exactly the same kind of thing I would do.
Ain't he got the same penis, though?
That's me and Legatus leaving messages for each other.
Quite so. I have no doubt he does the most terrible things with it.
Oh.
So somehow he's got a different brain than you do, but the same penis. Something ain't adding up here, Doc.
I resent what you are suggesting. I have no effect on what Lord Luridus does.
Blaming? Blaming is blaming other people. Yeah.
I know you're a pretty responsible fella, but you're giving Lord Luridus more credit than he deserves.
Vile. Yeah, it is. Middle school type shit, exactly. In fact, to be fair, that image, considering that was a stick man, that was a pretty big penis. So actually, Dr. Drain / Lord Luridus is apparently packing something huge. Unless he's just trying to fuck with him. Unless he drew that picture and said it was small because that's actually his real size and he's trying to mess with him. It's like when guys are like, 6 inches? That ain't average. It's like 7.5 inches. And then every guy in the room is like, yeah, 7 inches is average. Kind of on the small size, actually. And just everybody goes home feeling bad about themselves.
What on earth are you talking about?
Nothing, Drain. I'm having my own conversation.
You know that old stereotype mortals like to spread about us where we can't go into a place until we're invited?
A ludicrous idea with no basis in scientific truth.
Ain't you giving Lord Luridus your permission to come in and do what he does when you take that plasma stuff?
Come in. True! You're taking the drugs. You're the one who wakes him up. Last time you straight up did it just to get me to meet him.
I didn't invite him in the first time. I had no idea what I had created. That his presence would become an addiction was not known to me.
So you're addicted to him. Oh, the ship is sailing.
Dr. Drain, you're a scientist. Your stock and trade is in facts, ain't it? Let's leave fault out of this for now. You gotta be my scientist here and stick to what we know.
Very well. Yes. The genesis of Lord Luridus was in the actions and choices I took. Are you quite satisfied?
And you keep bringing him back. So actually, yeah, we'll take the win for now. That's fine. True massive P for a stick man. It was thicker than his leg. It was thicker than his chest. So yeah, there you go. Ship is definitely sailing. Yeah, it is. Just realized this is very Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Yeah, it's exactly the same thing. Very well-respected doctor who seems like on the up and up to everyone else, and then a monster.
Doc, we ain't here for my satisfaction. Do you really think that?
Well, the fact that I am upset right now certainly lends credence to the idea that you are trying to shame me.
Frick, I don't even know what cognitive distortion that is. It's sad that, yeah, it lights it up and then you could have recognized it. The fact that I'm upset right now certainly leads credence to the idea that you're trying to shame me. But I'm not. No, okay, yeah, he's assuming things. Naming?
I won't lie to you, Doc.
Oh,
the
blaming.
people that Lord Luridus has hurt probably would have a bone.
It's not blaming, because we have blaming,
but
so
I
it's
ain't
a
here to
different
punish
one.
nobody.
Mind reading. Correct, it's mind reading. Yes, he's assuming our thoughts. You're right, that's the one.
That ain't the way to help you. In this room, we're working together. You're doing the hard work, and I'm just giving you support. Catch my drift, partner?
How can you stay angry at that smile?
And so you do me even greater shame through kindness.
How is
I
that
cannot win.
shame?
Perhaps I should simply let that beast, Lord Luridus, have his way with me.
Should statements, motherfucker.
Come on now, Doc. You're jumping right to doom there. There are so many ways this therapy thing could go for you. It ain't we destroy Lord Luridus or Lord Luridus wins. Jumping right to catastrophe just ain't realistic. Already you're fighting him by being here.
Yeah, you're putting in the work, my dude.
That means there's definitely something in the middle. And working together, we'll make things better. Maybe not completely better. This work ain't never done.
Of course, I am forgetting myself. I'm not usually prone to extremes. I shall attempt to be more mindful.
Oh, he's listening.
I ain't expecting you to be perfect, Doc. And I don't want you to expect perfection from yourself either. What I'm asking you for is self-compassion. That ain't erasing blame. It's just approaching yourself from a place of understanding. That's a scientific method, ain't it?
We're all human, even vampires. Sorry, I read the beginning of that sentence, which was just typing with one hand. And I was like, oh, someone's really into Dr. Drain. Eating cereal is not the way to be. That's okay. That makes more sense. I hope you're enjoying your cereal. Let's go, Old Man Yowie. I know, right? I love that most of the people in this game are pretty old looking, mature.
I doubt many in the scientific community would agree with such a statement, but I believe I understand the thrust of it.
Oh. See? You're even doing the innuendos yourself now. You don't even need Luridus.
We cannot address facts if we mask them in emotionality.
That's exactly it, Doc. I couldn't have said it better myself.
I didn't even understand the way you said it.
Indeed. Thus my attempt to synthesize the thought properly.
Well, thank the dark powers that made us. Someone in here's the smart one.
Oh, Sam's like playing him up so much. Good shit.
Very well. We shall take a strategic, scientifically sound approach. We will agree upon facts, develop hypotheses, test and validate.
Yeah, yeah.
If I rely
Perfect.
on the science, I will never be wrong.
Ah, that's an always right thing.
Hold on a sec. Before we jump in, Doc, I gotta challenge you. Even science ain't gonna make it certain you're always right. The answers science gives you might not be the answers that are best for you. I just want you to keep your mind open, all right?
My mind is always open. I'm a scientist.
Yeah, okay, but then you can't lock yourself into... You know about theoretical science and shit, right? The science is always changing. They used to think the world was flat.
I'm just gonna reflect that back to you and see if you think that's true. You're saying being a scientist means your mind is always, without fail, open.
Well, I suppose that sounds a bit ridiculous.
There you go.
Very well. I shall endeavor to ensure that my thinking is flexible.
Ah, good boy. He's doing
Sounds
so good
to me,
today.
compadre. Let's start assembling them facts. Can I ask you some questions then?
You may. Let us begin.
All right, so you told me that the thing that makes your plasma addicting is how good it makes you feel when you wake up from it. From your scientific perspective, what makes it feel good?
From a chemical perspective, good feelings, or positive emotions, are the result of neurotransmitter action. Considering the specific emotions felt in the immediate moment are contentment and satisfaction, it is certain that I am experiencing an oxytocin and dopamine release. It is a primal limbic response. In laboratory settings, we observe a constant drive in animals towards stimulating the release of amygdala-receptive neurotransmitters.
My brain hurts.
I think you're gonna need to boil that down for me, Doc.
It makes the chemicals in him brain feel good.
I did not come here to teach, but so be it. Ask your questions.
Neurotransmitters?
What's this about neurotransmitters?
Neurotransmitters are chemical messengers that neurons use to communicate with each other. For example, social bonding reliably triggers a release of oxytocin, creating a sense of security and attachment.
Unless, well, sometimes it kind of sucks, honestly. Sometimes people are shit, but also you can get that feeling from otome games too.
So, if I'm reading you right, when I'm feeling all snug after a good feed, is them oxytocin neurotransmitters doing their thing?
Exactly. This process is an integral part of our brain's reward system, encouraging behaviors that are perceived as beneficial for our survival and well-being.
But you know that they're not always that way, especially in the modern day, because our body isn't actually evolved for dealing with the fact that we have everything at our fingertips nowadays.
So, survival feels good, basically.
Yes, though I would not publish such a statement in an academic paper.
That's why I'm here. Limbic system?
What's the limbic system do?
The limbic system functions as the emotional center of the brain, responsible for emotional responses such as joy, fear, and anger.
So it's like the part of
All
my
the fun
brain
stuff.
deciding if I should be scared of a rattlesnake or happy about a belly full of blood?
Precisely. It plays a crucial role in forming memories and making decisions based on emotional experiences. Often called the lizard brain, it's evolutionarily one of the older parts of the brain, indicating its fundamental role in regulating survival instincts.
I prefer lizard brain over limbic system. That sounds way better.
I've been called lizard brain before, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't a compliment.
Love this part. I love biochem. Yeah, it's nice hearing him break it down. It's also nice that we could use that biochem knowledge against him and just be like, okay, so you think it's what feels good and everything, but at the same time, you also know that that's how addictions start. You know this.
So what's all this stuff really mean in the end, Doc? Why's this neurotransmitter stuff even matter?
An intriguing question. Naturally, emotion does not have a practical evolutionary application on its own. However, these emotions signal to the reptilian brain whether or not we are under threat.
Oh, well, dang, now I think we're getting somewhere. I think the answer's right in front of us.
Oh? And what is it that your rooting, tooting brain can synthesize that mine cannot?
Rootin' tootin'. He needs a psychiatrist. He needs to live in the woods. Lord Luridus feels safer than Dr. Drain. Oh.
You don't feel safe on your own. Taking that plasma forces you to get that neurotransmitter hit.
That's just because you're not doing anything to relax yourself. You're putting it all on Lord Luridus.
An intriguing theory. However, evidence stands against it. Like it or not, I am a vampire. The only thing that may threaten me is the sun or a more powerful vampire.
Or apparently ruining your lofty ideals of what you should be.
I should not be experiencing feelings
Good
of mortal
statements.
danger. I am not immortal. Logically, I should know such a thing is ridiculous.
There's them should statements again, Doc. It doesn't matter what logic says.
20
You still
distortions
got
correct
that
in a
part of your
row?
brain that
Let's
says it's
go.
in danger, and that part doesn't care about logic.
An astute point, and an inconvenient one. That we should be saddled with such vestigial, primal concerns is most unfortunate.
Can't avoid the fact that we still got them human concerns. At least we don't gotta poop, huh?
Yeah, I wish I didn't have to poop.
Oh dear. And you are doing so well. At least I have nothing to fear from you.
Yeah, I taught you one thing. That's something. Put it down in an academic paper, damn it.
It's true, though. We're still animals, partner. We
Partner.
gotta satisfy the animal. Just not through pooping.
Princess?
But we are immortal. Why do we have animal needs, fears, and emotions? What possible use do they have?
A lot of things, actually. What is humanity without emotion? It would be so boring. You'd be a robot. Anyway, we are immortal. Why do we have animal needs, fears, and emotions? What possible use do they have? Labeling. Immortal. Yeah, fuck you. Shit!
Poor Dr. Drain
I broke
is
my
diminishing
chain!
the entire human, or rather animal experience in his pursuit of logical outcomes. Quite dogmatic for a scientist.
Okay, blaming.
But we are immortal. Why do
Nope,
Poor Dr.
always
Dre.
right.
But we are immortal.
No,
Poor Dr.
just
Drain.
clarifying the
But we-
positive.
Sometimes, Doc, you are just too smart for your own good. You're logicking away all the good things about being human.
I mean, I kind of said that. Okay. Aren't lobsters technically immortal? No, they still die. You're thinking of jellyfish. Lobsters can be almost immortal, but jellyfish are the ones that can straight up turn back time. Jellyfish are more immortal than lobsters, but only certain types of them. But yeah, lobsters, they can die of old age. It just takes a while in the right circumstances.
I mean, let's say we freed ourselves from those biological concerns. Got rid of all them fears and insecurities and quirks. Why are we doing anything then? I don't know about you, Doc, but I don't want to turn into a computer. All them great discoveries and works of art came from our humanity.
Yeah. And yet we're living in AI generation. Doing fine, Fu-chan. Don't always be right. Just do your best. Yeah. Look at me learning. Exactly. We would disqualifying the positive. We got 20 right in a row, and that's fucking awesome. Achieves 20 right in a row. Fails the next one. Fails the next one 3 times in a row as well. Oh, God. It's fine. It's fine. If not for the shell-stopping, growing lobsters would be immortal. Everything becomes crab eventually. Crab is stronger than lobster.
Perhaps it is so. Do you know, I've met Isaac Newton several times. The young fellow was motivated indeed, but it was his human vindictiveness that made him so effective.
There you go. Humanity's powerful.
All those motherfuckers who called me a nerd are going to pay, mark my words, he would say. Or something along those lines.
Not a quote I ever heard from him, but kind of awesome.
So, he was making sure none of those motherfuckers could hurt him.
That was certainly part of it. It was not just the love of science that drove the man.
I love the idea. Science being progressed from sheer pettiness.
It is such a disappointing notion, however, to think that we cannot transcend our reptilian brain, even when we are beyond death.
We're dealing in facts, though, and I think what we're coming to is that your reptilian brain doesn't feel safe.
Which is absolutely ridiculous. But I must admit that it is somehow true. What a devastating revelation. Dr. Drain, for all his scientific achievement, is just an emotional little laboratory rat who bases all his decisions in fear.
That was a lot of labeling in a row, my dude. And also disqualifying the positive. Oh, shit. Labeling?
Man, you just
Thank
jumped
God.
right to that extreme. You're probably the smartest fella I ever met, Doc. You ain't a science god, but who is? I think there's a lot of room between being a lab rat and being the perfect logical being.
Pettiness is a powerful motivator. True. Some people are just too petty to die rather than too angry to die. Watched a video recently about Newton. Man could hold a grudge. Wait, that shit's real? Oh, that's awesome. I never learned anything about Newton behind the scenes.
You are, of course, correct. I am letting my emotions get the better of me. Most unscientific.
Doc, I want to go back to one of them things I was telling you about in our first session, and that's self-compassion.
Yeah, cut yourself some slack.
Let's say you had some vampire apprentice, a scientist like you, who didn't know nothing like what you know, and said they were down on themselves for all the reasons you are. What would you say to them?
Chill, bruh.
Well, I would explain that progress is non-linear. The scientific method, in fact, celebrates failure. That which does not conform to theory still informs theory.
Oh, yeah, you're weeding out other possibilities.
Any chance you could put the scientist away and talk to their human side?
Well, I suppose I would say that it is fine, that all things are temporary, and the universe does not care to condemn them.
I should have recorded that and played that shit back to him. Make that his freaking alarm tone.
So how can we get you to say them things to yourself, Doc?
My situation is not the same. I was trained in the age of discovery. I bear the responsibility for that age.
That is, I forget what it's called, but that's the one where it's a control fallacy. Control fallacy.
What if this project of mine, to create the blood that will sustain the world, is not what I am here for? Then what is my purpose?
My dude, you don't need to have a purpose. You were dropped onto this earth. You make your own purpose.
Well, let me ask you, what's the purpose of a gopher?
There you go.
Rodentia, Geomedae. Rodents endemic to North America.
Okay,
known
bro.
for their tunneling ability and as agricultural pests.
They also sing real good. One of them's my friend. He's an interesting fellow. Very blonde hair.
I believe they are the prey of owls, snakes, and coyotes, and
He
are
ain't the prey to
omnivorous
nothing.
themselves, consuming vegetables, insects, and small mammals.
That makes sense.
I wasn't expecting you to be so thorough. I don't think I knew half that stuff.
I have come to learn nearly everything there is to know about mammalian biology as a result of my research. Please get to the point.
Yeah, this dude need, you know what? Maybe take that synthetic blood real quick. You need to blow off some steam. Because of this game, every time Fu-chan says I'm dumb while playing Infinity Nikki, I scream labeling. Honestly, it's good to get those reminders sometime. It's definitely been helping me quite a bit, actually. You underestimate academia? That's how it works. Exactly.
I think I forgot what it was now.
That is not encouraging.
Hold on a sec. I think I've got it.
He's like a gopher. Gophers have a purpose. Gophers are real cute. Gophers are real cute. Let's go with that one.
Gophers are real cute. With their little hands and all.
That's their
They
purpose.
might be vermin, but they're pretty adorable.
So you are suggesting what? That I am cute vermin?
Maybe.
Oh, no, nothing like that. I was just trying to lighten the mood.
By making me want to pull my own hair out?
Oh, wait, that wasn't it. The thing about gophers is...
You should pull Dr. Drain. No, I'm Lord Luridus's hair instead. He's like a gopher. He doesn't have a purpose. He's just existing.
Well, see, you're kind of like a gopher.
Oh, he's gonna love that.
Am I now? Pray tell, how am I like a gopher?
Well, you live underground, and you're real alert all the time.
And
That's it.
science save us.
No, you went the wrong direction, buddy. It's the fact that you don't have a purpose.
Hold on, I think I remember now.
Gophers have a purpose. What? Is it to dig around and eat things?
Gophers have a purpose. Driving people crazy, that's what. Used to wreak havoc on the farmland back in Missouri.
True.
Absolutely ridiculous. That is not their purpose. It's an ill-informed anthropocentric philosophy defined and subscribed to entirely by said anthropocentrists.
I didn't know bugs could do that.
Anthropocentrists, not arthropods. Humans. Homo sapiens.
Okay.
I am saying that you have created a purpose for the gopher that the gopher is entirely unaware of.
So, who made your purpose, Dr. Drain?
What? Well, I did, I suppose.
And that means you can change it whenever you want to.
So if you made it, you can change it, right?
But how could I change my purpose? I have always been a scientist. So that's what I am.
Crap, what cognitive distortion would that be? I've always been a scientist, so that's what I am. How can I change my purpose? Oh, control fallacy. Yeah, you can change that. Love those dialogues. This game is awesome. Yeah, I love the different relationships between all these different people. They're so fun and entertaining with each other.
All right, Will. Let's take that scientific approach and try to figure out who the man behind the scientist is.
Could be Nosferatu. Yeah, Nosferatu is pretty hard as well. There are a lot of them that are very similar to each other. It's definitely not always right because we have that one and we couldn't use it. I think it was control fallacy.
Very well.
But it might have been.
If we look at the
Nosferatu.
behavior of our subject, myself, we can infer a few things.
Ooh, he's self-analyzing. Let's go.
If we examine my behavior, one can draw a comparison to a threatened higher-thinking mammal. I spend much time in ensuring personal safety and security.
What about your more peaceful moments? What do they look like?
I believe these feelings are only medically induced through my special plasma.
That's a problem.
However, Dr. Drain appears to be at rest when he is full and satisfied.
So why don't you not take the plasma and instead try to find a way to make yourself full and satisfied? Maybe I can help you to be full and satisfied at the same time. Claudines, thank you for donating food funds. The purpose of the shepherd is to brush the sheep. I disagree wholeheartedly. That is a purpose that anthrocentralists like you have put upon the shepherd. The shepherd's purpose is to protect the children of the twilight, not necessarily have any kind of strange sheep brushingnesses.
And your synthetic blood doesn't do that for you.
I am forced to admit that at present, it does not.
And maybe you need to drink some human blood, my dude. Maybe you need to just realize you can't always be on the vegan diet. Occasionally you gotta get some meat in you. Meat.
Dr. Drain, what do you think of drinking something a little more fresh and human?
I will not. I do not have to. That depraved vampire, Lord Luridus, is the source of all that is base and vulgar about my person.
You are labeling the shit out of so many things. You're also blaming Lord Luridus, and he's straight up fucking you. Not fucking you. He is straight up you. Yes, let's make sure the commas are the right place in that sentence.
Doc, you're blaming Lord Luridus for something common to all vampires, including yourself. We need blood. That's just how it is. Ain't Lord Luridus's fault.
Sheeps aren't humans, those. Oh no. How do you say sheep in Fulgur Ovid asking how you say sheep in Latin. God, I'm so dumb. Okay, so not anthrocentralists Over-centralist. Fine, you were being very over-central. Stop laughing at me, chat! I'm not even, like, labeling myself right now and calling myself dumb. That was just a brain fart moment. It was... God damn it.
Now, I know you ain't comfortable with that need, but you can't offload everything you ain't happy with onto Lord Luridus. That just makes him worse.
This is only fair.
You have not been listening to me at all if you believe I have absolved myself of all vampiric frailty.
I didn't say that. I'm saying you're distancing yourself from your needs by saying they're Lord Luridus's needs. Well, what if you indulge Lord Luridus once in a while? Maybe you could keep him from coming out.
Yeah, don't summon Lord Luridus. Just every now and then, just blow off some steam. Maybe once a month. Even the best weightlifters in the world, the best gym bros have like a cheat day.
Do you not understand what I have been working toward for the last 400 years?
He's got a funny face.
I will finally be able to transcend this thing that I am. I shall be a parasite no more.
Labeling and also disqualifying the positive. I don't know which one's more stronger. Parasite? Yeah, I'm going to go with labeling.
Come on, Dr. Drain. What you are ain't a parasite. Look what you've done with your time here.
You've done so much. You're trying to invent synthetic blood so vampires don't have to drink humans, my dude.
Oh, forgive me for wanting to transcend the lifestyle of a female mosquito.
Well, heck, maybe you wouldn't be so keen to transcend if you didn't call yourself them names.
Exactly. You're a vampire. Powerful as hell. You're immortal. You can do so much good.
We all gotta consume to live, Bronco. Ain't no such thing as a perpetual life machine.
I believe you are trying to invoke the first law of thermodynamics.
Energy can't be created or destroyed, only transferred?
Refresh my memory.
Energy cannot be destroyed or created in an isolated system. It can only be transformed.
Okay. Entropy, though. Well, entropy just means it's spreading out throughout the universe, I guess. Okay. I remember secondary school.
Oh, yeah, that's basically what I'm saying.
Well, it is a salient point, I must admit.
Dr. Drain, we really got to talk about some kind of middle path here. Back home, we tried the whole abstinence thing a few times, and it didn't go too well. We tried to stop drinking, and that just made people only do bad drinking.
Yeah. Then they had to hide it from the world. And then you had a bunch of really intense drinking behind closed bars and without regulations. Entropy is the second law of thermodynamics? Really? I never actually learned about that one. I learned about entropy, but I didn't learn it as a second law. Second law is a physical law based on universal empirical observation concerning heat and energy interconversions. Simple statement is the law that heat always flows spontaneously from hotter to colder. Okay, so because the universe is always expanding, entropy is... okay. Entropy is just part of it. Thank you. Better than me, I barely remembered anything from IG physics, sadly. I've forgotten most of my physics. I remember some chemistry and a lot of biology, but the physics is breaking down really quickly. I can't even remember. I was thinking about it the other day. It randomly came into my brain. That whole question that they always hit you with, like, at late level of, like, secondary school, so around when you're, like, 14 to 16, with the whole, if a plane is on a treadmill, and, like, the treadmill is pushing backwards at the same speed that the plane moves forward, will the plane take off? Because it's, you know, it's not pushing through air. I can't remember if it would take off, because there's still... it wouldn't take off, right? Because you need to be pushing past the air molecules to actually get liftoff. So because it's not moving forward, it wouldn't actually be able to lift because it's not pushing the air past it. Even though the jet engines are still pushing a bunch of air behind it, you're not tearing through the air molecules. The friction, yeah, the friction. I think that's right. But yeah, I was thinking about it the other day and I was like, I can't remember what the correct answer was.
We tried telling teenagers sex was evil and that just made them want it even more while being ashamed of themselves.
True.
What if you just tried to do some of them things Lord Luridus does? Just don't do them the way he does.
Teach them about safe sex instead so they don't get diseases or accidental pregnancies.
I find the idea utterly repellent.
Yeah, but then you go and take that plasma, and Lord Luridus makes the decisions. We don't want that, right?
Yeah, because then you go on a full bender, and you blame yourself for it.
Fine. Fine. I'll drink some blood.
Good man. Let's go see, not Scarlet, Crimson. Let's go see Crimson. She makes really good blood cocktails. From physics, I only remember that if I slap the table, this table slaps my hand back. I like the fact that, like, at a molecular level, you can never touch anything. Because there's so much space between the electrons and the feeling of things pushing against each other is always the electrons repelling each other. So you're never actually touching anything. There's always a shit ton of empty space there. You just can't see it because it's so tiny compared to us. That's always really cool to me.
But I warn you, Sam, the price of failure is most dear. If I should lose my humanity, all of humanity will lose.
That's Nosferatu thinking. What the fuck, my dude? You don't control the whole universe. Think your words are getting through to him? Yeah, he's learning. Bit by bit. Scarlet's a vampire? He does have some outfits that look very vampiric. She's very vampire coded.
We need to go back to this thing I brought up before. You're a smart fella, Dr. Drain, but sometimes you're forgetting vampire commonality. We've all felt like the world was ending or that we're awful monsters. But them feelings are our perceptions alone.
Yes, I'm aware. Perhaps I've been a little too human in my wobbles.
You're what now?
However, you forget my training in history. I am not an average vampire. I was trained by the great Professor William Harvey.
That doesn't change anything. You're still a vampire. We're all human.
I have had 4 centuries to unlock the secrets of animal biology.
Andromachos has 3,000. Medi has had like 2,500, and she's come up with some interesting conceptions during that time.
I have a duty to humanity and to my own legacy. A duty I should not fail in. Otherwise, what was it all for?
Just qualify in the positive, my dude. You already invented synthetic blood and a bunch of other awesome shit. But
Dr. Drain is so certain of what he must do, and he does not consider any other fate. We immortals often become stuck in such thinking, alas.
Oh, always right.
I have a duty to humanity and to my own legacy. A duty I should not fail in.
Oh, should statement.
Otherwise, what was it all for?
Oh, it literally has should in it.
Hold your horses there, amigo. You say you've got a duty to humanity? Well, that ain't scientific at all.
I love my power to horse calm people. Kind of get Drain. Yeah, he started off just feeling like a douchebag, but it's just textbook addiction. He just never lets himself relax. He thinks he's not allowed to. He was raised in such a way and continuously told that, like, this is what you have to do, and being a vampire is repulsive, a disgusting parasite. And so he's even invented a way that he doesn't have to drink blood anymore, but his body just can't actually keep up with that. He just needs to, yeah, moderation. Moderation. Every time we touch, we don't get this feeling. Cascada was lying to us all along. 13-year-old boys loved that fact that I'm not touching you poke. True. True. I didn't even think about it that way. Thankfully, that never happened when we learned about that in science. People were too old for that. I feel like that I'm not touching you is more like a 5 to 6 year old thing. In fact, I'm just literally thinking of the Lilo and Stitch scene in my head now. I'm not touching you. Wait. Ohana means family. I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you.
It ain't just anthropocentric. It's Dr. Drain-centric. Nobody said you had to do anything.
Exactly. You're putting all this responsibility on yourself, my dude.
Remember when we first started talking, I told you about them should statements? That's what you're doing, compadre. Just remember that them shoulds are yours.
Yes. I must be frustrating to you, Sam. I invoke the same delusions over and over again.
Hey, come on, Doc. You should be proud of yourself. You know what the difference is between you and vampires who never improve themselves?
You try. He's smarter than they are. He's not concerned about being cool, clearly. He's here. Oh, I like the simplicity of that statement. Very true. He's here, he's in therapy, he's working to change himself. He's putting in the work, he's doing what he can.
You're here. You've made a commitment to getting your head on straight. And you're getting there, my friend. Already you're making some big changes and investing in yourself. I can see it. So let's cut Dr. Drain a break. How about it, amigo? He doesn't need the weight of the world on him.
Yeah, stop hurting my buddy Dr. Drain. He's a nice dude.
There's only one thing he should do, and that's have a little understanding and empathy for himself. You get me?
Same way you were thinking about it if you had a young fledgling vampire.
Yes, I get you. Very well. I shall try to keep a clear head.
I love the way he said that. The voice acting's so good. You're gonna watch the live action Lilo and Stitch when it comes out? No. I haven't watched a single live action Disney movie. I refuse. I've heard some people say the Aladdin one was pretty good and the Lion King one was okay. I don't care. Like, I like some animated movies. They're fine. They're making a live action Moana now, and it's like, that came out only a few years ago. What the fuck are you guys doing? They're just trying to print themselves extra money. It's like, nah, I'm good. Needed to hear that today. Thank you, Game and Fu. Oh, I'm glad to hear that, Kyama-chan. I'm glad to hear it's helping. Yeah, there's a lot of things in this that makes me feel like I should reassess the way I treat myself as well, and some of the other people around me as well.
And I will arrange to drink some real blood.
There you go.
There's plenty of it in the lab. I shall just liberate some of it.
Oh yeah, liberations are always good.
Good man. We'll talk about how it's gone next month, all right?
Indeed. Until then, Sam, and thank you for your patience.
I'm only worried that he's possibly going to do the thing that a lot of addicts end up doing, where it's like he takes like a little bit of blood and it's like, oh, that does feel better. And then starts blaming himself and spiraling, and then drinks a lot more blood, and then ends up on a bender, and then ends up hating himself and being like, well, fuck it, there's no point anymore, might as well just let Lord Luridus out. I feel like that might be his next session, is just reminding him it's okay. We just do what we can each day. Don't blame yourself for the past, just try to do better next time. Making a live action Snow White movie? Yeah, they're making a lot. Did they already release the Little Mermaid one? Because I remember a bunch of people talking about that as it was being like made, and then I heard nothing about it, so I'm not even sure if they released that one. And I remember with the Snow White one, there was that big controversy about like they were originally going to use little people, but then Peter Dinklage made a big stink about it and said that that was demeaning, and then they did them in CG instead, and then a bunch of other people were really pissed off at him for that and actually wanted the jobs and stuff. They did release it. I heard nothing about it when it actually came out. I wonder how it was. But yeah, live action Disney movies, I just don't care about them. We're doing our best every day. Exactly. Want to tell him to have blood with someone trusty next to him? Yeah, exactly, as well. Have somebody that, like, yeah, take accountability a little bit and help you, guide you.
I ain't got nothing but time, amigo. You can thank me by being patient with yourself.
All the same, you have my thanks. I shall see you in a few weeks then. Farewell.
Farewell and good luck.
Well done indeed, Samuel. I think we are starting to see a new version of the good doctor in the making.
Yeah, he's going to need a third name. Maybe we should call him the Shepherd.
I hope you're right, boss. That fella's awful hard on himself.
That is normal, my friend. Being a vampire takes a lot of self-acceptance. He is only taking his first steps in discovering this.
Yeah, fair enough. It took other people forgiving me for me to forgive myself.
Oh, yeah, sometimes you need other people to show you. Everybody needs just kindness, compassion, and empathy.
And now you pass on this gift of compassion to Dr. Drain.
Shepherd, immortal and depressed? Yeah, exactly. We've got Legatus, the grumpy, self-hating murder hobo who thinks that's all he is in life. Archivist, the not-so-grumpy, self-hating, depressed person who thinks he'll never do anything with his life. And then Shepherd, the grumpy, self-hating person who hates all humanity because of what they did to him and just kind of wants to pass on. When are we going to have a happy character in the Fooniverse? I guess Seahorse Foo. Seahorse Foo is the happy character.
Now, Samuel, the evening is still young. See what the night has to offer downstairs.
What about a video? True. Videos are always happy too. They're just chill. They're just enjoying life.
That sounds good, Andy.
Rest in peace, my friend.
Rest in peace, Andromachos. Baby girl video happy? Oh yeah. If she ain't happy, she just starts shooting. Oh, it's nightclub time.
The doc session's feeling dumber than ever.
Yeah, he's an intelligent man, and he makes everybody else in the room know it. Has a lot of his identity tied up in being a rational scientist. Must drink real blood. Oh yeah. This would just be trying to fix a vegan, honestly. Seahorse Foo out there singing Under the Sea. Yeah. Getting empregged, having a bunch of baby videos. Seahorse Foo's living the life. The Binks are happy? True. Alan Bink and Ian Blanc, they're living their best life. It's not legal, and it brings a lot of displeasure to other people, but they're having a good time.
I'll check in with Crimson. She's always got some bartender's wisdom to share.
What's up,
Howdy,
Crimson?
Looks like a nice crowd tonight.
They're always a nice crowd, cowboy. We like to maintain an asshole-free zone.
What about in the kink room? I've seen a lot of assholes in the kink room.
I'll try not to be an asshole then.
I'm not worried about you, cowboy. You had a session tonight, didn't you?
Is Ignis happy? Not really. I'd say Ignis just doesn't really care much about anything. Ignis has kind of unlocked a lot of the mysteries of the universe.
Yeah, with the doctor fella. We had a hard talk about what being a vampire means.
Music's a little loud? Okay, I will just do this for now. I will make the voices quieter too.
He's having a hard time coming to terms with it, even after 400 years.
I can understand that. I've stopped aging for the last 20 years and don't know how I feel about it yet. How do you think it went with him?
Pretty good this time, actually. I don't think I need extra.
Actually.
Yeah.
It's funny. A lot of vampires forget they're human, but he keeps forgetting he's a vampire. But just like we can't opt out of being human, we can't opt out of being vampires either.
Must have been a hard talk, cowboy. I sometimes wonder what I am. Staying the same age, drinking Andy's blood to live.
You're a human. That's fine. You can choose to age whenever you want to as well. I guess that's why she hasn't actually made the transition to being a full vampire. She still wants to feel human, but now she's already starting to feel disconnected with that from the fact that she never ages anymore. But better than dying of the problems that she has, though.
Don't get me wrong. I like not being dead, but I still feel like I'm living on borrowed time.
Is this a good time to ask why you don't just join the dark side? It ain't that bad being dead.
I'm just not sure what I'd do with forever, you know? Eternity's a long time.
You can always just walk out into the sun, too.
Yeah, I think a lot of us vampires can't answer that question either. And I don't think there's one answer anyway.
There you go. So I guess I'll keep putting off the question.
But nobody's rushing you, Crimson.
You think I'd let anyone? But thanks for listening, cowboy. Now why don't you go mingle? There's a new fella in the kink room who's very interested to meet you.
New fella? Ooh. Aren't you supposed to not share about your sessions? True. Andy's new to this. They never really taught him that lesson. To be fair, the main person he shares with is his own therapist. So, I mean, that's okay. But yeah, with Crimson, it's kind of interesting. Thanks for the Mpreg Foofic ideas. I was thinking of Megaverse, not Seahorseverse. Have fun. The Seahorseverse has its own form of Mpreg.
I guess I'll go be social then. Thanks, Crimson.
To the kink
Wait
room.
a sec, that ain't...
Wait a minute. Matthew Mercer, are you here by yourself pretending to be someone else?
Greetings, my child.
Kieran! He's Irish! That's a classic Irish name. Let's fucking go. Also, that's Matthew Mercer. Like, dude, you are not hiding this very well. It straight up looks like fucking Matthew Mercer in real life,
Keep your
too.
distance, amigo. I know our kind ain't had good history, but I ain't in the mood for an exorcism or nothing.
Ah, my child of the dark. If I were to exorcise you, nothing would be left when I was done.
Okay, I'm turning the music back up. I'm turning the music down so we can hear more of this voice. Yeah, okay. Matthew Mercer doing an Irish accent. I didn't know that I needed this in my life.
Only the good Lord is free of sin. We are all children of darkness.
Okay, emo.
Holy smokes, what Bible have you been reading?
I know my scripture, my son. However, I am by scripture and dark metal ordained, not by any church of man.
So, you're some kind of freelance priest?
Yes, I suppose I am. It is the only way I can give succor to those who need it most.
I could give you some sucker.
So I gotta ask, seeing as we're in a kink room,
Yeah.
what kind of sucker are we talking about?
I follow in the path of the Lord. I share my body, and I share my blood.
You're just here without your girlfriend today. You put on different makeup and I know who you are, my dude.
Ain't this a little blasphemous for your kind?
Also, I love the crow makeup.
To whom, my child? God is in everything, including you, sweet vampire. Can God blaspheme against himself?
Oh, yeah, we're getting back to the whole, like, if God is omnipresent, if God is on... Yeah, I feel ya.
I merely wish to give comfort to those who live in darkness. And so, I choose to live in darkness with them.
I think you're just kinky, but you justify it however you want, my dude.
Come, my son.
Oh, I will.
I shall give succor to you.
Oh!
Well, all right. Maybe if you stop calling it that.
I'm going by the bear. The mouth noises, god damn.
Thou shalt not want, my son. Are you comforted?
Yeah, I guess I am.
I know those of my faith have hunted your kind. Perhaps we fear our own sin, so we seek the sins of others.
It actually makes a lot of sense. People that blame themselves for the most things or like do the most sinful things have the most like weight upon their own selves, feel like they've done horrible things, start judging other people. That's true in a lot of life, and a lot of the time they just hide the horrible things they do and blame other people instead and be like, I'm a good person. I call out other people's problems.
I seek only the Lord in everything. As do we all, whether we know it or not.
You ain't wrong, I suppose. Hey, a little awkward, but what's your name, fella?
I am Kieran. It means little dark one.
So it does.
The night always did call to me.
Well, Kieran, I'm Sam, and I appreciate the blood, but I'm gonna turn in. A little sleepy now.
Go with God, my child of the night.
Oh, yeah, I'll do that.
Such a cool name. Yeah. Female version is Kira. One of the first kings of Ireland. Okay, now I have to turn the music back up.
You, Samuel.
Did not
Are
expect
you ready
Matthew
for
Mercer to be
tonight's
back.
session with Signora Deste?
Also, not actually sure if that is the same guy as the one that's with the girlfriend. Because I mean, when he first said, wait, ain't you one of those? Like, isn't that, like, I thought they were saying it was the same guy, but I'm not sure anymore. Maybe it is a completely different person. They look so similar, though. It's just like different makeup and stuff. Maybe he's just really into role-playing. Maybe his girlfriend couldn't come out for the night, or maybe he wanted to sneak out and try something new. Putting on like a priest feeling. Or maybe he's a priest for real. And the escapism is being out with his girlfriend and just being goth. I don't know. Signora time. Yeah, this should be interesting. I hope we're going to dive into like more about her child and what he did that made her so sick of him. And the husband shit, 'cause the husband's crazy. Dark like hair or dark like evil? Normally hair and eyes. It's normally like you'd give that name to someone with dark hair and dark eyes. It's the opposite of like names that are all about like being fair. But yeah, dark as in evil. Pretty damn badass too.
Yeah, I think so. I think we're making some good progress.
That is wonderful. Remember, though, that the road to inner peace is not a straight line.
True enough. I like to say I didn't make my path. Nature did.
Well, they left the father off. Kieran has a father over the second A. I have a few Kierans in my family, actually. So that name is actually, yeah. I have a few Kierans, tons of Seans, and a lot of Jareds. So yeah, Kieran is like a name that I recognize very easily. There should be a father over the second A.
Samuel, you have the makings of a poet.
Oh, I meant it more literally. When I was walking in the woods, I just walked where the land led me.
Oh, fair enough.
But you see, this is a wonderful metaphor. If there is a valley between two mountains, that is the path nature takes us on. We often choose to climb the mountain instead when the easier path is made for us.
So true. We put difficulties in ourselves.
Your experience guides your intuition more than you might expect, my friend.
Guess it's that peasant wisdom the Signora mentions.
Be careful with the labeling, my friend.
I didn't mean it in a bad way. I ain't ashamed of being a peasant. I'm just folks, as we like to say.
Yeah, being a peasant is just being human, having to struggle through things. If anything, it's more of a negative to the person that calls you a peasant, that they think they're better just because they're wealthy. That means you had to struggle just to survive.
I can see why the Signora has become quite fond of you. Are you prepared for your session with her?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think with our progress, there might be some other distortions to focus on. Let me think.
I just hope she does not share any of her nudes this time. I don't know if as a therapist, she should have been randomly sending me her nudes. That was wrong. Should statements for sure. Blaming. Yeah, she blames the shit out of people. She disqualifies the heck out of the positives. When she always thinks she's always right. Yeah, okay. Signora, you're probably also going to use some mind reading, some overgeneralization. Oh, overgeneralization's a big one, actually. Let's go with overgeneralization. She overgeneralizes a ton.
All right, locked and loaded.
They are art, not nudes, to paraphrase. Yeah, she really showed me a naked portrait of herself and then was like, don't assess it with such base nature. It is art. Don't let your eyes linger. And I was like, how dare you? Did she do that accidentally? No, she's a Renaissance. She's the type of lady who was around, not actually during the Renaissance, but she had that same kind of mentality. She fostered a lot of other artists. She told them what to draw. She paid them. So she has a lot of artistic nudes. She showed me a painting where she drew herself as Venus and her husband as Mars. And then she was like, but that's not really my husband at all. My husband's a piece of shit. He should be this base creature over here instead. She showed us like artistic nudes.
The people of your country have so many colorful phrases having to do with firearms. I do not understand the obsession.
I can't explain it neither.
I shall leave you alone with the Senora, Samuel.
They're really cool. They go pew pew and bang bang. What's up, Senora?
Howdy, Senora. Good to see you tonight.
You are looking forward to seeing me?
Patron before Patreon. Yeah, patron. That's the word I was looking for.
Well, sure I was. You're an interesting person, Senora. It's a privilege to get to know you.
Honestly, that's what a lot of VTubers become. Like, if you have certain artists, and especially when it comes to, like, VTuber mamas, isn't that just basically the modern-day equivalent to becoming a patron? You're just constantly, like, monthly paying the same person to do artwork of you. People that have, like, dedicated thumbnail artists and stuff like that. Huh.
I suppose you have learned something of manners yourself. I thought a lot about the things we talked about last time, you know.
About your aggressive husband and how much you hate him.
Oh, yeah? What about exactly?
About how foolish I was for wasting my time for so long fighting against reality.
Sure. What? Control fallacy? Because of reality.
Now hold on,
right.
Senora. Maybe you were fighting reality some, but that doesn't mean you were wasting your time.
Yes, you can still make changes.
That fighting with reality is just part of what makes you human. It's your experience, your journey that you're learning from.
But if the aim was to control my family, I failed to achieve that aim.
Don't want to control your family, my dude.
Yeah, but that's real all or nothing aim, Senora. It's easy to fail when the conditions for winning are so narrow, right?
Yes. You are, of course, correct.
Yo, she's being so respectful to us. That's labeling, Senora. That's what I was thinking. I was like, wait, I don't have labeling. But yeah, also a control fallacy. And don't try to control your family. They're not your playthings. They're not extensions of you. They're their own unique individuals. God fucking damn it. And you said nudes. I got so confused. I forgot about the painting. Yeah, she sent us her nudes. That's okay. We knew what we were getting into.
Would that I had listened to the simpletons in my life earlier.
That's rude. That's definitely labeling. How dare you?
Well, I'm glad you've been doing some thinking. You were putting so much pressure on yourself to be the one keeping your family going. I can tell how much it was weighing on you.
Sam's a better man than me, because I would have been like, what, did you just call me a simpleton? Wait a minute.
I spent so long trying to fix them, trying to transform them into something that they were not. May I talk to you about my ex-husband, Sam?
Oh, yes, please. Dish the tea.
Of course you can. I know he gave you a lot of grief.
She sent us angel hair noodles. Nah, they were spicier nudes than that.
He hurt me deeply, in so very many ways. He was the start of all my delusions because I thought I could fix him.
Never try to fix someone. Don't try to find a partner that you can fix. Try to find a partner that supports you and you want to have around you.
I thought Frankie was the way he was because I was not an ideal wife. That perhaps he would have been faithful if I had been as beautiful or fertile as a Medici.
There's a lot of issues with the Medicis. Perhaps he would have been, I thought Fanny was the way it was because I was not an ideal wife. Oh, I don't even know which thing that is, but yeah, that's just being harsh on yourself, my lady.
I know I have been arguing with reality, as you have said, but the idea of a fruitful marriage, sanctified by God, this was the only reality I had. But that reality did not match with mine.
That face
God
is
could
great.
not have blessed both our marriage and riddled Frankie's penis with French diseases.
French diseases?
God didn't do that. That was Frankie.
We used to call syphilis the malfrance.
No way. Italians were... Damn, dude.
Diseases don't belong to any nationality. You sound like a certain politician from back home.
Do not insult me. Have I not suffered enough with my husband's disgusting malady?
I mean, did he give them to you? I don't want to ask, but don't make yourself uncomfortable to be comfortable. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Or don't try to find a partner. Yeah, exactly. You don't need a partner. But yeah, definitely don't try to find a partner where you're like, oh, I can fix them. That's the worst thing to do.
It was a painful lie to live. I could only conclude from my sorrow that God was testing me. Endlessly.
Wow. Over overgeneralization or blaming? Overgeneralization? If she blames God, does it count as blaming? Fuck.
The Senora was seeking a justification for her feelings, and I believe she found one.
Always
was
right.
a painful lie to...
The Senora was
Control
seeking...
fallacy?
I want to challenge you
God
on
damn it.
something there.
Fair
That
enough.
sounds like a kind of hopeless statement. Like you're doomed to keep being tested on God's terms.
Okay, yeah, this. I don't know how to deal with this when it comes to God, my dude. Only syphilis? I always thought it was all STIs. That came from France? Damn, dude. The Italians called French diseases. Okay, baby. Voulez-vous coucher avec moi? I get it.
Perhaps it was hopeless. As you said, Isabella d'Este and Francesco Gonzaga could not change their natures.
They could. I did not say that.
That's true, but here's the thing. Does that mean you were doomed? Or were you just doomed on God's terms? I think this just needs a little reframing. I know you were dealt a rough hand, but it doesn't necessarily mean you were being tested. Sometimes we just gotta make do with the hand we got. What I'm suggesting is that then and now, a radical acceptance approach could have helped you.
Now, what is that, Sam?
What do you mean?
You could have been polyamorous. You could have had a secret arrangement. You could have become a nun. I mean, actually, genuinely, if you really wanted to be all chaste and devout to God, you could have been. Secret arrangement and the polyamorous? I mean, if you choose that path, I guess.
You could have become a nun, right? That would have been a way out of your situation.
Sam, you know me better than most at this point. Could I have been a nun?
I mean, the nudes would suggest otherwise.
Well, I guess you could have been the queen of the nuns.
That was not an available position.
Maybe it wouldn't have worked out then.
You could have had a secret arrangement. You could have been polyamorous.
How about being polyamorous? That way you'd still have each other at home, but you could have gotten different needs satisfied by different people.
That would have gone against her religion.
Please. It was the 1490s. Such things were not acceptable unless you were a pop singer like Bartolomeo Tromboncino.
They had pop singers in the 1400s.
Oh yeah, Bartolomeo Tromboncino. Can't forget him.
Tromboncino.
Do not be impertinent. He was a Frotolo star. Every man and woman dreamed of sleeping with him, including myself.
Oh. So she did have a freaky side. There you go.
Huh. I figure Fratello would have been illegal. All that rubbing in public.
Porca miseria. A Frotolo is like a madrigal. He was a madrigal singer.
The family
you are thinking
madrigal?
of frottage.
Yeah, frottage is a very different thing. Also, porca miseria. Does that mean disgusting pig? Is that like revolting swine? Oh my god.
Oh yeah, sorry. Guess them mortals downstairs got to me.
A lot of frauding. Oh god, Matthew Mercer, what have you been putting into Sam's head? Or was it the priest? You've had a secret arrangement. Oh, well, I mean, that's just polyamory with extra steps.
You could have had some sort of secret arrangement. That was pretty common back then, right?
Oh, we did have a secret arrangement. The arrangement was that he kept secrets from me and I pretended not to know about them.
Yeah, so you're supposed to have communication in a relationship, my dude. It means holy smoke. Wait, really? I took that in such a different direction. I saw porca and thought pork, pig.
Had you ever considered talking about it?
I could not. You do not know what it was like back then. A woman, even one such as I, was always subject to her husband. I did not have a say in his affairs. I had to play the part of the good wife and mother.
Yeah, I can see why that's a lot of resentment.
You must understand, I only earned my significant power by playing the societal game.
But he knew you were aware of his indiscretions, didn't he?
It was hard to deny when he approached me with that rotten thing between his legs.
The voice. Thing.
So why not bring the issue out in the open?
He would have become angry, I am sure. Perhaps he would have beaten me and taken away the privileges I had worked so hard to earn.
Yeah, that does fucking suck.
Perhaps it is pointless to tread over the past again and again. What has happened has happened.
A disgust is very valid, yeah, especially if he was like, if he had like a bunch of STIs. And she had to pretend, yeah, no, you've totally not been unfaithful. And as a wife, I have to do my wifely duties. That fucking sucks, man.
It has been nearly 5 centuries. I should not let the past haunt me so.
Should statements. It sounds like your husband sucked, and you really should have had some conversations with him. That's not on you. You're allowed. You're fully justified to still feel haunted by that bullshit.
It's a hard thing, Senora. But no matter how old we get, the stuff that happened to us when we were alive is the stuff that makes us who we are. To think you should get over it ain't being fair to yourself, and it's a challenge you created. Nobody expects you to get over your past.
Yeah, if anything, it just informs your decisions more in the future.
Heck, anyone who would have thought that's long dead now.
There is truth in what you speak.
No, there's
My
a lot of them
father
still
and
alive.
mother, my husband, the Pope, even the Holy Roman Emperor. They are all very long gone.
There's a new pope, though.
If I am true, Sam, I am still very angry about all the lies I was told. I may be harboring some resentment.
Some?
You don't say.
You will understand when I tell you of Frankie's greatest cruelty.
Oh, what did he do?
I will tell you that the man, for all his fighting spirit, had very weak sperm, for he could not sprout a male seed in my womb.
I thought you had one. Oh. Is her son not Frankie's son? Oh. Sorry, I was more interested in the T than the cognitive distortion. That's blaming. It's not his fault he was infertile. But she had a son, which means, yeah, she must have fun around.
Hold on, are you really blaming your husband's sperm for your having girls?
It could not have been my fault.
Senora, even I know it's just luck of the draw. I think you know that too.
Fine. Perhaps I just wanted to insult Frankie. But I will continue.
She did have a son, didn't she? Am I forgetting that? I'm not forgetting that. Am I getting that wrong? Was she just talking about Frankie? I thought she said she had a son who was an artist, but she didn't like his type of art. Maybe I misremembered that. Maybe she did only have daughters.
My first child was a girl. I could not have been
She
more
did. Okay, thank you.
embarrassed. Or so I thought. Until I had my second child, who was also a girl.
See, this is why I couldn't be a therapist. Therapist sits here and says, "Hey, now that's a blaming thing right there. He couldn't control the sperm, and it was both of you." I'm sitting there like, wait, so your son wasn't your husband's son? Ooh, tell me more.
I will tell you, Sam. I was a young woman in mourning. I did not emerge from my chambers for weeks.
Horrible shit to say, too. Nothing wrong with having a daughter.
The next time, finally, I had a boy. My beautiful Federico. He was such a charming child. He would entertain me so with his clownish behavior.
Come on, Sam. Now you need to jump on this. Be like, wait, so you did have a son?
May I show you a picture, Sam?
You have a picture? Hell yeah.
Well, sure, let's take a look.
It was so bad for her daughters. Yeah, the sad thing about that, though, is that's definitely of the time kind of thing. And also, it's probably how people talked about her when she was born. With the whole like, oh no, it was a girl. All she's going to be able to do is get married. Oh, how useless. Quick, new child. On to the next one. This one is useless.
Look at
Aww.
him. Isn't he beautiful?
No.
He could have been a movie star or a model today, don't you think?
He looks fine. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. I'm glad you love your child.
Admit it. He is the most handsome boy who ever walked this cursed earth.
Oh, she still loves him even though she hated his art. Is that a drawing? Yeah, it's a portrait. She comes from 1490s. Of course, they didn't have like actual cameras. So yeah, when she says, "Let me show you a picture," it's always like paintings. Lord fuck, what ass? True. Happens today too with the boy moms. Oh yeah, no, genuinely, there are still a lot of people even to this day where it's like, I need a son to carry on my name. I don't know why I did an Italian accent for that one. And it's actually turning more into a Spanish accent. It's turning a little Antonio Banderas. I can't do accents.
Well...
Yeah, you tell us, Sam.
Why am I asking you? What do you know of beauty?
Ouch. Is he 2'3" and a piss baby?
Anyway, I gave all of myself to him. All my guidance, all my wisdom, and all of my love. Everyone said, "You are doting on him. Give him some air." How dare they tell me my business? I am Isabella d'Este. I know what is right.
She was a tiger mom. No wonder he ended up rebelling and hating her. Well, not hating her, but hating the things that he taught her.
Senora, I'm sure you knew what was best for your son, but ain't it possible that those people might have been able to help you? It's lonely work when you feel like you can't listen to anyone else.
Are you telling me how I should have raised my son?
No. Kind of? It's a lot of pressure to put on a child.
I got a better sense of self-preservation than that, Senora.
Yeah, I don't want to die.
But you gotta admit, this Nosferatu thinking of being always right is pretty exhausting, ain't it?
He got spoiled and ditched her. I don't even know if that necessarily means spoiled. I mean, listen to the way this woman talks. Last time she talked about her son's art, she was talking about his clownery, his utter buffoonery of the things that he did. So yeah, it's probably, yeah, his son literally felt suffocated. Exactly. It's one of those things where it's just like, his entire life he was being told, you're my precious baby boy. You're going to change the world with your art. I'm going to show you true beauty. We're going to bring to the masses. We're going to show them the truth of God. That's so much pressure. Of course, at some point he was like, nah, fuck you. I'm going to go draw anime. I like these big titty cat girls. This is what I'm going to be drawing from now on.
Oh, that is true. And as it turned out, pointless.
Not pointless. You raised a child. Yeah, she's...
It did not matter in the end. Frankie, in his supreme foolishness, managed to get himself captured by the French.
That's definitely not his fault. Probably. Explain how, but man, you're blaming him for getting... What?
He ransomed himself out of prison with something more precious than all the gold in Venezia. More valuable than the Pope's seat. He sold my son. My beautiful Federico.
Okay, if your husband sells your son... Oh, that's bad.
Dang. That must have been devastating, Senora. I can't imagine how painful that must have been.
Yeah, no, you can hate him for the rest of eternity. That's fair.
No, you cannot. For you will never be a mother to a son so beautiful, so intelligent, and so pure. But that was not the end of my pain. It was not enough to take my son away. Not content to merely break me, the French, as always, needed to corrupt.
Did he just learn a different painting style and that's what she's so pissed about? That's overgeneralization.
What do you
That's
mean the
just pure
French always
racism.
needed to corrupt?
They are a debauched people. I know what they are like.
Ugh.
Senora, you're too smart to judge an entire group of people based on an icky sample.
Yet she does it all the time.
You did that last time talking about the Spanish, and I called you out on it then too. Besides, we're vampires. What the hell does it mean to be French or Italian after a century?
Yeah, they've
All
come
the
and
people
gone.
that made France French back then are dead now.
Long dead.
Yes, of course I am aware. I speak out of anger and hurt.
I figured. But honest heads make for honest hearts, I like to say. What did the French do to your son?
I bet they just taught him a different art style.
They sent my sweet Federico to a den of filth, a place where chastity went to die, straight to the crossroads of Sodom and Gomorrah.
Okay, no, she's justified. How dare they send him to Paris? Nobody comes out of Paris alive.
They sent him to the Vatican.
Oh, shit! Not what I was expecting. The Vatican?
The Vatican? Seems like that'd be a pretty boring place for a boy to spend time.
Sodom and Gomorrah? Fucking hell.
This was Rodrigo Borgia's Vatican. It was a city of prostitutes and perverts, and he was their mayor.
Okay. I was like, damn. Yeah, okay. The Borgias had some interesting... okay.
My poor Federico. He was a boy of a certain age. I could not have prepared him for the temptations he encountered.
Those Borgias, man. They got up to a lot of fun shit.
When he finally returned to me, he was no longer Isabella d'Este's child. He was the child of Francesco Gonzaga, an experienced whoremonger in his own right.
I know all of this history thanks to Assassin's Creed 2. He killed the Borgias.
I am a man now, mother, he would say. I do not have to listen to you.
Ouch.
And indeed, he did not. Which is why he died of syphilis, just like his depraved father.
Oh.
He did not even have the courtesy to wait until I was dead.
She blames her son for dying before her. Yeah, that's deep. That's ooh.
Now do you understand why I prefer the illusion of truth and beauty I try to bring to art?
But that's just escapism. That's not reality. You gotta live in the real world.
My mother told me when my marriage was young, Isabella, you must pretend that all is as it should be. The truth is dark, but you must maintain your own.
I hate to say it, Senora, but I think your mama was spouting a few should statements of her own. Keeping up that illusion must have been draining.
Generational trauma, baby.
That is why I tried to create my own illusions. If I depicted love and chastity in their ideal form, I could make that illusion come true.
No, you fucking couldn't. Doesn't matter how much art you paint. It doesn't change the reality that you were actually living in. She put lofty expectations onto her son only to be disappointed. Yeah. The words that she used from him weren't too bad either. Just like, I'm a man, you can't control me anymore, essentially. Is like, no, that's a fair statement to make with how overbearing this woman is. But I mean, then he went out whoremongering and died of syphilis, so...
Well, Senora, if anyone were strong enough to change the world's morality, it might be you.
And she's not even talking about her daughters at all. I know, that's still so tragic. She had 2 daughters before her son, and we haven't heard anything about them, just, they were not her son. I blamed my husband for those daughters. This is what happened to the daughters?
But I think you know the truth is that you don't have that kind of control. No one does.
Worst thing is, knowing how this kind of family situation often lies out, I bet you the eldest daughter was like an amazing artiste for her time. Incredible, did it in the exact same art style that her mother loved, was always trying to get her mother's attention and approval. And meanwhile, her mother never even looked her way.
Then why am I here, Sam? Why are any of us here? Are we here to eat, sleep, fornicate, and die?
Yes.
I know a few folk who might say that's why we're here. It's one of them existential questions, ain't it? Here's my take, Senora. I think you're here to be you.
Yeah, you make your own path in life. You make your own reasons.
I certainly hope you have something more intelligent to contribute than that.
I don't really. Here's the thing, Senora. None of us is going to change the world overnight, or even in a millennium of nights. But our being here, being ourselves, swings the pendulum in a whole bunch of unknowable ways.
Yeah, we're always making decisions.
That is a dark interpretation of reality. Are we truly so powerless?
We're not powerless. We just can't control everything. Well, you said yes so quickly is kind of funny. I mean, biologically, we are all here to just pass on our genes. So if we were to ask Dr. Drain what the reason for existence is, Dr. Drain would tell us, yeah, to pass on our genetic code to the next generation. So yeah. The fornication, as she put it, is the reason of life for a lot of people. But thankfully, we're conscious creatures that can make our own fucking choices and decide what we want to do with our lives and make our own reasons for living. Anyway, control fallacy. We can't control everything, but at the same time, we're not powerless. We change our own worlds all the time.
What I'm saying, Senora, is not that we're powerless. I'm just saying we ain't gonna change the world on our own.
We can drop a nuke and do a change. We could end all of humanity. We have enough weapons that we can end. In fact, we have so many different ways we can end humanity at this point. Ridiculously big bombs, biochemical weapons, just everything that we're doing to the environment naturally by existing and refusing to have more hardships. Yeah, we could end everything. We're very powerful nowadays, actually.
Not everyone's gonna buy what we're selling, but some people are gonna get it. People are still out there talking about the art you brought to the world.
The fun bit about it is even if we take out the whole fucking planet, there's an entire universe out there. We are nothing in the grand scheme of things, so, you know, get used to it, accept it, find a way to live with life.
Maybe fellas like me don't know who you are, and I bet that nasty pope from your time wasn't your biggest fan.
The boy shots.
But you can't help but be an influence on people. Just not all people. Ain't that so?
I do not know if that is enough for me, Sam.
Well, here's what I think we should do, Senora. All them efforts of yours are always facing outward. How about we spend some time on you?
Yeah, you create your own world. Your own Jujutsu Kaisen little domain. You can change that as much as you want. That will actually help change perceptions of things. Maybe the world isn't perfect, but you still had 2 lovely daughters and a beautiful son who went on to become a whoremongering, dead of syphilis person, but still.
What do you mean?
I mean, let's work on the things Isabella D'Este likes. Forget about the rest of the world. What are you putting in your art that's for you and not for anyone else?
Yeah, not to make other people live up to your lofty ideals, but just because you enjoy it. Ah, she has no idea what she likes.
Is it a little embarrassing?
Hush. If you must know.
Oh, she's freaky. Here comes the kink list. Okay, hit me with those tags.
It is centaurs. I like centaurs.
Hey! Yo, I could introduce you to so many people.
Hey, I ain't gonna judge. Sometimes I like horses better than people too.
Yeah, you should be talking to Sam about Princess. He doesn't even need the human part.
Yes, well, they are pleasing to look at.
Oh, shit!
Now, how about this then? Why don't you pick up a brush and paint yourself up a centaur?
I love her going from, the true aesthetic of beauty. We must use art to show God's divine beauty in the world. Meanwhile, deep down, she's just thinking, I want to fuck a horse, man. I just find centaurs really fucking hot.
I have not attempted to paint for centuries.
Hey, well, there you go. You should be fostering your skills.
This is just for you, Senora. No expectations. How's that sound?
She's a horse girl. She's a horse lady.
I cannot believe I revealed this thing to you.
I'm glad you did. I'm a lucky fella. I get to know an Isabella d'Este no one else knows.
And no one else will know, or I will make you suffer. Capiche?
Oh, she finally hit us with the capiche. Okay, that's a solid promise.
You got a deal, Senora. I'm here to be supportive, that's all. I hope that when you come back next month, we'll be having a nice conversation about you finding your muse.
Oh, God, next month's going to be threatening.
Yes, perhaps. Very well, Sam. I do not understand your ways, but I cannot deny you have a certain untamed wisdom.
She really is starting to fall for Sam. She likes horsemen. He's a man who rides a horse. Oh, no.
I shall attempt to paint a centaur. This is not what I expected from therapy, but I shall do as you suggest.
Enjoy your centaur, woman. Maybe we should show her a certain affinity website.
I shall see you in 4 weeks then. Arrivederci, Sam.
Arrivederci.
Oh yeah, see you soon, Senora. Arrivederci.
Arrivederci.
Goodbye.
She's doing her best. She wanted to insult him right there, but she was like, okay, he tried to use my word.
Well, Samuel, you never cease to impress. Centaurs.
Giddy up, cowboy. Isabella must be jealous when she hears rumors about Catherine the Great. Yeah. Worst thing is, she probably heard those rumors about Catherine the Great, and she was like, how disgusting, how despicable. What a terrible, vile woman. Meanwhile, she goes back to her bedroom, and she's like, huh. Interesting. So there are others. Next session's gonna be interesting. Yeah, it is. I also like the person in chat named No You just saying no.
I don't think you're supposed to know about that, boss.
I am 3,000 years old, my friend. Horse people are somewhere at the very tip of my kinky iceberg. It is already forgotten.
He said, nah. You don't even need to worry about the tags I'm into.
Well, the Senora's pretty embarrassed about it, so I'd appreciate it if you kept it to yourself.
Senora d'Este is wise to put her faith in you, Samuel. I will gently remind you that relationships between therapists and clients are highly discouraged.
Dude, I'm not gonna smash the horse lady.
Oh, come on, Andy. It ain't like that. Senora d'Este is just... You're messing with me.
Of course I am. Unless...
No. You come back to me when we talk to Medi.
All right, you know what? I'm going downstairs. I could use a drink.
Well earned, Samuel. Please, rest in peace.
And you too, buddy. Sam relates to the horse love. True. Unless... I know. It's lovely hearing a 3,000-year-old vampire hit us with the...
To a lot of anger. Reminds me of myself as a young vampire.
Oof. Adored her son more than anything. A little too much, maybe. Feels betrayed by both her husband and her son. Seems angry with herself that she wasn't able to control either of them. Maybe mad at herself and her boys.
Pretty hot in here tonight. I think I'll get some air. Maybe I can get to know Bert a little better.
Hey, big lad.
Hey, Bert. How's the crowd tonight?
Dreaming of butterflies?
Same old, huh? So,
how do you like Leipzig?
what do you think of Leipzig, Bert? Real
Leipzig.
fascinating architecture here.
Leipzig. My bad. Frick. At least he can say it.
Hey, not everyone's into architecture, I get it. So what do you do for fun here? More of a homebody, I guess. Yeah, I'm a little introverted too. Spent 90 years walking in the woods, you know. Yeah, there's nothing I like better in nature. The trees, the plants, the animals. The cities just seem so dead at night.
We literally bored him to the point of
I can
yawning.
tell I'm interrupting. Well, nice talking to you anyway, Bert. I'm gonna head inside.
Have fun, mate.
Oh, he speaks. Well,
Hey, Crimson.
I'll
how's the
consider
crowd?
that a win. That's something. We got something. I love when Bert talks. Yeah, it's always a surprise. You feel special when Bert graces you with a word.
Hey, cowboy. Bit busy tonight, but how'd your session go?
Pretty well this time. Found out about a kink, which I would say is progress.
No, I think this lady's starting to realize what she can't control, which is a lot. She's still mad as hell about it, but I think we're getting closer to acceptance.
I know how she feels, cowboy. I feel like I wasted years of my life in DC trying to make the world a better place.
I'm gonna guess the volume is too loud on this again. The nightclub be pretty noisy. There we go. You didn't waste your time. You did your best.
But it sounds like you were making progress to me. She's got time to make her peace. That's what Andy says about you vampires.
Oh, wonder if Medi's next? No, unfortunately, it's gonna be the thespian, the actor.
Yep, that's true. We can take 40 years or 400, but that's up to us.
I do hope he's gonna grow on me, but yeah, 2 sessions in, I still don't like the actor.
In the meantime, I'll whip something up for a hot summer night.
Ooh.
What's this now?
Blood margarita. Figured a hot-blooded desperado like you could use something cold.
Yes, but get rid of the salt around the rim. Yuck.
Oh, mighty kind of you, Crimson. I'll let you get back to work and take this up to my coffin for a quiet night.
Night, Sam.
Not Crimson.
Now let's see, what'll help me reflect on the night?
Oh, that's not what the line says at all. Maybe there's something I can read that'll help me reflect
I
on
think
the
there's
night.
something Omar Khayyam once wrote that I can look up. Or I could watch Buster Keaton almost get himself killed a bunch.
Okay, I know I've been reading the books a lot, but watch a man abusing himself for fun?
Well, there's one
Amen.
fellow who had a death wish. Too bad he didn't become a vampire.
Oh, you would have loved it, poor guy. Directed by Buster Keaton. You don't like a salted drink? Nah, it always just gets in the way to me. I don't like the tequila shots either, where you're supposed to like put a little bit of salt on your thing either and like, yeah, down that. Nice catch, brother. I'm not seeing any self-harm yet. Come on, hit me with the funny. I've come to ask for the hand of your daughter. I thought the matter over carefully, and I think I'm a suitable match for her. They read slowly back in those days. He was playing She Loves Me Not with the flower. Oh, that's so cute. Oh, there we go. There's the funnies. Buster Keaton was good looking back in the day. Holy shit. Never seen him that young. Well, there's just one question. Can you support her? I don't know. I'll test myself by going away to the city and performing great deeds. If I'm not successful, I'll come back and shoot myself. Holy fuck, my dude. You didn't have to jump to that. That's spot on old-timey narration voice. Thank you. Very well. I'll lend you my revolver. He already thinks he's gonna fail. What a great father-in-law. Get hit by a car. He's gonna get hit by a... Really? Some weeks later. Okay, I'm good. That's enough for me. Keep watching. Now we're good. I wanted him to get hit by a car.
Better get me some shut-eye. Got the feeling my work's gonna get harder before it gets easier.
You know what would have been great? If he got hit by a car, and then the guys who made this game edited it in, so when he got hit by a car, it turned into an anime. He gets hit by a car, and then suddenly it's just the Digimon opening of all the children falling through the Tamagotchi, like, Digimon, digital monsters. I'm disappointed. It's fine. It's fine. No isekai this time.
My dear Samuel, greetings. How are you feeling tonight?
I feel blue-balled by that supposed comedy movie.
Honestly, I'm feeling a little like a horse who's about to be ridden by a big old fella.
Oh no, do not worry. Isabella Dieste won't be here tonight.
I am not certain I comprehend your meaning. Have you met a special someone, my friend?
No.
What? No, it ain't that. I mean, I'm feeling a little on edge. Edmund's coming in.
I like the way he thinks, though.
Aha, our actor friend. What about him has you nervous, Sam?
His existence, my dude.
He's just a lot to deal with. I find myself a little drained after our sessions.
You gonna get perms for the new Digimon game, Fu-chan? No, but I kind of want to play the old... There was a Digimon game. Is it Digimon Frontier or something? There's some Digimon game where it's like a survival game where you're like a bunch of kids trying to survive to the end, and there's actual like permadeath in it, and it affects the game. I really want to play that. I didn't hear anything about it when it came out, and then a bunch of my friends played it and were like, oh, it's so sad, it's so heartbreaking, it's the best Digimon's ever been. I haven't seen much about the new Digimon game, so maybe I should actually look into that. But yeah, whatever the Digimon Survive... Oh, it's literally called Digimon Survive. Me sitting there like, I don't know its name. The survival game. Yeah, that one's apparently like really freaking good. So I want to play that someday. Probably not something I'm going to play on stream because it looks like it's pretty long. But yeah, I've heard that's incredible. Want someone to make an anime isekai spin-off of public domain films now? That'd be great. I'm sure Wizard of Oz is public domain by now, the original one. So I'm sure you could like splice some bits of that together because that's an actual isekai as well.
Ah, yes. Challenging the reality distortion fields of...
Oh, you're a good man, Sam.
I shall not stand in your way then. Have you an idea of what distortions he might be exhibiting tonight?
Oh, yeah, we disconnected for like half a second there. Sorry, guys, we're back. Hopefully that was just a tiny thing. But welcome back.
Yeah, I was thinking about that.
Okay, chosen distortions. Personalization. Always thinks he's always right. Emotional reasoning. Blaming. He blames everyone else all the freaking time. Probably mind reading. I feel like he mind reads a lot of the critics sometimes. Welcome back. Thank you. Yeah, it literally was only like half a second on my side, but I guess it went full disconnect for a second, which is kind of crazy. Someone didn't pay bills? Yeah. They shouldn't take my money every month.
I think that should cover it.
I think I should just be allowed to stream for free.
I wish you peace and patience, Samuel. Good luck tonight.
Thanks, Andy.
I'll do my best, Andy. Oh, the offline screen and all? Damn.
Edmund, amigo, how's
Really
it
worked
hanging?
hard.
To the left and most proudly, my dear boy.
I did not need to know the angle of the dangle. It's bad enough I now know that about Vanta.
Indeed, tonight I sit before you victorious. Thy gentle prodding hath guided me back to the womb of creation.
Don't talk about my prodding after you talked about that.
Do I want you to spell that out for me?
The stage, good sir, the stage. For if all the world's a stage, then the stage is where humanity is born.
I'm glad you explained that to me, because womb of creation, I would have thought that was the ocean, honestly.
Oh, yeah, I guess that must be true. So what are you saying? You nabbed some kind of juicy role?
He was going to start videos, wasn't he? Yeah, we convinced him to start recording himself and acting just for himself, rather than acting for other people, and see how he felt about it. It sounds like he's been having a good time with it. No prodding of my womb. I mean, that wasn't how he worded that phrase, but okay. That's how you know it's good.
Not just any role. Nay, I have been given the opportunity to once again subvert the audience's expectations. Though it was thy tender words that cleared the mists of doubt from my mind and reminded me that I belong to the stage, not to the audience.
I don't think that's what I told him. I think he's misassessed this. Also going to turn the music back up. I don't like it being that quiet.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, Eddie. Tell me all about it. What's been going on?
Do you remember the advice you gave me when last we met?
Record yourself, but not tell me about your penis, is apparently what I should have added.
I told you to film yourself doing some acting, right? How that...
I did as you suggested. I set up a camera, and for no one but myself, I became the Dane.
Good to know.
Marmaduke?
Hamlet, my dear boy, Hamlet. I watched the great Edmund Kean inhabit the bard's greatest role once again, and in him I saw humanity pure, naked, and true.
I wonder if there's anybody who's actually up their own arse as much as this man. It reminds me of Nicolas Cage. Not in real life, let me make that very clear. But Nicolas Cage in that movie he did with Pedro Pascal, the incredible weight, the something weight of incredible talent or something like that. But yeah, where he just thinks he can do anything ever and he's the best thing acting has ever done. That was a great movie. That was a lot of fun. Nick Cage could play this guy. I think Keanu Reeves could play this guy really well. Oh, it'd be interesting hearing him do the voice though. But yeah, Nick Cage in that movie, The Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent. Thank you. Yeah, that one. That's a really funny movie. Yeah. Imagine people just like actually being this stuck up where they're just like, oh, I recorded myself in front of a camera. You know what? It is the best thing I've ever seen. Honestly, you'd be so happy. You wouldn't need anything else in life. Just a camera. Even a mirror. He doesn't even, well, he's a vampire, so he needs a camera. But yeah, if you were just a human that was that narcissistic, just stand in front of a mirror and have a wonderful day.
It was akin to pornography, albeit far more revealing. That Edmund Kean, I told myself, he and only he could produce something so beautiful.
Always personalized. I need to remind myself what personalization is. Often we assume just because things happen because of us. Often they do. Okay, so it's not personalization. I'm going to say always right? Nope.
Edmund's belief that he is the center of the world is persistent.
Emotional reasoning.
It was akin to pornography. Edmund's belief. It was akin to pornography.
Blaming?
Oh, Edmund's
it is
belief
personalization.
Wait just a minute there. I need you, Edmund Kean.
Yeah, let's go with that. Don't laugh at me, chat. This is clearly I should have read the whole thing instead of just the first line. Wait, did the internet go out again? I didn't even get an internet disconnected thing that time. That's unfortunate. Hopefully it's going to stop, but that's twice now. Literally a myth called Narcissus. It's a flower too. I prefer Adonis. Adonis was the more interesting one. And drowned himself because he wanted to touch himself so bad.
You toy with the fates and flirt with pedantry, my dear boy.
Pedantry?
Oh, it is oft said that an infinite number of monkeys with an infinite number of typewriters and infinite time could produce all the works of Shakespeare, but such a thing is infinitely unlikely. If you will permit me to continue, to watch myself act without an audience was simply rapturous.
Good, and I told you to do that, so put some damn respect on my name. YouTube's been a bit fucky-wucky today. Yeah, seems like it, unfortunately, because I don't think my internet's going out, so it must be. Yeah, I'm not dropping any frames, so it is YouTube's side. Interesting. It's been a long time since that happened.
I am not ashamed to admit that I did weep. I wept for the stage, that I deprived it of my greatness on account of my own misplaced dread.
I hate this guy still.
I have been a cream-faced loon, a devout coward, and most religious in it. Why should Edmund Kean fear any audience?
Good question.
You spoke truly. Edmund Kean bared his chest to all the slings and arrows of an unappreciative audience and was somehow surprised when they hit their mark. The Edmund Kean that you see before you is armored in love of the craft that no arrow may penetrate, and so casts aside the cloak of cowardice.
Are you doing porn or not? You keep talking about being cream-faced and being penetrated, but saying it's not pornography. I don't know what you're doing in front of that camera anymore.
To think, I feared mortal directors. I feared the audition and the criticism that would come afterward. I feared the cast list, bereft of Edmund Kean. But to you I give thanks. For can a mortal director know my brilliance? Nay, they're all clay-brained guts and mouldy rogues. Their disrespect for the craft makes fools of them.
Oh, that's labeling. I did not bring labeling with me today. Is he doing OnlyFangs? OnlyVamps? Yeah, pretty much. He's feeling himself physically.
I know in my damned soul that the stage is worse off without Edmund Kean, and nothing any mortal director can say will disabuse me of this.
He added an extra syllable to damned. What the fuck?
Ergo, I did ask myself, Edmund,
What is an audition? Is it a trial to overcome? Is a director a god dispensing holy judgment? And I replied, Edmund, do not ask such foolish questions, the answers to which thou knowest well.
I literally made him worse. I made him more narcissistic.
An audition, my dear boy, is not an opportunity, but an invitation to display the craft before another.
You know what? Whatever gets you back in the saddle, my dude, and out of my therapy room.
So I told myself, why not act, dear boy? And so I did.
So you did an audition, all right. That's great. Did you have fun with it?
You speak so simply, my friend. Fun does not adequately describe the feeling one has when the muse takes over.
Oh, God.
It is transcendence, an affirmation of purpose, to condense humanity within oneself, if only for a moment. It is an orgasmic experience.
So you are doing porn?
That sounds intense, Eddie. Having an orgasm in front of someone else is pretty brave.
Oh, but it is freeing. A true actor hides nothing.
Oh, he really is.
The director, she told me she had never witnessed such a thing in all her years, few as they were.
Did she say it in a good way or a bad way?
I am certain that she thought to herself, is this Dionysus reborn? Why have the fates graced mine eyes with such depth of the human spirit?
No, I'm pretty sure she was more just like, wow, this guy's intense. I need to get him out of here before he stabs me.
So, how do you know she was thinking that, Eddie? Directors usually just thinking about how they can put on a good show, right?
Oh, thou sweet babe, how little thou knowest. The poor lady has only seen a parade of mortals cross her door. How could she be prepared for Edmund Kean?
How could anyone?
Well, maybe she couldn't be. I'm just saying you're going to be a lot more content if you're dealing with truths. If you go into this assuming she thinks you're a god reborn, how are you going to work together?
Exactly. The power imbalance, my dude.
You both got your jobs. Hers is putting on the show, and yours is lighting up the stage. Reading her mind ain't letting her speak it.
You must ever play the mirth-destroying ninny, mustn't you? Yes, I could not read her mind, I admit it. Art thou satisfied?
It ain't about my satisfaction, Eddie. I'm just making sure you're going into this thing with a clear head.
If you must. But allow me to continue. This time, my friend, I did not have to wait for a cast list at all. You are looking at a leading man once more.
Imagine he saw a school play audition. God, I hope so. I hope this is like a just community project. Just for like, I don't know, just like a little tiny stage show for people to enjoy. Maybe he's in Cats.
Hey, congratulations, Eddie. That's great. See, I knew you'd get your mojo back if you remembered what made you love the stage in the first place.
For this, I am eternally grateful, and indeed, I do have an eternity to be grateful. Now I can already hear the calls resounding through the theater. Keen, 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 give us Keen!
You may want to pick a different name.
Why? That's a fine name.
Nonsense! They will say Edmund Kean has returned, and be none the wiser as to the accuracy of their statement.
Right, because he was already a well-known actor. That's an issue.
So what's the big role, Eddie?
We get to the meat of it. Onto the very sinew at last.
Please be a tree.
They
Please
say
be a
that
tree.
every
Please be a
story
tree.
is a circle, that we return whence we came. So it is with me.
Villager number 3. Tree. Bush. Hit me with it.
'Twas tragedy that made me. Tragedy that formed me. Tragedy that raised me to glory. And tragedy that shall do so once more. I shall play the part of Piero.
Oh.
Piero, the clown who cried. Piero, the mask of the tragedy that is life.
That's a good role, actually. Well played.
I ain't familiar.
I believe you are, though you know a far inferior version. The one made famous by that ludicrous creature, Grimaldi.
You leave the Italian clown whose name I always forget alone.
Grimaldi who?
Splud, my dear boy.
Splud.
Do you know nothing of late 18th century English theatre?
No.
They must have skipped that subject in frontier school.
Grimaldi was the other influential actor in London.
The fucking way he said other had so much venom in it. The other.
But whereas I drew out the soul and laid it bare on stage, Grimaldi, in comparison, was a clown, a jester, a funny man. Grimaldi was an artist, like myself. But where my canvas was the soul, his was the latrine.
Damn, dude!
When I strode upon the stage, my audience saw all the acts of life play out, in all their woe and joy.
And when he strode the stage, they saw shit and piss.
Oh, but Joey Grimaldi, the great clown himself, could create bottom noises with his armpit.
Oh my god.
Yet whose name was on the lips of the adoring public? Not Keen's, no. Not the bard's emissary.
Some people just want to laugh. They don't always want to cry. You need both.
Give us the farting clown, they cried. Give us Grimaldi. So you see, my dear boy, for me to play the tragic clown Piero, this is my opportunity to take what Grimaldi stole from me.
Yeah, I completely misread that. I thought it was Pagliacci. I thought it was Pagliacci he was going to mention as the one that people know better, but okay. Yeah, okay. Insult Piero. That's fine.
What did he steal?
He stole my audience.
I don't know if that counts as blaming, I guess.
Eddie, from what you've told me, I don't think you and this Grimaldi fella had the same audience.
Yeah, exactly. You're a tragedy actor. He's a comedy actor. It's not the same thing, my dude. Possessive much? That's true as well.
I don't think anyone showing up for a farting clown show and getting Edmund Keen is going to be too happy, and it'd have nothing to do with you.
Yeah, they just boo you and tell you sucked.
But if Grimaldi had not peddled his base filth, my audience would not have waned when it did. They would have been mine.
Uh-huh. That's, that's possessive for one thing. Personalization? It's emotional
Edmund
reasoning.
assumes his rival stole his crowd, but is it so? The insecurity of people who care deeply about crowd sizes is most fascinating.
Emotional reasoning?
But if Grimaldi...
Always right.
Edmund assumes his...
Blaming?
Eddie, I think you're blaming Grimaldi for something that
Why
wasn't
did
in
they
his
give me it
control.
twice in a row? I just didn't think they'd do it twice in a row. God damn it.
Was Grimaldi really trying to steal your audience? Or was he just selling something they were buying?
He was living through his passion.
Of course he was jealous. Why would he not be? If I were a middling actor and saw a young genius rising in the ranks of the Thespian Order, I would be much afeard of him.
You're a fucking dick, my dude. Personalization.
Maybe Grimaldi was doing his own thing because he liked doing it, which is just what I've been encouraging you to do.
Yeah, you idiot.
Tilly-fally. I said he was a clown, not lacking eyes and ears. Of course he was threatened by me.
Sounds to me like you were threatened by him, and you're projecting, my dude.
But you said yourself that he had his own style that wasn't anything like yours.
He was a thief and a fool. If not for his cheap entertainment, I would have had the whole of London hanging on my every word.
Oh, God. I need to share this game with so many people. Edmund's whole thing right here is something a lot of VTubers go through for sure. The whole, like, if they're watching somebody else, they can't be watching me. And it's like, no.
And if the sun didn't shine, we could go out during the day. Come on, Eddie. The world ain't waiting on you. Grimaldi had his audience and you had yours. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Perhaps, though I weep bitter tears to think the people so base. And I weep for myself, my dear boy. The riches and fame he received should have been mine.
Dick.
And would have been, had the fates not cursed me with his birth.
Oh. I mean, you're blaming him, but you're also personalizing everything. Fuck!
Watch out, Samuel.
The fates curse you with Grimaldi's birth?
He's got so many
I don't
doubles
think baby
today.
Grimaldi was thinking too much about you, my friend.
He's really jealous. Yeah, he's ridiculously jealous. And he blames everyone else for his own problems. He just has a different style.
Well, no, he wasn't. He was 11 years my senior.
So maybe he was cursed with your birth then.
True. You being a narcissist again and thinking the world revolves around you.
You delight in making me play the part of the fool, don't you?
You act like the fool.
The point I'm trying to make is that making things about Grimaldi versus Keen ain't doing you any favors.
Just enjoy playing Piero, you dick.
There is some truth in your words. Why should I lower myself to his level? I am no flatulent jester. I am Edmund Keen.
Maybe you should try it. Maybe it's fun playing. Well, you're going to be playing a clown. Maybe it's fun playing a comedy once in a while.
And mark my words, my boy. I shall cast Joseph Grimaldi from the Thespian Order. When I play Piero the Clown, Wikipedia shall forget all about that fool.
That's a control fallacy, and you're once again judging your own worth by the words that people put in. God, this dude is not doing great.
You see, my dear boy, I have already calculated my triumphant return to the stage.
I told you to act for yourself. That's not what you're doing.
Every move, every word, every expression shall be unassailable. You see, Edmund Keene is never wrong about matters of character.
Yeah, you're always right. Of course you are.
I'm glad to hear your confidence, Eddie, but I just want to give you a word or two of caution. Acting's all about humanity, not just Eddie Keene, right?
Yeah, because if you get back on the stage and people tell you you're shit, it's going to really crush all this new confidence you have, and you're going to blame other people for it because that's what you do, and then you're going to spiral.
If you don't give yourself a little room to bend, your audience might not see themselves in you.
Ha! Let them dream their filthy little dreams. If my body is that which draws them in before I spring the theatrical trap, I care not.
Anna really said, okay, I'll use my body to bring people to the seats. I know so many people like this. They're just ordinary people. Thankfully, I don't know anyone this narcissistic. I know a lot of people, and I'm guilty of it too occasionally, of comparing themselves to others and thinking, oh, somebody else got success, therefore it reads badly on my own self-worth. I think that's something that people can't always escape, but yeah, it's so easy to see it from Edmund's side of things where it's just like, dude, you were a tragedy actor, he was a comedy actor. They weren't going to come to your show regardless. You can't please everybody. There are so many different audiences in the world.
I didn't mean that. I just meant that you're drawing some hard boundaries acting-wise.
2 cakes.
Giving yourself some middle ground ain't a bad thing.
Sometimes you want a chocolate cake. Some of your times you want a strawberry cake. Sometimes you want a banana cream pie. Sometimes you want a different kind of cream pie. Everything is good in life. Just let people enjoy what they want.
I know you play your part, therapist, as I must play mine. I have heard your cautions. They need not be repeated.
What if I snuck that in there? You guys wouldn't catch on, but that's a lot of emojis.
Indeed. I doubt our meetings will be necessary any longer. I must confess to some strong misgivings about you, therapist.
This prick really just said, I have achieved my goal. I no longer need to come to therapy.
There are times when we speak that I feel exposed, diminutive, and weak. And I can only conclude from those feelings that you are trying to hurt me.
That sounds like mind reading to me, and I've been telling you the exact opposite.
How do you know I'm trying to hurt you, Eddie?
Actor's intuition. The heart knows what the head doth not.
But the heart ain't always right, Eddie. I'm asking you what your head knows. How do you know I'm trying to hurt you?
I find thy mental games tiresome, therapist. Regardless, opening night is a month from now. I doubt you shall see me again, for I shall not need your services.
Oh, next month is going to be horrible with this dude. He's going to come in and he's going to be right back to square one. Fuck me.
The public thought they knew what a clown was. In a month's time, they will forget Grimaldi and Bozo, and only Keene's clown will remain. Therefore, why shall I need you? When I have the public's love that I am due, what need will I have for a therapist?
Oh, you desperately need a therapist. If you don't need me, you don't need me. No, honestly, that would be good, but you're right back to where we started from at the beginning, even though you said you did the work. You'll need me to help you handle all that fame. You'll need me as an emotional support. No, if you don't need me, you don't need me. That's awesome. That's fine. You don't have to pay a therapist if you're doing okay. You might need me for emotional support, but not if you are genuinely doing well, but you are not doing well. You are falling back into your past actions.
Hey, if you don't need me, I'm happy. There's lots of folks who can use my help.
Exactly. If anything, if your client no longer needs you anymore, you've succeeded as a therapist. And they might have to come back someday, but they've worked on what they needed for now.
I was hoping you would lament my loss more than that.
Fuck no, I'm so glad we're moving on to Medi. Get out of here, and I'm definitely going to see you in a month.
Of course I'd miss you, Eddie. You're as interesting a fella as they come.
You're too nice,
But if you don't need me, I've done my job pretty well.
Yes, well, I must admit, your suggestion of filming myself was rather brilliant, and I do owe you my thanks.
Aw, okay. Now he's sounding sweet.
Do you have any final words of wisdom for me then, dear boy?
Most important shot is always the final one. Yes.
Theatre has lost its popularity because of my absence. When the public takes notice of Edmund Keene once again, how might I prepare myself?
Theatre has lost... Jesus Christ, my dude. Does that count as always right or personalization?
I just want to remind you, Eddie, that even if you give the greatest performance of all time, People ain't waiting for you.
Everything's personalization with this dude.
Think about how you felt when you were acting for yourself and not for the audience. Your most important audience member is you, compadre.
Ever the nemesis of mirth art thou, Sam Walls. But there is a little wisdom in what you speak. I shall remember Edmund Kean.
What if he just flat out forgets his lines? That'd be amazing, actually.
I suppose, then, that this is goodbye, dear boy.
Farewell. It is not Janai, it is sayonara.
You sure you don't want me to keep your session slot open for next month?
There is no need. As you are so eager to help others, please
I
do
love
so.
him.
And worry not for Edmund Kean.
Tell you what, I'll keep it open just this once. I'll take the night off if you don't show up. Sound good?
Oh, he's definitely going to be
Then
there.
I beg you enjoy a night of simple peace. You shall not see me.
Maybe I'll come to the show and have a tomato, just for no reason. A slightly rotten tomato, not a fully rotten tomato. I want it to, a little bit. I don't want it to just completely, no, it needs to slap a little bit.
I give you thanks. And please, send me a V-mail. I shall arrange theatre tickets for you if you are ever in London.
Thank you.
I'll do that, Eddie. You take care of yourself, you hear?
I shall be Edmund Kean's greatest advocate. Farewell, therapist. May fortune favor you as it has me.
Adios, Eddie.
That guy's
Well, Samuel,
fucked.
it seems you are down one client.
I don't think I am, Andrew Marcos.
Yeah, I guess so. If he thinks he doesn't need me, I guess I'm doing something right.
You are unsure.
I don't know, Andy. I think that fella's got some more work to do, but he ain't ready to do it yet.
Yeah.
I believe you are correct, Samuel. I did warn you that this was likely to happen with our dear Edmund Kean.
Be more crazy, honestly, if he ends up doing amazing and getting amazing reviews and he just doesn't feel good about it. Maybe that's his next step, is realizing, oh, none of it even matters if I can't feel good about them liking me.
Do not consider it a failure of yours. Remember that we are all on our own journeys, and some of us need a little extra time to reach the next stage of that journey.
Everyone's in their own path and they take their own time. Wonder if we'll get more clients. That'd be crazy. I know there's a ton of different ones in like the couples DLC.
Or in my case, a few thousand years. We cannot control the mind of any other.
Yeah, I suppose that's the way it's gotta be.
Go downstairs and have a drink to fate's whimsical turns. It is that which we cannot control that makes the world so rich and interesting.
Hell yeah.
All right, Andy, that sounds good right about now.
Go then, my friend. The night awaits. Rest in peace.
Rest in peace. Couples therapy. Yeah, there's a couples therapy DLC for this one where you work on two people at a time in their relationships. He's totally
Well, that was
coming
a
back.
weird one. I guess it always is with Edmund. Half the time I can't make heads or tails of what that feller's saying.
Me neither. But he certainly is entertaining in his own way. He's so coming back. Guess that's it for Eddie. He quit therapy today. I guess I'll close out my notes.
I'll go check in with Crimson and see if she's got any of her wisdom to share. How we doing tonight, Crimson?
How we doing tonight, Crimson? How we doing tonight, Roy? Hope you're having a lovely day, brother. Thank you so much for swinging by. Good luck with the stream. Thank you. I hope you have a good day.
The drinks are flowing and the blood's pumping. Can't ask for more than that. How are you, Sam?
Well, I had my first client graduate. They quit therapy today.
I would consider that a win, especially since it was Edmund.
Congratulations, cowboy. Helped a vampire see the light, huh? How do you feel about it?
Pretty good that he's not coming back, but poorly for the way that it worked, because that wasn't a good
I swear
graduation.
this fella's just doubling down on the stuff that's making him unbalanced. He thinks he's gonna make the whole world admire him. I'm afraid he ain't nearly born enough for mass appeal.
That's a good way to put it.
Sorry to hear it, Sam. I'm sure he must have gotten something out of talking to you, though.
Ain't boring enough for mass appeal. I might use that in the future. That's amazing.
Well, even if not everyone loves what he's doing, at least he's doing what he loves.
Yeah, he needs to find his own niche audience, rather than worrying about everyone loving
Hey,
him.
I'd call that a win, cowboy. Not everyone gets to do what they love.
True.
Sounds like you got some feelings about that.
All right, I'm gonna let you in on a big, dark secret. Maybe even darker than the fact that I drink blood.
I'll hold it with high honor, Crimson.
I liked being a lawyer.
Oh, you sick, twisted freak.
Oh, you're right. Well, that is dark.
Oh, shut up. I was good, Sam. I fought the good fight, and I knew case law like the back of my hand.
Oh, honestly, good for her. I wonder if she can't do it anymore because it would put her too much in the public eye, not aging.
The law just moved too slowly for me in the end, and getting cancer made it seem meaningless.
Nah, because she wasn't going to even be in the world that she changed.
Now, I love this place, and I love Andy, but I know I wasn't born to bartend.
Couldn't you practice law in Germany?
You try learning German and tell me how it goes, Desperado.
Fair enough. Just getting started with coffee, and you started the day off right. Oh, I'm glad to hear that, Roy. Enjoy your coffee and relax. This is a great game for a nice morning coffee stream as well.
Oh, come on, it ain't that hard. I've picked up some German already. Ich spreche Deutsch good.
Ich spreche Deutsch good. Oh no. Crimson's so cool. Yeah, it's honestly, anytime somebody's passionate about anything, it's nice to hear them talk about it. So her just being like, I was good at it. I knew the cases back and front. I enjoyed it. It's like, oh, that's awesome for you.
Hold me, Maxie. The cowboy is being once again too cute. I believe I shall burst.
It's time for another menage a trois. There you go. I learned some French too while I've been here. Different Matthew Mercer. I want to see the two Matthew Mercers together. Yo. Kieran, the Irish priest, and Reinhard, the sexy goth. That would be great. Oh, I bet these two would love corrupting the priest.
Cowboy, come with us and we will teach you how to speak sehr good Deutsch.
Okay. Teach me.
I think I hear my dinner calling. I'll talk to you later, Crimson.
Be gentle with him, you two.
Yeah. Gentle, please.
Now we will teach you the German that is most important for you to know.
I wanted to say Scheiße, but I don't want to say that in the kink room for safety reasons. I don't know any other German. Berliner, but not person from Berlin. The delicious pastry, please. I just want a pastry.
It is important to ask politely when you wish to drink from someone's neck.
Okay, consent is good.
Tell them, your neck is beautiful. May I drink from it?
Ow.
Ihr Hals ist wunderschön. Darf ich von Ihnen trinken?
Ihr Hass ist wunderschön. Darf ich von Ihnen trinken? Trinken. Trinken just sounds funny. Trinken sounds adorable. That's the polite form of it. Ah, wunderbar. Wunderschön. So it's a very like polite and respectful way to say your neck is beautiful. Let me drink from it. Oh, that's cute.
Now ask Reinhard if he will let you drink from his neck.
Fuck, I forgot it already. Wunderschön. Trinken, splinken?
It is very important to get the declensions correct in German.
Dein Haus ist wunderschön. Darf ich von ihn trinken? Halls. I feel like that's like butt or something. Or house. Ihr Haus ist wunderschön. Darf ich von Ihnen trinken? Your neck is wunderschön. Darf ich trinken? Wait. Oh no. I don't think any of these are right. I know it ended with drinking. But I don't think it said hose, did it? They're all wrong. No, I'm trapped. Okay, this one's the closest, I guess. Ihr Haus ist wunderschön. Darf ich von Ihnen trinken?
Ihr Hals ist wunderschön. Darf ich von Ihnen trinken?
Oh no.
Sehr gut, mein Sannerschnittchen. Ja, wunderbar. Du kannst gerne von meinem Haus trinken.
Okay, what does house mean? I don't know what I just consented to. Please, anyone German, what did I ask to drink from? What did I... Wait. Oh, no. I think they're wrong. The first is the most right one, but in his accent, there are two forms of you in Germany. The accent. Oh, hose his neck. Okay, so it's fine. We're fine. Oh, okay. Didn't fuck it up. We're okay.
Now I'm feeling very disoriented and euphoric. Oh, so I've done many club drugs.
I will take you home, Knutkugel. Now what do you say, cowboy?
Dankeschön.
Oh, Dankeschön.
Dankeschön. So we actually got the right one. I failed upwardly. Let's go. The panic in Fu-chan's voice. Yeah, I was so sure that I got the word completely wrong. And actually, I was asking to like drink out of his booty or something.
Dankeschön, sexy. We must practice together, so.
Ah, yes. Teach me them tongue skills.
I must take this hot little man home now. Tschüss, tschüss.
Tschüss, tschüss. That's adorable. Oh my god. Is that kiss, kiss?
Oh, yeah, see you later, you two. Well, it's about time for some shut-eye anyway.
Cheese. They're using such cheesy nicknames. Yeah, wasn't one of them like a straight up a pastry or something? I forgot the word. I started with a K. Juice is just bye. Oh, it's just bye-bye. It sounded like the sound for a kiss. It's like... God damn it. German's an adorable language. Unless you're shouting it, then it always sounds scary. I guess any language does when you shout
Good
it.
evening, Samuel. I believe you are seeing your elder vampire tonight.
Oh, yes. My favorite. Medi's back.
That's right. I hope she's making some progress. Well, the world sure did a number on that lady.
Sanschnittgen is cream cake. Oh, adorable. Medi? Yeah, it's Medi time!
I am hopeful. One does not live so long without being very resilient. I have had a number of near-final death incidents myself, and I had been trained to fight since childhood.
That's true. She's clearly got a few tricks up her sleeve. I don't even know how she plays them 3D video games.
Based on her last session, you probably have some idea of her current concerns. Would you like to prepare your distortions?
Yeah, I guess I'd better do that. Now, let's see.
Cream cake is probably the closest. Somebody said, is it just a cream pie? Does that work in German? Is that the German word for cream pie? Did you guys make me say that in German? I swear to God. Overgeneralization. Control fallacy. She labels a lot. She's not always right. She does use should statements. And she blames other people sometimes. But she blames herself more than anything. She's actually, I feel like Nosferatu reasoning is good for her. Control fallacy labeling, should statements. Maybe not should statements, maybe disqualifying the positive. She doesn't really focus on the good things that she does a lot either. Mind reading. Yeah, actually, no, you're so right. She mind reads a lot when it comes to humans. She definitely labels. Control fallacy. Yeah, I'll get rid of control fallacy. Mind reading sounds more specific. You're right.
All right, I think I've got what I need.
Milchschnitt. What's Milchschnitt? Oh, really? Germany has too many pastries to translate. Schnitt is like a slice. Ah. Cake cream pie. Aren't you? Oh, the mousy stuff. Yeah, exactly.
Very good, Samuel. I shall leave you. I believe I hear the flapping of ancient wings.
Don't call Lady ancient, Andromachos. She's gonna kill you. What's up, Medi?
Greetings, my most favorite mouse.
I'm her most favorite mouse. Oh. I'm pretty sure this shirt is also a reference to Valorant. It looks very much like the Valorant or the Riot logo.
Good to see you, matey. How's this month been for you?
Oh, it's been ever so tiring. My Glitch channel hit 100 million followers, and they are all very hungry for content.
You don't need to give it to them. That's completely on you. Just chill. You know what? You know what's the big surprise for 100 million subscribers? Just going to sleep, being like, you know what? I'm taking a week off.
What do you mean by content? Is it like making a TV show?
Pretty much. 100 million, is that possible? Yeah, PewDiePie hit 100 million forever ago. Mr. Beast has 100 million all the time. Hell. Philip DeFranco, who isn't exactly considered a massive creator, even though he does a massive amount of things, he had 300,000 people watching him the other day just talking about the news and stuff on a live stream.
Oh, no, silly mouse. Do you know how we're hungry for blood all the time? Mortals are like that too, but for content.
Bo Burnham would tell you exactly the same through song.
It means constantly putting up new things on the internet. If they don't get content, they get frightfully bored.
I'm gonna think of it. Yeah, she should just watch Inside by Bo Burnham. That would actually help her a lot. Welcome to the internet and content. Daddy made you some content. She would love it. Like, I'm starving for L505. Look, man, it'll come when it comes. If anything, there are so many things that are coming this month, so don't worry about it. Accountant. Don't give in to the mouse play. This isn't haunting Adeline. You read that too. What's wrong with mouse play? As long as it's consensual, it's fine.
I can see why that'd be exhausting.
Although I still prefer her calling me manling and sweetling.
It's all right, silly cowboy. It can be very nice. They're always very excited to see me. And they give me ever so much money.
Dude.
I don't know what to do with it all.
Well, sounds to me like you can afford to take a break, huh? Did you take that day off like you promised?
Yeah, I forgot I told you to do that.
I did. I didn't like it very much.
Did you find out that you don't have any hobbies for yourself because all you ever do is stream and that you don't really have a personality and that that's what we should really be working on?
I'm sorry to hear that, Maddie. What was bad about it?
It was very quiet. It was just me, alone, with no one to talk to but the voices in my head. And those voices are very unkind.
Oh, no. That's why she streams all the time as well, just so she can be distracted away from ever thinking about all that other shit.
What do they say?
They say, Maddie, you're being a very naughty vampire. You should respond to your zealots. You should be planning your content.
Why is your head voice British? Should. Those are should statements, but I don't have should statements. Naughty vampire. You are a naughty vampire. Mind reading, disqualifying. She's reading her own mind. Labeling.
You ain't a naughty vampire, Maddie.
Unless you
You're
want
who
to
you
be.
are. Labeling yourself ain't gonna help you none. You call yourself names and you're just gonna build up fear of being a naughty vampire, whatever the heck that is.
Don't start this conversation. Bretta manager is British? Probably. I think everybody gets, if they're like imagining an authoritative voice in their head that's like annoying, yeah, probably gotta be British. Need at least 3 screens in my view at all times. I'm not special. I'm not your only screen. What a naughty little mouse you've been.
It's for my own good, sweet mouseling. You don't know how people on the internet can be.
Oh, I do.
Yeah, I gotta confess, I got almost no idea what you're talking about. I didn't get much past female.
I don't know what I'd do without the internet. I'd probably be a pile of ashes. Or maybe a desiccated, bloodless corpse.
Jesus. No, you wouldn't. That's Nosferatu thinking. Your job don't make you, Maddie.
Well, that's some pretty extreme thinking there, miss. You've lived without the internet for a real long time. I don't know why you'd turn into a desiccated corpse without it.
I think a lot of content creators do have that feeling, though, where it's like, oh no, if I don't have this, I might as well just fucking kill myself. Horrible thought to think, but I think a lot of people do, like, yeah, feel that way.
I suppose I could live without it for a little while. But, you know, I don't belong here in this world, right, little mouse?
But you do. You exist. Everyone has the right to live.
No, I don't know that. That's that extreme thinking again. There ain't no such thing as belonging perfectly, and there's a lot of space between thriving and being dead. I mean, look at us. We're both alive and dead, so I think we do a pretty good job of proving extremes not to be true.
True.
Yes. I suppose you must be right. We're very bad at staying still like proper dead people.
Yeah, the rigor mortis don't work on us. One for the TV, one for my phone to chat, and one to draw and also chat. Yeah, I realized I was doing that a lot recently, and it's kind of unhealthy for you. Like, be watching a movie, and in the middle of the movie, you're just like, I should check Twitter real quick. I should check this other internet thing real quick. And then you're like, you're not living in the moment. Like, if you're not entertained by the thing you're watching, why are you watching it? You have, like, everything on at the same time. It kind of just overstimulates you a little bit. 2 streams would be basically the only time. I have 1 stream going. Must focus on Kamiyoshi. That's very sweet. I think most people do just use streams as like a background thing. Like for when they're working or doing something else, they just kind of put it on in the background and like, I have something to accompany me.
I gotta ask, how'd you get so good at all this internet stuff anyway? I can't keep up with all this modern technology.
Well, back in the before times, I didn't need the internet very much. I used to live in the wilds where no one knew to look for me.
Oh, ambush predator.
If any silly mortals came to visit me, I would eat them.
Hot.
And if no one came to visit, I could go hunting for them on my own.
Also hot.
But now there aren't any wilds. Now there are motorways and nasty machines. Now there are suburbs and shopping centers.
There are still some wild places out there, but oof, that is rough.
So what did you do when the wilds went away?
I moved into the city, but I never liked it very much. People were very upset at me for being able to come out only at night.
Yeah, that does suck. Makes it hard to keep a job.
They started to whisper that I was a witch. And I know what mortals like to do to witches. Pop goes the eyeball. Okay.
I'm afraid. Poor Maddie. She's dealing with so fucking much. That laugh. Yeah, that laugh kept going. That was a pained laugh. The VA is great. Yeah, no, you could hear the sorrow in that. That was like the... I'm laughing so I don't start thinking about it again and cry. It's funny, right? It's funny.
Oh, right. Yeah. Funny. So, how'd you manage?
Apparently through comedy.
Well, I found out I could get mortals to do things for me in exchange for a peek at my naughty bits, and for their miserable little insect lives, they would clean up after all my messes.
I want to read that story. Honestly, I mean, I guess that's about what we're going to do when we finish this game and go on to Cage of Roses. But yeah.
Realized that mortals only ever wanted one of two things from me. To kill me, or to do sexual things with me.
Ouch.
As long as they think they can have a chance of sexual things, I can control them.
Oh, that's overgeneralization as fuck. You know, there are people who watch you just because you're an entertaining streamer. They don't all want to fuck you.
I think you're shooting fish in a real small barrel there, miss. You're judging mortals based on your experience, but there are about 8 billion of them out there.
Yeah, and about probably like 40%, I would say, don't even swing your way. And then probably like another 60% aren't into your type.
There are mortals who hate killing and hate sex, or don't even care about either of those things. Some of them just want to watch TV and they're happy with that.
Yeah, she genuinely thinks her only value is murder and sex. Poor Maddie. Coping with humor? Yeah. That's hot, but poor her. Exactly. As a fictional character, it's like, oh, you're awesome. I love you. In reality, it would be like, oh, I'm glad you're at therapy right now. We asexuals exist? Exactly. How scary it is to think the only time people want to watch you is because they want to fuck you. I wouldn't trust anyone as well. And unfortunately, that has been reinforced a lot throughout her life. They either want to fuck her or they want to kill her or torture her. There has been like nothing else in her life from everything that it seems like.
Those are even more disgusting because they are cowards and liars.
Not true.
Most of my best friends over the last millennia have been insects. Do you know why, little mouse?
Because they're cute and sometimes they roll around little bowls of poop and that's just fucking adorable.
Oh, why don't you tell me?
Insects never lie. They kill, they eat, and they make babies. Sometimes they eat their babies. They don't pretend to be intelligent and chivalrous. They just are. They never surprise me. That's why I don't let mortals surprise me either. If they were honest, they would eat their babies too.
Some of them do, unfortunately. Oh, this is a fucked up. So yeah, she's just never had anyone surprise her in a positive way. Every time people surprise her, it's in a horrible way.
Well, that conversation took a kind of dark turn, but I think I get what you mean about not letting mortals surprise you. You're protecting yourself, and that's a sensible thing to do. That being said, you seem pretty convinced that danger is a sure thing.
Yeah, and why even bother living life if all you're worried... All you ever think about is just the fact that only bad things are going to happen? That's horrible.
That's right. If I let myself feel safe, that's when they'll come for me. Well, my devoted little perverts were very helpful, but they had a very nasty habit of getting caught disposing of bodies.
Well, they didn't grass on you, did they? Because snitches get stitches.
Policemen would shoot them into little bloody giblets.
Ah.
I don't like policemen very much.
I haven't had a good track record with lawmen either.
That's why I don't use them as my helpers. I can't trust them not to take their guns out and go, pow, pow, blam, 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 blam. Oh, I'm dying. My guts are falling out. Oh, why, policemen? Why?
This voice actress has just been having fun with his role. I love it.
Anyway, if my blood bags died, it would mean I couldn't get a fresh supply of blood without doing very risky things.
Well, you're talking to a vampire right now. There's so many vampires and you don't... Okay.
I realized that the more blood bags I had, the safer I'd be. That's why when I found out about the internet, I knew I had to get online.
Yeah. Oh god, she is so representative of the reason so many people get into streaming and content creation and acting. Hell, the Robbie Williams movie is all about that. The fact that, yeah, nobody paid attention to him when he was young, so he just needed that from outside sources, and the more he had, the better, and he never felt like it was enough. Someone pretended to be a good person and took advantage of her, maybe. Lots of them. Her own father sold her and her mother to a chieftain who just wanted her for sex. And then her boyfriend pretended to be nice to her and care about her and was just using her to kill other people and betray her. And yay, Sarah Grayson. She was in Hades. She's doing an amazing job. Who was she in Hades?
I guess that makes some kind of sense.
Her aunt or something too? I don't remember the aunt, but there was an aunt who like tortured her niece, but she wasn't the niece in that story. She was the witch. She got accused of witchcraft and then had her eye ripped out just for the fun of it by the aunt and the niece. So yeah, just continuously being accused of doing things she hadn't done and being murdered for them.
Oh, it was so exciting though, little mouse. All of a sudden, I could make people do whatever I wanted without having to leave my flat at all.
Celine in Hades. I don't remember a Celine. Oh, she's only in Hades 2. I haven't played Hades 2 yet. Ooh, she looks badass. Anyway.
I had so many fans, and they would disappear, but then they would be replaced by even more. Just like insects.
What a sad life if those are your only relationships.
It was very easy back then. All you had to do was say you were a girl and the grabby little grubs would come out of their holes. Ah, we want vaginas. So true. That's why so many people would pretend to be girls online back then, especially when playing MMORPGs. Then you just get items thrown at you. But then they invented chat rooms and suddenly, yeah, you had to actually put up or shut up. This woman just needs one real friend. Yeah, she needs someone who sees her as a person rather than as a vagina. I also liked the yeah. True to this day, to be honest. Yeah, it's just technology has come a long way and now it's more fucked up. You're overgeneralization again. Yeah, I'm gonna say overgeneralization.
So I ain't exactly gonna defend how men folk act on the internet, but going back to what we were saying before,
people are horrible on the internet in general. Men can be horrible too.
Using these funny labels of yours probably makes it easier to fall into the overgeneralization trap. If you label people on the internet grabby grubs, well, that's all you're gonna find. Know what I mean?
Sometimes I think maybe you're a fun vampire. You take all the fun and go...
I love her. Yeah, I drink the fun. I don't drink blood. The people who were supposed to be her support system failed her, and then she goes streaming. Yeah. And then her support system became her fans, quote unquote, who just want to see her naughty bits. So yeah, she's just reinforcing her own issues.
I ain't trying to ruin your fun, Maddie. Just asking you to think about the words you use and why you might be using them.
But then people realized they could say that they were anything on the internet. It was all like a big game.
Don't call me out.
And what do you suppose I said I was, little mouse?
A VTuber. A cyborg from the future. You said you were a man. You said you were a dog. You said you were a wizard. You can be a dog. Yeah, being a dog is fun. Then nobody will want it. Well, I'd imagine you said you were a man, though, to try and, like, yeah, get away from the whole people just wanting your naughty bits.
Did you say you were a fella?
No, that wouldn't be a very exciting game. What would I do if I were a man?
Honestly, just live. I'm not even going to deny it. It sounds like it's a lot easier.
I don't know. Scratch yourself and spit.
True. Piss into the wind.
But I already do that, silly mouse.
Oh.
I said I was a vampire.
And people thought she was lying. That's very... Oh, God. What were their names? The ones that Armand had an interview with the vampire. The vampires who pretended to be actors pretending to be vampires. Cute. Yeah, I love how she went online and she was just like, I'm a murderer. I drink people's blood. I devour them. And if you're going to follow me, you have to kill people and dispose of the bodies for me too, my little mouselings. Everybody's like, yo, that's hot. I love this girl.
Well, that sounds kind of dangerous. I'm surprised you were so open about it after all you've been through.
Oh, but as far as they knew, I was only pretending to be a vampire because you could be anything you wanted to be. Sometimes they would come to meet me in person and they were so surprised when I drank all of their blood. But I don't think they minded very much.
That's surprising. I bet there were a bunch of them that regretted it. Who would have known? There were a bunch of them that were just like, oh yeah, she's totally a vampire. And then she bit them and they were like, oh, this is such a hot kink play. And then they started to realize, oh, I'm going to actually fucking die. Whoops. I don't think they minded very much. I would say that is mind reading.
You honestly think they didn't mind being killed by you?
I mean, they did show up when she said she was a vampire. At that point, it's kind of a Darwin Award thing. She's selling them, hey, come here, I'll drink all your blood. They show up, I mean...
Of course not. It was their greatest dream for a pretty young vampire to drink all of their blood. They really, really wanted it to happen.
Medi, you've been dead for what, 1,800 years? Somehow, I don't think you've got enough in common with a mortal in the 21st century to know what they're thinking.
Oof. Is she either a VTuber or a cosplay tuber? Sounds a bit like it. She's just a streamer. She's just a streamer, but she has a persona. There are lots of streamers out there that have personas. And then there are lots of streamers that specifically pretend they don't have a persona that have a strong persona and just don't talk about it. She's just the opposite. She's someone who everybody thinks has a persona when she's just being blatant and saying, I am a vampire. Meeting up with the fans, that's something that like net idols do as well. They have like net idol events where people meet up. Technically, that's kind of what Offkai is as well. Where it's a place where VTubers get together and meet up with their fans offline.
Suppose you must be right. I don't think it matters though. Their lives are so very short. Nobody asks what insects are thinking.
Jesus, what a horrible way to think about humans. Come on, Sam, that's overgenerous. Well, no, it's not. It's more labeling.
Yeah, but at least you ain't presuming to know what an insect is thinking.
Oh, you're a very smart, funny cowboy man. That's a very good point.
How many people do you think have their blood drained to Offkai?
It was certainly a much nicer time to be online, though. I think that was my favorite time of the internet. There was a little place there for everyone. Even me.
Now the disgusting normies have infected everything. Ever since COVID, man. Now fandom etiquette is completely thrown to the wind because normies are everywhere.
I ran a web ring for vampires. We had our own websites where we would invite people to come let us drink their blood. I suspected some of the others were actual vampires, but even I didn't know. That's what made it so special.
There are a lot of people who just straight up identify as vampires as well and drink blood.
We would send V-mails to one another and talk about vampire things. Oh, of course, it was nothing more than silly games.
What is this one? Disqualifying the positives? The fact that for a little while she actually had a community that she seemed to like? Or is it...
It sounds like it was maybe more than silly games. Seems to me you had yourself a group of friends.
Yeah, you actually had a community that wasn't just trying to use you, just trying to sexualize you. They were just trying to talk to you about vampire shit.
I suppose it must have been. How strange. Never really thought about it that way. Yes, I liked them, and they were my friends.
Oh, Medi. Could have friends again. It doesn't always have to be about streaming.
And some of them friends were probably mortals.
I was friends with mortals? How bizarre. Anyway.
She just needs to go to LARP. She needs to go to LARP and she needs to roleplay with people online. That's all she needs to do.
I think for the only time ever in my life, I had a community.
Gosh, you actually make it sound pretty nice. Maybe I should get a little more into this internet thing.
Don't do it, Sam.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're too late for that, internet little mouse. It's all gone now.
It's actually not, Medi. It's just harder to curate nowadays. You have to work a lot harder to curate it, but you can do it. I can hear the mirth in her voice. Yeah, she sounded so happy there for a moment. And even like just hearing about her realizing that like, I had friends with mortals? Wow. And then she instantly discredits it again and it's just like, anyway.
Well, dang, what happened? Where did the whole internet go?
It went to social media. Face Friend and Gibber and Stumbler and all those.
And it became monetized. Now it's at the point where people put their whole lives on display on the internet, hoping that they get extra likes and retweets and get big enough that they get attention from people all over the world and then can monetize their own pages. Techno-feudalism. The people who own the social media pages own your life, essentially.
Instead of looking for people like us, we just started asking the entire world to pay attention to us instead.
But you don't have to, Maddie. That's just a part of your life. You've made it your whole life.
Well, that don't make too much sense to me. Sometimes when I was walking in the deep woods at night, I just used to have a good yell, but I didn't expect nobody to answer.
Just get the fuck offline and touch grass. I can't believe I, of all people, am saying this, but touch grass, Maddie.
But that silly little mouse. The darkness is always listening. And something will always call back. We just don't know who or what.
She would love offline D&D. She could even love online D&D. She could just jump on Roll20 and find a group. Just be like, yes, I'm a 2,800-year-old vampire from ancient Ireland.
I'm having a little trouble
They'd love that shit.
So it sounds like you had a group of people you trusted and then just anyone?
If she just doesn't try to monetize it and learns to live in the real world, go out and drink blood. That's the thing. She has to get over the agoraphobia as well. Her main thing is not being able to trust anyone. She has to live on the internet because it's the only way for her to get blood, which is the equivalent of people that, yeah, have agoraphobia or have other reasons that they can't go outside. Even disabled people who can't work, quote unquote, normal full-time jobs are trapped in the fact that, yes, we have to exist on the internet. We have to make our money that way. We have to do things virtually. She's in that same kind of position where she's like, if I don't do this, I will die. I will have no more humans. And that is for her because she has agoraphobia and she's scared of humans. And when she, does kill them, she can't dispose of the bodies because she doesn't understand new timey things like cameras and police officers. And meanwhile, she's in a nightclub right now where humans happily come in and say, I would love to be drunk, Dankeschön. Please, I will give you my blood. She's in the perfect place right now where she could just go downstairs, get a drink and be like, I didn't have to kill anyone. She needs to meet Renzotto. True. Did she try the exposure therapy thing? She tried it once, she fucked it up, and then she said she wasn't going to do it again. She went out, she saw people look at her, she decided because they were looking at her, they must want to hurt her, and so she killed them first. And then she got hunted by police officers. Yeah. Maybe she starts on the internet, find an offline group, and slowly start from there. Yeah. Or, she just needs to be shown not every human is just trying to either murder her or do other horrible things to her. Just go downstairs, meet some of the people that are offering themselves up to vampires. Free food right there. One thing done. Then she only needs money. Money is a lot easier to get. When did things stop being about just having fun and become only about numbers? They may be nice, but it doesn't have to be only about the numbers. Yeah. We live in a culture now where everything has to be monetized. It's never just what you do for fun. It's like, what's your grind? What is your next grind? It's like, oh, I like knitting. Okay, who do you sell it to? Or do you like share the patterns online? Like, where do you share it on social media? Like all that kind of stuff. It's like, just enjoy things. Or she can play FF14. No, because then she'd accidentally wander into the role-playing server and then it would just reinforce her negative stereotypes. She'd end up in that bar in, where is it? Ulda? Where like everybody is just always like, any girl with bunny ears or cat girl ears is just immediately like pounced upon by all the other men. Like, oh, hello, Wiggles ears. Nice to meet you.
That's right. I didn't know who they were. They just started following me. And some of them followed me because they thought I was pretty, and some because they thought I was strange, and some because their friends were following me.
Yeah, that's how it works.
Suddenly, I had 1 million mortals who would do anything I wanted them to do and believe whatever I wanted them to believe.
You started a cult. That's what you did.
It's easy, you know. little mouse. They want to be controlled, and I can control them all.
That's mind reading and overgeneralization. I'm going to go with overgeneralization.
They want to be controlled? How do you know that?
They live such short, confused lives, full of uncertainty. I'm doing them a favor, Mouseling.
That's horrible.
Even if that's true, you still can't read their minds. Maybe they don't want that favor. Maybe they don't know they're uncertain. Heck, maybe they even like uncertainty.
Yeah, it's the spice of life. We need variety. We need surprises. Or followed because someone shoved us in a pile. Hey, why did that turn first person, huh?
Oh, silly cowboy. They don't know what they want or don't want. You know that.
It's a horrible way. No, every person is unique.
The only problem is that I have so many of them to take care of. The problem with having so many followers is that I have to feed them so much content. Even just playing video games all the time can be a lot of work.
So give them less content, watch the followers dwindle, and I'm sure you'll still have enough to survive on. You just said you have too much money that you don't know what to do with.
And you said that taking that break didn't do much for you, huh? You were just thinking about all the work you have to do for your followers?
That's right.
It sounds like you might have a bit of an addiction, Betty. I gotta question whether having all these followers is a good thing for you.
It's not.
Having friends is nice, but these fans and zealots, well, it sounds like you've taken on a big task.
It is. But I can't help that they're so very needy. If they weren't so hungry all the time, I wouldn't have to feed them.
You also make them feed you. This is a parasitic relationship you guys have going on right now, and it's very toxic for everybody.
At least there are some that need a little less attention. It's the zealots who are the most demanding.
So make rules. Kick them out of your community.
Remind me again, who are these zealots?
From my Only Zealots page. The website where I show my breasts and vulva.
Don't use the word vulva.
Oh, yeah, that one.
Poor Sam. He did not consent to this.
Don't be scared, little mouse. You're acting like immortal. It's just squishy parts. We all have them. They're not special.
Some of them aren't squishy.
Oh, fair enough. I'm just not a very European vampire yet. So, these zealots, they take up a lot of your time?
Yes. It's frightfully bothersome. But they're ever so reliable. And someone has to go deal with my landlord and my computer upgrades. And go to prison for me if necessary.
She's awesome in the worst way. She's such a terrible person, but only because she's trying to protect herself. God, I love the complications in this game.
Well, dang, it sounds to me like you're asking way too much of each other. This can't be healthy. Isn't there a better amount of interaction on these websites?
Yes, there is. Moderation.
But I always know best when it comes to the internet. I have more followers than just about anyone, little mouse.
Damn it, I got rid of knowing everything, but yeah.
There's something more, though, about the internet and how it works. It's a secret, though. Can you keep a secret, little mouse?
Of course I can.
Nothing you say leaves this room.
Well, the secret is that the internet is changing. Because of me.
That is a control fallacy. You cannot control the internet. If anything, the internet is the closest thing we have to the collective unconscious of the world. Anyway, explain.
How do you mean?
I discovered something. Do you know how I told you that the internet used to be a nice way to meet people who thought the way I did?
Uh-huh.
Well, yeah, I think I got that.
Well, something there in the darkness is helping me. It makes people think they know me and want to follow me and be close to me, even if they wouldn't normally like me.
Is this just because you're so big, so everybody pretends to like you just to get on your good side, the algorithm? Oh, it could be the algorithm too. It could be, yeah. She's already like making so much money and getting so much attention that the algorithm likes promoting her. And other people like promoting her as well. Other people who know nothing about her will be like, yeah, I love Medi. She's awesome. Meanwhile, they've never actually watched one of her streams. She's just like, she's such an inspiration. I love her so much.
It has been watching everything the mortals have been doing for a long time.
Oh, it is the algorithm.
It remembers all of it, no matter how big or small.
100% the algorithm, yeah.
It counts every second. It remembers every click. It can tell you what you want before you even know it.
Well, you gotta be kidding me. Is it some kind of elder vampire?
Even worse, Sam. So much worse.
I don't know, but it's growing very quickly. I learned how to speak with it.
Oh. Did they reach out to you and tell you they were going to promote you more if you stayed on their specific platform?
It calls itself the algorithm.
Algorithm.
It's hungry, even hungrier than we are. It's the creature that told all those mortals to follow me in the first place. It decides what and how much content I need to make.
Oh, she's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. She's so technologically literate in so many things, and then she's suddenly like, algorithm.
It's probably listening to us right now. It says, I told you, the darkness is always listening.
Pretty much all of our smart devices have a microphone nowadays. And they do turn on when you don't think they do.
Mitty, if what you're saying is true, I think this is some really dangerous shit. This algorithm sounds like it's trying to turn humanity into a big formula.
Or for making money.
But it's doing it. What if all mortals really are just the same?
That is overgeneralization again.
Mitty, I don't think that's true.
A lot of that going around
You said
today.
it yourself. People used to find each other because of their similarities, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now this algorithm, I don't think it's proven humanity is all the same. I think it's trying to push humanity all in one direction. It's trying to make them all the same.
True.
But why would it want to do that?
So it can monetize it.
I don't know. I just got a bad feeling about this.
Didn't you say that feelings don't make something real?
I know. I don't know. I think I don't know enough to say yet. Maybe. But Mitty, one thing I am sure of is that this algorithm thing is hurting you. It's telling you what content to make. Who the hell is it anyway? I gotta ask you to think about what you want. Pretend there ain't no zealots and there ain't no fans.
This didn't work so well with the thespian, but hopefully it'll actually resonate properly with Medi.
What would you be doing if they weren't around?
Are you alright, little mouse? You've gone quite pale, which is impressive for a vampire. I don't wish to worry you.
Yeah, I'm fine. Just tell me you're gonna do something for you this month.
Well, I used to make my own clothing.
Aww.
I could try to do that if it would make you feel better, my sweet little rodent.
It would. Wow, rodent is somehow even worse than mouseling.
What'd make me happy, Mitty, is you doing something just for you. Does that sound good?
All right. I'll try then. I will see you next month.
Of course. You take care of yourself. I'll be looking forward to seeing what you've sewed up next time.
Then, farewell, little mouse. I hope you find a nice hole to scurry into.
Hey, did you get that stuff about the algorithm? You ever heard about anything like it?
I got an achievement for having a flawless client session. Meanwhile, I don't think I helped her at all in that session. If anything, she just talked about a lot of delusions, and I was just like, huh, wow, whoa. That wasn't a great one. Now watch, Andy knows all about it. I hope he does. I hope some of these vampires have been paying attention to the internet. It's Cthulhu. I finally understand algorithms. Yeah. What if it is one of the old ones? Just trying to take control in a new way. Trying to make a new cult. Like a buffet, but you're a vegan. Old hobby. Yeah, at least she found an old hobby. Loki hopes she shows up in a new outfit. Me too. Or she just shows up with a really terribly knitted scarf and she's like, uh-oh. Maybe I need to learn all over again.
I am not eager to reveal such things to you, but there are sleeping terrors that could certainly consume us if we are unlucky enough for them to awaken.
Oh no, Andy's on that side too.
But this, no. I am not aware of any such creature.
Oh, okay, that was just dark lore. Awesome.
What Mitty described, a creature that takes note of every small change in nature, sounds like a force of nature itself.
It's like God.
I will make inquiries. Do not fear, Samuel.
They're all just going to be learning about the internet and algorithms.
Even if such a beast truly exists, it cannot change our nature as long as we are true to ourselves. This only proves how important our work is, does it not?
Let's just hope Medi isn't one of those types where we explain it to her properly and she's just like, no, you're wrong. I promise you, it's completely different. I've talked to it. I've seen it change. It's living. It's alive. It's a breathing thing. I know better.
Yeah, you're right. I guess I got a little spooked, but we'll be fine.
You know what might make you feel better? dancing.
Oh, you right.
I ain't that shook up, Andy. Maybe I'll go down and get me a drink, though.
This is definitely going to end with Sam actually finally dancing.
I will not probe, though I am curious about your aversion to dancing. When you are ready to speak of it, I am here.
I bet his stepdad used to make him dance, huh? Used to make him entertain him, maybe brought out his pistol and shot at the ground around him to make him dance.
You're gonna be waiting a while, boss.
As long as it is less than eternity, I will be here.
Okay, you go do your wise old vampire wizard thing, and I'll go drink some blood. I'll see you later, Andy.
Rest in peace, Samuel.
Rest in peace, Andy. Kind of makes sense, though. Still Wakes the Deep was the algorithm all along. I mean, you drill too deep and awaken it. Guess that makes sense.
Night, another soul canceled.
Session 3. I got more insight into how Medi's letting the internet affect her. Andy suspects there's an ancient fallen angel out there pulling the strings. No, he doesn't, you silly.
Can't believe someone as old as Medi's letting anyone control her. I guess some problems don't disappear no matter how old we get. Well, time to get some bartender wisdom. Howdy,
Thank
Crimson.
you.
Think you could whip me up one of them bloody Steves?
Yes, talk to Crimson. Crimson will know what the algorithm is.
Sure thing, cowboy. Tough night at the office.
Oh, just got some of them existential questions lingering on my mind. Can you believe someone can be 1,800 years old and still let society tell them what to do?
Oh, she's only 1,800. She's a baby. I thought she was like 2,800.
I can believe it. Folks can get real uncomfortable when someone shows up and does things differently.
Oh, no kidding. My client's a weird one, but I think that's what makes her special. Just wish she saw it the same way.
I don't think you're supposed to call your clients weird.
Think you're making some headway, Chief? How's your session go?
Not good at all this time, honestly.
You know what's funny? I think she was more concerned about me than anything else by the end of it. She's letting someone else tell her what to do, and that's a waste of everything that makes her special. I was so bothered by it, I guess I showed my hand and made it more about me.
Only you could give yourself a hard time for caring too much about someone. She was probably glad to hear someone be concerned for her if she focuses too much on what other people want.
And she always thinks that people are just trying to betray her and hurt her. So yeah, actually having a therapist talk to her properly through her problems is going to help a lot. She's weird with a mouse kink. There's nothing weird. There's nothing weird about having a mouse kink as long as you engage with it healthily. She's currently not engaging with it healthily, so she needs some help. The pause? Yeah, no, I was thinking about a lot of things there. Don't worry about it. There's nothing weird about any kink as long as you embrace it in a healthy way and don't, cause issues for other people. Consenting adults can be into any kink they want responsibly. He's into it. That's part of it as well. What's your problem? Maybe Sam can be a friend. Nah, you are so right. No, you. Sam's got to be the one to prove to her that not everybody is just out to either fuck her or kill her, essentially.
Yeah, I suppose you could be right.
I get where she's coming from. Lawyers like rules, even about lawyering.
And besides, there is no way in hell. Look, how is a mouse kink weird? How is it weird to call someone a little mouseling and not weird to call them kitten? People turn to butter when they hear like a sexy man with a deep voice go, "Oh, my kitten." And yet her calling me a little mouseling, I'm the weird one? That makes me weird? No. Get out of here.
My colleagues didn't care much for my style, so I had to adapt. But they'd get so bogged down in doing something right that they'd stop getting anything done.
Silas catching strays, not just Silas. I mean, that's been an ongoing joke for a while at this point. Just like Discord moderators. The Discord moderators who always want you to be their Discord kitten.
How do you like to do things then?
I told you how case law is my thing, right? Well, I studied the worst cases. The ones where injustice prevailed because some corrupt judge invoked some ancient precedent. I used their tools against them. Made them look like fools. What goes around comes around, right?
And your colleagues were into
powerful girl boss shit.
Hell no. No one was gonna listen unless I was polite and civil.
And then they ignore you because you're quiet enough that they can.
But power never listens to polite and civil.
Exactly.
You got that right. Well, that's a shame, Crimson. Sounds like they lost a hell of a lawyer.
They sure did. Now, I got that drink for you. Sorry, no bloody Steves this time. This one's a Gunther.
I'm sure I'll love it. I'll take it up to my coffin for a day cap. You have a good night, Crimson.
You too, cowboy.
Ah, there we go.
Man.
Nice and cozy.
We're going to put on the TV and then we're going to continue this kink conversation,
Now,
damn
let's
it.
see. I can read Emerson. I think he's got a piece that'll help me reflect on the night.
Shit, I actually like Emerson.
Or I could watch Charlie Chaplin make lawmen look like fools.
We're going to put on Charlie Chaplin so I can talk, but still. Cops being cops.
Reminds me of back in the old days. Ain't no lawman who can stop saying walls.
I love that Sam's an cab guy. Good for him. He did used to be an outlaw. Okay, let's turn that way the fuck down. Holy shit, why is that one so loud? Anyway, Fulgur is intense about kinks I get. No, I have to make some clarifications because I saw some people being like, oh, he's calling out people that like Silas, or he's calling out people that like being called kitten. And I'm not calling out anyone because I'm saying, like, no matter what fetish it is, as long as you're healthy about it, it's fine. As long as it's with consenting adults. The reason that some people like to be called kitten is because it's like a power dynamic kind of thing. If somebody's calling you kitten, it's somebody calling you a cute little baby animal that can't take care of itself. So it's not like, you're pathetic and useless. Sometimes it is, and sometimes you like that side of it. But sometimes it's like, you're my kitten, as in, I will protect you, I will nourish you. Nothing can hurt you while I'm around. You may feel weak like a kitten, but you are my kitten and nothing will ever touch you while I'm here. I will protect you. And then there's the opposite side of that where, like, sometimes the fetishes are in the exact opposite direction where it's like, you want to be told that you're powerful. You want to be, yeah, exactly, like being called mommy. The opposite side of that, where like, you're the mommy. You're not the kitten, you're not the baby. You're the mommy, you're in charge, you're my queen, you are the top of the ladder, you are my badass, you're my, yeah, any kind of thing like that. Fetishes are all fine, as long as you're respecting everybody else's authority and autonomy, and yeah, making sure that everybody is consenting about it and not hurting anyone else, then it's completely fine. But yeah, I just wanted to dive on that because I saw some people, I'm sure most of them were joking, but being like, oh, the Silas girlies are catching strays and stuff like that. And it was like, no, because I've talked about like, yeah, I'm fine with Medi calling me a mouse thing sometimes. Sometimes it goes too far. But yeah, it's fine to like look at other things and be like, ew, that's just weird. But as long as it's making people feel more comfortable enjoying their lives and embracing their sexual side, which is a part of most of us, not all of us, but most of us, as long as they're doing that in a healthy way, not hurting anybody else, not abusing anyone else, that should be celebrated and it should be more normalized than just, hey, it's fine. Do you. Be you. Don't be ashamed of everything. Because when you're ashamed of things, that's when you start hiding things behind closed doors. And, you know, it's a fine that you don't have to put everything on display. But when you hide everything completely, then you get repressed. And then you end up thinking that your habits are dirty or shameful or something that nobody else will understand. And that's when you start to get into really fucked up territory as well, where you're like, I'm a freak, I'm a monster, I like this thing and nobody else would ever possibly embrace it with me. There are some people who have some of the most fucked up fetishes out there in the world and embrace them in very healthy ways. Even on the level of like cannibalism and other stuff like that, where it's like, I don't want to actually hurt people. So I'll embrace cannibalism in like a comfy way where like either I'm just eating flesh that has been donated or we're just pretending, we're role playing. Same as like any, yeah, BDSM is one where you have to have complete trust in your relationship partner, especially if it goes into the extremes. There are people into BDSM to the point where they wear like those outfits that are completely rubber and can have all the air sucked out of them so that they can experience the feeling of being suffocated and experience the feeling of being suffocated and being completely in somebody else's control. And if you don't have 100% trust in your partner to hear your safe word or to see your safe sign, to know when to stop, then yeah, you're putting your life in their lines for some of those things. So yeah, just, yeah, respect those things. It's never, it can be unusual, but calling it like weird or strange, it's different. It's different, but everyone's unique. Donated flesh is a thing. Yeah, that is a thing. That is a thing. The lad's art of you is crazy. Yeah, that's true as well. I retweeted a lad's art of me before we started this stream, which is another heavy bondage gear kind of thing. Wasn't trying to kink shame. It's not for me, but I perfectly understand. Yeah, no, that's the thing. I know that like most of the people that were saying things like that were just joking anyway, but I just didn't want it like left out there before I ended the stream of like, oh, yeah, being called kitten. God, that's just as bad as this or that. It's like, nothing's bad. As long as you're enjoying it, that's all that matters. And I always get annoyed at people that attack. There are so many men that go out of their way to talk about like oh, Love in Deep Space is such a gooner game, and like, oh, these women are even more pathetic than the men who play like gacha games. And most of the ones who say that are probably addicted to porn and playing their own like gooner games as well. There's nothing wrong with gooner games. Get off on what you want to get off on, and also embrace like the fake love of whatever you want to get off on. If you like a virtual character telling you that they love you and saying, hey, it's that time of the month, take care of yourself, know how strong you are, what the fuck is wrong with that? It just helps you get through life. Do what you have to do to get through life. It's hard to get through the days sometimes, so just embrace whatever you have to, as long as you're not hurting anyone else and enjoying your life. Don't kink shame other people, but also just don't shame other people for just enjoying simple things. It's not even goonery too. I love that we're doing this with Charlie Chaplin in the background as well. It's not even goonery too. It's having a man that actually treats you well in a world of that. Yeah. In a world where I'm not even going to bring it up. There are so many real life things going on right now that are just fucking ridiculous. God forbid women have hobbies. That's the thing. For some people, it is a pure gooner game. I've never felt an emotional connection to any of the guys. Or honestly, I love some of the things that the main character does as well. The one that's supposed to be a self-insert character. That's why I love her interactions with Silas so much, because she gets so domineering when it comes to Silas. That first thing that I ever saw between her and Silas was him throwing her over his shoulder and like taking her to bed and throwing her down. Hot as fuck. You know what was just as hot? When she had him tied up and chained to a chair and knocked the chair down behind him so he fell to the ground. And then she stepped forward and stepped on him. Hot as fuck. So yeah, for me, I don't actually have much of an emotional connection to any of the characters, but I do find a lot of it hot, and there's nothing wrong with that. What I do in my own personal time with all these things is fine. Just like when I finished Homicipher and I was like, okay, now I get to dive into the fucking dojins. The game was a nice, fun time where I did get some emotional connections and some interesting fun stuff. And then the dojins took it the rest of the way there. To be bisexual? Hell yeah. New Carney is my daily game? Hell yeah. She likes to kick her lads, as she should. As she should. Because you know what? Some lads like being kicked as well. Some people like both. Some people like being kicked, and they also like throwing somebody over their shoulder, putting them in bed, and handcuffing them behind it. It was weird that they were saying the period tracker was what made it a gooner game. A period isn't sexy. Yeah, I think that was just young boys who don't really fucking understand shit. They don't understand that what that was just like a sense of comfort. A sense of like, yeah, a more romantic connection of like, oh, you're having a rough time right now. Remember to take care of yourself. Remember, this is just going to pass. It fucking sucks. Just do what you have to get through it right now. And yeah, guys coming out and being like, yo, ultimate gooner game. It's like, my dude. But having said that, I do know some women who get very hypersexual during that time as well. So for some people that could be the opposite, but it depends. And then there are some people that'll never do anything related to that during that time of the month because they're terrified of the blood. So yeah, different. You ever read Nana and Kaoru, Fuchan? Great BDSM manga with very respectful views. I haven't, but I have heard of that one before. I've definitely heard of that one. I'm pretty sure I've seen some images of it. But yeah, no, I've never actually read it. Seen people shame people for spicy ASMR, like male sub or male dom. I like them and handle it healthy. Also helped me to learn I'm a dom. Yeah, exactly. It can teach you things you didn't know about yourself as well and help you embrace them in a healthy way rather than in a dangerous way. There are a lot of people that have like a non-con fetish where it's fine to embrace that in the realm of fiction. You never fucking want that to happen anywhere near you in real life. That's a fact. That doesn't mean that it's like a disgusting thing to enjoy that in fiction. It's completely safe to embrace in fiction. And it's completely fine to like lean that into fantasies and engage in that with a partner. If you're able to engage with something that's dangerous with a partner, that shows how much you trust that partner. And that's always fantastic. And it's fine to like do whatever you want by yourself as well, as long as, again, you're not hurting yourself, you're not like creating addiction, you're not doing anything like that. Just like, yeah, embrace yourself, have fun with it, be more positive about things. Let people live their lives, basically. It's a side effect though, not the definition of menstruation. I feel like that's the difference of calling a period tracker gooner. Yeah, I think more than anything, a lot of it came from guys who were just really pissed off. It's been this same thing for probably going on a decade now, maybe more than a decade, where it's like, no, it's definitely been more than a decade for the general thing of like, oh, if a woman likes a thing, it's bad. It's like when pop stars first started, it was mainly like groups of girls. It was groups of girls on a stage, dressing much younger, dressing like young girls, acting like pop stars, acting like perfection, pure idol energy. And then for men, that was apparently fine. And then as soon as women started doing it with male pop stars, it was like, oh, this is creepy. Look at all these middle-aged women. Like the same thing with Twilight. Twilight got the shit torn out of it, even though it was just vampire men and werewolf men. And suddenly everybody who liked Twilight was a disgusting gooner who was into creepy, fucked up shit. Even though men were into just as way more fucked up shit than that at the time and super into it. The same time that men were like promoting Britney Spears doing as much sexual shit as they could, they were shaming other people for different things. It's weird. It's weird. There's so many double standards, and it is always like we can enjoy these things, but if women do, like, it's the whole like lock and key thing where like the people that say like, oh, a lock that can open every door is fantastic. A key that can open by any locked is bad. It's like, yeah, that's fine. Those aren't fucking humans. It's a different fucking thing. And yeah, they get really fucking hurt when they realize. I think that was the biggest thing. When Love and Deep Space suddenly started outselling every other gacha game. When they saw that Love and Deep Space for like a full solid 3 months in a row had way outsold every other gacha game, then they were suddenly like, wow, women are horny. Look at all these pathetic women. It's so disgusting. For one thing, a lot of men enjoy Love and Deep Space too. A lot of male streamers especially love to play it and react to it. And that's one thing that I really fucking hate as well. There are so many men being promoted for like sharing their reactions to these things, and it's so many of them are just like, ew, this is so gross. This is so disgusting. He's gonna do what to me? Oh, this is so cringe. And it's like, why are we promoting that? It's weird. People didn't like Britney Spears. They liked Sabrina Carpenter. And everything they did to Britney Spears was horrible. They did the whole like wanting her to be a cute little pop star and then celebrating every time she actually did something sexual. When she did Hit Me Baby One More Time, which was like her debut solo thing, everyone was like, yo, she's in a schoolgirl outfit, but it's super open. Let's go. And then as she actually got more sexual, it was suddenly like, ew, now she's a slut. And then they were suddenly like following her all around as paparazzi and like ruining her life at the lowest points of her life, when she was like losing her children and having mental health struggles, putting on weight because she was just like trying to get through the day. They were taking pictures of her and putting on the front page of tabloids. Ew, look how hideous she is. She looks so ugly now that she shaved her head. She literally shaved her head because she was sick of people taking pictures of her. She wanted people to just move on from her. And then they took photos of that and were like, look how stupid she looks. God. They made a huge deal about her virginity. Yeah. There are still people doing that kind of shit to today. I forget who it was. There was like some well-known celebrity where it was like people had a literal website counting down to the point where she hit age 18. And it's like, the fuck is wrong with you people? At that point, you liked her when she was underage. Like, you were waiting for the time when it hit 18 just so you could immediately be like, yes, it's legal now. That shit's fucking disgusting. It's only bad for her to be sexual when she was an adult. Yeah, when she could actually like own it herself, be confident and monetize it, take care of herself and lean into it. People hate other people actually being confident and secure. It's ridiculous. I also saw people making fun of guys playing Infinity Nikki and saying stuff like, this is a girl's game. What are you, a girl? A gay? Let people have fun. Yeah, exactly. The flip reverse of that. And I mean, yeah, just in general. Just that people enjoy what they enjoy, whatever gets you through life, whatever makes you have fun. And yeah, if it's not hurting anybody else, just do it. Just like when Chappelle Rowan said, yes, girl, power, but not when you're a girl pop star. And Millie Bobby Brown, yeah. Emma Watson, yeah. Male rapper can sing about clapping cheeks with multiple women, but a girl can't even sing about wanting. It's shitty. Anyway. Let's save this game. And let's wrap up for the day. It's gonna be really weird coming back to this and it's still playing Charlie Chaplin. Oh my god. Anyway, I got too boomer there. I got too old man shouting into the ether, because we've had these conversations before. It just came out of me, like, yeah, doing the whole talking about the little mouse thing and then realizing, oh, if I leave it there about talking about kitten, people are going to think, oh, so he finds kitten cringe. It's like, nah, I don't find anything cringe. As long as you're not hurting other people, do whatever the fuck you want. Keep it away from me unless I consent, and then we can all be happy. I'm feeling bear themed today. Oh, that's so loud. I am so sorry. My bad. I like this convo. Thank you. It's yeah, that literally just came out of me realizing, oh, if I leave it there, there's gonna be, because I know most people were joking when they were talking about things being weird or odd as well, and I know most people would realize that I was just making a silly as well when I brought up the kitten as just like a opposite side of it. But yeah, there's also just, I know there would be some people who were just like glancing through, who didn't like know what this community is like, who just heard that on their first time here and were like, oh, does it make me weird that I like to be called kitten? No, fuck that. I don't care what you like to be called. Enjoy it. Have a wonderful time. And I think it's great that we have so many things nowadays where we can, yeah, enjoy that in our own personal space. Whether it's love and deep space or, I don't know, what's the most new carnival? I'm trying to think of like the most gooner male game. I don't know. I mean, they do a lot of stuff with like, I feel like the Battleship Girls one is a pretty big one. Nikki. Oh yeah, Nikkei is a good one. Nikkei, where it's just like literally everything is about getting these characters that booties bounce while they fire the guns. That's a pretty good one. Blue Archive, Stellar Blade, and that new one that Finana played as well. The mecha one. There's some like mecha game where like every time you eject out of the mecha, it like zooms in on the girl and she like her chest bounces while she gets knocked out. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's fine like having like a sexually charged scene. Sometimes it makes complete sense in the storyline as well. Mecha Break, yeah, thank you. Stellar Blade and Mecha Break. There's nothing wrong with having like highly sexualized characters doing things on screen. Absolutely nothing wrong. I fucking love Devil May Cry. That's sexy men doing sexy things. Bayonetta is just the exact same thing with a woman. Stellar Blade is just like an evolution of those, and Mecha Break is a similar thing. That used to be like all the games back in the days. Yeah, so it is what it is. Battleship Girls, I forgot what it's called. Yeah, I just always call it Battleship Girls as well, because I forget the name of that one as well. This is why I like watching Fuchan. It's because these conversations, they're mature and respectful, and I'm enjoying it. I'm glad to hear that. Grandpa Bear is the bear I choose. He's a great bear. He's a big old teddy bear. I just like appreciating the art. See, I have to be in the right mood to play them is the big thing. I love Lollipop Chainsaw. Yeah. Oh, that's what I was going to talk about. Yeah. When it actually like makes sense to the storyline is even better. Like when it comes to things like Bayonetta, where like her sexual energy is part of the entire storyline and part of her character. Or like, I think in Stellar Blade, isn't she a robot anyway? So she was literally built to look like that. There's a lot of things like that. Like Detroit Become Human, where it's like sex bots that end up fighting and stuff. Lollipop Chainsaw was weird as hell. Boyfriend Head. It was weird, but I mean, sometimes you want weird. That's why that's the whole reason I got into like anime and Japanese video games back in the day. Is like, compared to everything we had in the West, there was nothing crazy enough to match my freak. And then I stumbled into anime, and it started just with like when I was a kid, like watching Dragon Ball and stuff. But then I found anime online, and it got to like Full Metal Alchemist, where it was like, oh, cartoons can be violent and bloody. And then I stumbled into Higurashi no Naku Koroni when I was about 10 years old, and I was like, wow. We also have 2B and Nier, literally designed to be sexy on purpose. Yeah, exactly. And sometimes they're using that for their own strength, or sometimes it's because they were literally built that way and, yeah, use that against their enemies. Like, yeah, I love that kind of shit. Growing a magic baby out of a Petri dish. Hell yeah. Let me unpop this as well. I just realized I didn't have my comfy grabber on all that time. I'm sorry. In Xenoblade 2, there's a robot character that's super childish and maid-like, and the explanation for such fan service is hilarious. What do they give for the explanation for it? Being a woman playing Bayonetta and Lollipop Chainsaw was fun and hilarious. Oh yeah. And hell, who doesn't remember freaking, what's her name? Lara Croft, Tomb Raider. I hate the fact that everybody's always like, oh, they made her unsexy nowadays. She has muscles and a smaller chest. And I'm like, have you seen Lara Croft? Yes, in the original, she was a lot more busty. She is way better looking nowadays. Lara Croft nowadays is fine as fuck. They did the same thing to Ciri, where they saw like the redesigned Ciri for number 3, and they were like, oh, they turned her into a man. She's ugly. And then the next trailer came out and they were like, oh, they fixed it. And meanwhile, the people who made the game, CD Projekt Red, had to come out and literally say, my dude, this is the exact same model, you sick fucks. You just saw a few frames where she didn't look absolutely perfect and stunning because, you know, she's supposed to be a human who grunts and makes bad facial expressions and moves. And you decided she was ugly. People are so weird about everything nowadays. Thank you for donating the food funds. Yume Haya. I hope you're enjoying the stream. Atsufu, thank you for the stream today. The game is fun as always, and I love when we get to have in-depth convos about more serious topics. Take care, everybody. Yeah, I think these topics are pretty interesting, especially when we're talking to a character like Medi, who has had her sexuality so used against her forever. And it's a shame that she hasn't felt empowered about it at all, even though she now uses it to manipulate people. It's not that she feels strong about it, confident, and wants to show off her body. It's not a healthy way. Instead, she is just still using it because she feels like it's all that she can do, is to like show her naughty bits, her squishy bits, and then people do what she wants. Ugh. That's the grandpa character who finishes building her as a pervert. Definitely not the character who finished her. No, no, no. Wait. Okay. So the person who designed her was just a bit of a pervert. Fair enough. Like the Raids tombs, she has to have muscle. Girl doing flips and getting into gunfights. Her main thing is shimmying along walls and mountain climbing. Of course she has a strong core and giant fucking arms and shit, yeah. If you don't like a certain game or activity, just ignore it. There's no need to criticize those who enjoy it. Yeah, it's just... a lot of it is like full-on projection, because yeah, it was so funny seeing all the people tearing Love and Deep Space to shit and talking about how it was a Guna game and there was nothing good about it. And the women who played it was pathetic. And then you would click into their Twitter profiles, and most of what they were sharing was like other gacha events. I noticed that so much with the people that are trolls. They're normally using throwaway accounts, but they're using throwaway accounts that they also are using to like farm extra things in a lot of those types of gacha games. So you click into their accounts and it's just them like sharing, oh, if you share this on Twitter, you get like free bonus currency in this other game, which does the exact same kind of thing. And I'm not saying, oh, you're pathetic yourself. I'm saying you're judging other people for the same things you do. Why not just celebrate the fact that, oh, good, they have their own thing. We all have our own things. You have to be pretty athletic to do what she does? Yeah, exactly. I'm laughing because this reminded me of Wilson asking Santa to destroy woke. What the fuck? Wilson? Is Wilson okay? Convinced some people don't know how an actual living human being looks like anymore. Yeah, they just want them to be perfect all the time. And again, it's fine if you want to play a game where everyone does look perfect. Like I said, Nier Automata, Stellar Blade, Mecha Break. I see clips of those things and I'm immediately like paying attention to them. As soon as I saw Stellar Blade, I was like, whoa, damn. At the same time, yeah, that is a game for me. That's the type of game I'd probably play offline at some points. More than anything, I'd probably just wait for the dojins. And when they rip the models and start making the models do other things. Anyway, I don't know if anyone remembers it, but the Tekken movie was a giant robot girl named Alice, and she was my favorite. I never watched the Tekken movie. I don't even remember what Tekken was like either. Yeah. Wilson said it as a joke during the Diamond Days podcast collab. Okay. I'm surprised Wilson said that. Wilson's normally like very protective about the things he says. We're still figuring out who the mother of the new EN wave is. True. They're fighting over it. I don't think we'll know until they actually debut. That's the fun thing about new waves. They get to choose who their parents are. This is the thing. Everybody, like, it was so funny how Sunny has been telling every single wave he's their Oni-chan. And then when it finally actually worked with Twisty, it didn't seem like he was strong enough. Like when Twisty calls like him and Vanta Oni-chan, it's so funny to see them instantly fold and realize, I don't think I like being actually called Oni-chan. It sounds nice until it actually happens. And then you're like, Oh no, I am. Got sad when Apple released the new Carney app, but only censored it to all hell. I can't play on Guna mode on oh, you can only play it on Android, this uncensored version. Damn. Maybe those who criticize everything all the time simply have no goals in their own lives, so they try to destroy the goals in other people's lives. That's exactly it. It's not even about goals in their lives, but yeah, exactly what you said about trying to tear other people down. A lot of the time, it's like, I don't feel happy. So instead of working on myself and trying to find my own source of joy, I will make other people suffer as much as I do. I feel like shit, therefore I will make other people suffer. Or hella repressed? Yeah, exactly. The people that just straight up like call other people perverts and stuff. A lot of the time, they are the ones that are the most perverted. They're just doing it behind closed doors. And they've been taught that they need to be ashamed of that. Keep it behind closed doors and never be positive about anything. That's disgusting, immoral. They have to hide it. And then they project that on other people. Then they go back to their bedrooms and they've got a gimp tied up in their bedroom. Kumo Lily, thank you for donating the Foo Funds. Beautiful Licorice Radiata. Thank you for the stream, Futchan. It always makes me feel better to know that people can have reasonable conversations over interests, so I love the in-depth convo. Thank you. And I know I still talk out my ass a lot as well. So I'm sure there will be people that can fact check me all over the place, and yeah, it's just... These are my opinions more than anything, so people can disagree all they want to. And I'm always willing to, like, listen to other people's opinions and be like, interesting. But yeah, it's just... Tearing other people down for no reason is just stupid. My favorite thing about the lads thing is those guys who were like, oh, so women like being kidnapped if the guy is hot. I thought they were against being fiction equals reality. Exactly. Let's just say it quite simply. A lot of the people who went out and were like, oh, so it's fine if the guy is hot if he abuses you, are the same people who defend the whole, like, lolly is not pedophilia thing. They will be out as loud as they possibly can to be like, remember, it's fiction, therefore it's fine. It does not reflect who you are. But at the same time, then they'll attack other people for liking things that they like. It's, Gimpsuit and Nikki went. Somehow I don't think that's ever going to happen in Nikki. I think Infold is going to keep that shit right in the hole. Like, and keep in mind, like I say that, I'm someone who defends that as well. Fiction is fiction. If it isn't illegal, that's on you. If you want to make it illegal, talk to your local representatives. That's fine. Do whatever you want, but attacking people online, trying to ruin people's lives over something that is quite literally fucking legal, get a fucking life, my dude. Move on. Besides, I wouldn't really want a gimp suit in Nikki. I kind of like how sweet Nikki is. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, there have been some outfits that Nikki wears occasionally. Like when we put her in the maid outfit and I found out you could have those like those tights that end just below the thigh. So with the way that the skirt for the maid dress works, you get that little tiny inch of like thigh. Oh yeah, there's some sexy things in Nikki. At the same time, I like that it's just a cute little adorable game. Cute little adorable times while we're playing the game, and then we sign off, and then people can go look up dojins and stuff. Kushami, thank you for donating the Foo Funds. No one can destroy my pursuit of Cybussy. Exactly. Enjoy your pursuit of Cybussy. I too enjoy the pursuit of Cybussy. I also like the fact that, oh my god, the fact Saku released some of the art for like the Knight and Lion. And yeah, suddenly, because I had mentioned the fact that they were like childhood rivals growing up. No, did I even mention that? I mentioned the fact that they were rivals in the modern age, but I hadn't really talked about the fact that they were rivals when they were young as well. But yeah, no, I just love the fact that like Saku released some art of it, and then suddenly everybody saw it and was like, oh, this is such a hot dynamic. You didn't mention it? Yeah, okay. So I will bring this up. I will tell you the very basics of the beginning of their story because, yeah. Basically, wait, no, I won't actually. One of those is actually a big spoiler. I can't. Anyway, I will tell you the basic outline, which isn't a spoiler, which is just like when they were children, they both became squires in the same place. They had very different styles, but they came to like respect and, you know, care about each other because they were in the same place working towards the same goal. And then Lion left and became a mercenary, so they're at odds with each other. But yeah, the fact that I'm not spoiling it means I still care about it. Hopefully we'll get to explore it someday in the future. Just, yeah, not as we had hoped to. Try Princess, thank you so much for donating the Foo Funds. No message, but I hope you're having a lovely day. Thank you so much for being here. Tank versus DPS physicality. Yeah, exactly. Their body types are so good as well. I told Saku this as soon as she designed it, but man, the fact that like Knight has such a beautiful look. He has like the long braided hair, the dead anime mom hair, but then at the same time, he has like those little touches of wrinkles around his eyes that match Lion's. So you can see that he's like in his late 30s, early 40s as well. And it's something that very few artists are able to do, to give somebody a proper like mature look, but still beautiful anime style. It's, oh God, I love that so much. They were hot, yeah. And now other people have been drawing fan art of them too. And we also got that new Anka drawing with the two of them and the confidant between them. You can pry the dead dove tag from my cold dead hands. Exactly. Give people warnings, hit them with the dead dove, don't interact, and then if they interact and hate it, that's on them. They should fucking move the fuck up. Wait, hold up. He's 30 to 40. Let me find it on my phone. I can get you his exact age, because that's, I mean, yeah, that's not exactly a spoiler. It's just a character profile thing. God, I have to go way back for the Cindered Wolf notes. Oh God, it's so far back. Oh God, there's so many things on here. Shepherd. Shepherd. Where's the actual Shepherd story stuff? Oh, I have stuff for the Shepherd debut. Maybe it's in the Shepherd debut one. To do plot synopsis. Lion, lamb, bear. Damn it, I don't have their ages in here. I have a note somewhere where it's all of their ages and the short like character profiles for them, but I don't know where I saved it. Anyway, he's between 30 and 40. Let me think about it. They met Wolf when Wolf was about 6. At that point, Lamb was about 14. Lion by that point was already like 28. Wolf grows to be 17 when they challenged the Demon King. So 12 years. Yeah, he's about 42. He's about 42 to 45 for Lion. And Lion and Knight are about the same age. So they're both in their young to mid 40s. My brain. It took me a while to do the math on. It's been a while since I thought about the ages of the characters. Oh, man. I'm hag maxing? Hell yeah. They met when Wolf was 6? Yeah, I mean, if you check the art on the blog, because I haven't taken down the blog yet. The blog is still there for now. It will get taken down eventually. But yeah, on the blog, you can even see some of the images that Saku drew from the childhood stages. So you've got Wolf as like a baby. Wolf was a child slave gladiator. So they made him fight fully grown adults when he was a little baby because of his metal arms. They covered his metal arms up so that people wouldn't know he was something weird. But they figured like having a little baby killing adults was like a big draw. So they used him to make money. Thought he was 25 to 30. No, he would have been like 25 to 30 when they met Wolf. By that point, he had already been a knight and he'd already left the service. So he'd already like proved himself in battle and been to wars and shit. Not the blog. I need that art for references. Feel free to save whatever you want. You can take, yeah, feel free to save them. But yeah, we'll be taken down eventually. Glances from the adults at him. My heart. Yeah. I also love like all the different like fan servicey things that Saku did. So we've got like the ratings of the different like feral fuckwits, which also does a really good job of showing their like interests in each other, showing like how they raid each other and how they interact with each other. Oh, Shu-chan, thank you so much for the raid. Sorry, we're actually just wrapping up now too, but thank you for the raid. You guys were playing that restaurant simulator today, right? What is up, your minions? I hope you're all having a lovely day. Did you guys have fun? How did the collab go? I know it was like a multi-corporation collab, so did you guys have fun? Double raid time? Oh, who raided Shu-chan before we got raided? Multiple reasons I like Fu's stream. Reasons 1 to 3. Streams are chill, and occasionally the streams are educational. This one was a very educational one. I love going through like all the psychology in Vampire Therapist. Yeah, welcome Shu and your minions. I hope you're having a lovely day. They had a $22 net gain. That is not good. Oh no. Oh, their families are going to be on the streets soon. But they did their best. It's okay. Gave me a headache, not gonna lie. Yeah, any collab with like more than 4 people, that many voices in your ear at once can get a little bit challenging. But at least Shu-chan does a really good job of like monitoring people's volumes and adjusting them and stuff. So hope you guys had fun. Hi Fu-chan, hi Confidants. Hope you all had a good therapy day. We did for sure. It was great. We enjoyed it. Lovely. Thank you guys so much for being here. What were we talking about? Please tell us first before you delete the blog. Oh, I will. Don't worry. I'll let everybody know. But yeah, I'd already told Saku that for a while, so I'm not like surprising Saku with this either. It's just it'll have to be taken down for reasons. Has Clark been flipping? Who knows? Ukeisuke, thank you so much for donating the food funds. Every time I draw wrinkles, they look wonky or like a scar, especially with different head angles. I went to hey, I know, right? That's the thing. I feel like facial hair, wrinkles, stuff like that, it's very hard to learn. Oh, we got raided by Van Van too. Core birdies. How are you doing? How you doing, Vanta crew? Thank you so much for being here. And Vanta, thank you so much for the raid. Was Vanta part of the collab as well? Hi, Futan. Hello, Van Van. I hope you're having a lovely day. Thank you so... Oh, that's not Van Van's comment. There we go. Hello, Van Van. I hope you're having a lovely day. You were part of the collab too. Okay. Yeppers. Adorable. I hope you guys had fun and thank you so much for being here. I was telling my chat, we're pretty much on the way out anyway. We've already like played Vampire Therapist for a few hours and then we talked about kinks. One of the characters in that game is very interesting. She's a what? An 1800-year-old vampire who sees every human as disgusting and pathetic, and she's had a very bad experience with men, let's put it that way. And then it expanded to all humanity because she also went through the witch trials, and yeah, led us into a very long conversation about kinks, which took us into conversations about like love and deep space and all the bullshittery that went on with that when people found out about things. It was ridiculous. Anyway, then we've just been talking about my characters from the Shepherd story that's not being told anymore. Medi is an icon? Yeah, she fucking is. She's a legend. Kind of like the evil shit about her, even though we're trying to help her through it. It's sexy. It's fun. It's not healthy. So yeah, we're trying to help her through that. And it's been interesting. Medi is a good character. Yeah, I especially like... Oh, God, the voice actress puts in so much work. That laugh that she did after talking about them ripping out her eye, where it started off like... You could hear the pain in it. She was just like, yeah, no, it's funny that they ripped out my eye and accused me of being a witch. He was the leader. Ah, okay, so Van Van did good. Van Van brought the group together. Always good to see. I'm glad you guys had fun, and thank you so much for the raid. All the voices in the game are so well done. Yeah, I'm still shocked that one voice actor does pretty much every male role. And now Matthew Mercer is doing 2 roles. He's got his Irish priest and his goth-loving vampire lover. Fun times. Girl boss? Okay, queen. Basically trust issues for Medi? Yeah. Trust issues, hypersexuality, agoraphobia, fear of humor. She's got a lot of things going on. He kept saying gat. My condolences. My condolences. I'm sorry to hear you had to go through that. Mr. Irish Priest, I can't wait for the VOD. Yeah, Matthew Mercer doing an Irish accent. It was great. And he still likes to be drained by vampires. He sees vampires as godchildren as well. It's fun. Her personality shines through the VA. Yeah, the voice actress did such a good job. I love her design too. Mungning, thank you so much for donating the food funds. I have a college entrance exam in 1 day, but I'm very worried and anxious that it won't go as hoped. What should I do? Okay, well, we've just been through a therapy session, so I know exactly what Sam would say. First, he'd hit you with some country drawl and be like, oh, come on now. You can't think about the race before you've even gotten up on the horse. I don't know, something like that. Anyway, basically what you're feeling right now is anxiety. And yeah, you just need to try to distract yourself from it. If you've been studying already, I'd imagine so. If it's, yeah, in 1 day. Do whatever you have to do to prepare for it study-wise, but then whatever you do the day before, get a good night's sleep, relax, take a break. Because all that you're going to do about like worrying, like, what if it goes wrong, is make it so much worse. So try to take your mind off of it. Try to do something to relax on the final day. Watch a nice stream, watch a movie, play some video games. Just get yourself nice and relaxed, go to bed. Remember that you've already put in the work, so you don't have to do anything anymore. You're at the point now where, yes, you can like remember like a couple of facts the morning before. Other than that, anything else you're going to be doing is just stressing yourself out. You put in the work, take it easy, take a deep breath, remind yourself. You've already put in the work. You've done the studying. It's only tomorrow, and it's only a test. You also need to remember, like, what's the worst that can happen if you fail? You don't get into this specific college. That doesn't mean that you're not going to get into any college. That doesn't mean that you're not going to get into a different college. And maybe college just won't be for you and you'll go on a different path. Your life will not be over. Life is all about living. It's all about the journey. So you've done the work, you've studied, you've worked hard, relax now, recover some facts in the morning, go into the test and just know you've already done it. You're going to do your best. And if everything goes absolutely terrible wrong, guess what? Who gives a fuck? It's just a road bump on the way of your life. You'll continue to work hard and do something better in the future. May lead you to something completely different. So good luck with everything. Thank you for donating the food funds, and just, yeah, deep breaths. Remind yourself, life is for living. Life is not about accomplishing these certain things. It's all good. Yiki Tempest, thank you so much for donating the food funds. Atsufu-chan, I had so much fun this stream. I can't believe it's 4th birthday in the comfy pile tomorrow. Happy early birthday, because I probably won't be streaming tomorrow. So happy birthday, and I hope you have a wonderful one. I'm grateful for every day I get to have fun with everyone here. Here's to many more fun birthdays. Aw, thank you so much. I hope it's going to be a wonderful birthday. And yeah, there'll definitely be many more fun birthdays. Thank you so much for celebrating it with us. Thank you for donating the food funds. Have a lovely evening and please rest well. Hope Schmidt, thank you so much for the huge Akasupa donation. I hope you're having a lovely day. Thank you so much for that. Not many messages, just cute little emojis. A loving sheep. Thank you so much. Please rest well. Have a lovely evening. And thank you for the huge donation. Especially, yeah, because you donated so much over the last few weeks as well. I hope things are still going well. And thank you so much for being here. Needed to hear that? Thanks, Fuchan. No problem. I have failed so many tests in my life, it isn't even funny. I straight up dropped out of med school. So sometimes there is a journey that you are on in life and you think that if you fall off of that path, it's going to end everything. It's not. Guess what? You're always going to find new directions to go, new things to do, and it might lead you to a way better passion. I think I would have been sick of being a doctor. I couldn't even be a doctor. Not with the way my spine is nowadays. I would have had to quit anyway. I would have so many med school debts. I would have worked my ass off throughout my entire, development period. And then I would have been left unable to do the job anyway. So I'm so glad that I ended up, failing, dropping out, and finding other things to do. Where was the message about the music? Somebody said something nice about the music. Damn it, I can't grab it. It disappeared. That's unfortunate. But yeah, I agree. This OST is beautiful. This is the bear theme, which is one of the characters we were talking about earlier. He's the old one. I've gone back to university in my late 30s, working on my PhD. Never would have expected this a decade ago. Yeah, that's the whole thing. You can go back to college whenever you want to. I might go back to college to do psychology. Soonish, actually. Maybe in 2026. Maybe in 2027. We'll see. Maybe I'll just completely fall out of love with the idea eventually. But yeah, you can go back to school whenever you want to. May make things easier to get jobs, but at the same time, everybody's fighting over job positions now where everybody has 5 years of experience and a college degree anyway, so it's rough. Glad you decided to become a VTuber? Thank you, me too. Here you are, blessing in disguise. Exactly. Listen to the Cindered Wolf OST often. Yeah, Alec did such a good job on it. Every one of these tracks is amazing. We have 3 character tracks for every single one of the main characters, as well as the shepherd themes and then some overall themes for the story. Alec did such a good job. I'm glad we have so much unique music. May as well study what you love, even if you're air quotes old. Yeah, exactly. I think that's the better thing, because everybody thinks that college is just you have to do it to get a career, to get a job. It would be so much nicer if, obviously the problem is it's too expensive to just go and do whatever you want, but it'd be nice to just learn what you want to learn, just to experience it, just to grow. It's a shame we don't have that opportunity. Never turned an important assignment in and still got out of high school with an 85 out of 100. It's okay to fail sometimes. Just get back up again when you're ready. Yeah. Watch the new anime medalist. It's full of people that realize that if you push too hard, you end up breaking yourself. a lot of the characters in that show, what's gone on with them is like they started late and then their bodies weren't like ready for it. Or they started too young, worked too hard, pushed too hard, and then injured themselves and can't do what they want to do anymore. The simple fact is they're always able to keep going on and keep enjoying it, loving what they do. If you don't love what you do, why the fuck are you doing it? And if you love what you do, you'll be able to get back on that path again. You'll find another way to experience what you love. Yiki Tempest, thank you so much for donating the full funds. Confidants, whatever you're doing right now in your life, you got this. Even if it's having a wonderful do-nothing day. Yeah, we need those sometimes. That's Dr. Drain's whole thing in this series. He thinks he has to work all the time and he can't just experience the little joys along the way and have little moments of just doing nothing, drinking blood, and having some sex on the side. That's not true. Embrace your life. You have to be able to have some rest times along with the serious work times. Otherwise, you're just going to go insane. Or hate everything. That's stupid. Failed like 3 times, but still made it in the end. It just took a little longer and I have the job I want. Hell yeah. Sometimes you fall into a job you end up liking. Like, I hated children back when I was younger. Dropping out of med school and then being fired from my chef job. Getting fired from my chef job landed me into, like, getting the opportunity to do a little course about child education, which then let me work in a nursery, which then made me realize that I liked it and let me do, like, a night course where I got to be, like, a qualified primary school teacher, so... Yeah, you never know. Life takes you in weird freaking directions, but you always find something that you can actually enjoy. Because life, once it's over, but until then, you can do whatever you want with your life. It goes in all kinds of different directions. Yokopalu. I also got some random Alex songs recommended with the Wonderful Shuffle on Spotify and always think, wait, I know this flair. Yeah, he has a very unique style as well. It's been nice being able to share some of his other stuff that he's been working on the side as well. At this point, Medalists should think about sponsoring you. Nah, I just love Medalists that much. I'll talk about it for free all the time until it stops airing. And then I'll start complaining that they'll never make a season 2. So that's what happens with all my favorite anime. Well, Frieren got a 2nd season announced. It's coming out in 2026, so that's nice. The amount of people that look at me like I'm crazy when I ask if they're in school, I have to ask sometimes for work. I went to college with someone who was well into their 50s and 60s. I love when, like, straight up elderly people go back to college because they just never got the chance when they were younger. I had someone in one of my classes who was straight up 73 going to college and was just learning things because she was just like, I just wanted to know. I was curious. I have the money and I actually have the time now, so I decided to come in and learn some things. Good for them. Good for them. I regard children and pets about the same. They're really cute for 15 minutes and then I want to give them back to the person. Pets are good. Children, I wouldn't be able to take care of permanently. Pets, yeah, I like pets. Pets are adorable. Laying down my game dev dreams and plan on going to a regular apprenticeship. I want to be a game dev on the side still. That's awesome as well. There are so many people, especially like in that kind of field, in any kind of like artistically driven field or any kind of like emotionally, I guess, entertainment driven field. Most people don't just like immediately get success. Most people like who are streamers who have worked so many other jobs along the way. I know that like a lot of the people that develop some of the best games ever have taken a weird route to get there. The people who made Me-Side, which has now made them millionaires out of nowhere, were just 2 random dudes who just made it for the hell of it and had fun with it. You never know which idea is actually going to hit in a big way. But yeah, just keep working on it on the side. If it's your passion, keep like, yeah, going towards that direction while also doing whatever you have to get by and like job-wise earn the money you need to. Doesn't mean you have to give up on your dreams. You just maybe have to do them less intensively, less intrinsically. Hopefully someday you'll be able to turn it into a career as well. But if nothing else, if it's bringing you joy, that's what matters. I can't freelance due to health, so I need a stable job. Yeah, completely understandable. I hope the job goes well, Drawn Legend. Yeah. Raising a child, that sounds kind of scary. I know, right? Most people in this generation can't even take care of themselves. Went back to college after 20 years because raising kids and I had a job that I loved. Now back to plan A. Hell yeah, I hope it goes well, Lipdigo. I love that we came into this conversation just because of somebody. This is the thing. There are so many people that are like, oh no, I'm applying for college tomorrow. It's the most stressful thing ever. What if I don't get in? And then there's so many people here sitting around in their like 30s, 40s, 50s that are like, if you don't get in, you don't get in. You can do it again someday. You can try again. You can work on it. Like, you'll be fine. It's just a part of your life. It's just a road bump on your journey. You'll find other things. Might not even be a road bump. It might be a detour that you think you're going to come back onto that journey again. And you're just like, nah, I like the direction this is going, actually. Let's keep going. Loved all the pensioners in my history courses. They were always so sweet and engaged. Oh, that's sweet as well. Work in a community college, tutoring center, and a good chunk of students are older. It's inspiring. Yeah, because once you hit retirement, once you have like a stable income that you don't have to work for anymore, it's always great to like actually be learning new things, challenging your brain while that's going on and keeping active. The new career plan is a hearing aid specialist. That sounds freaking awesome. That sounds like really difficult and very technical. So that sounds like an interesting job to have just as like a side thing. Yeah, I hope it goes well. I hope it goes wonderful. And yeah, keep chasing your dreams and making the games as well, Drawn Legend. Yeah, that sounds incredible as it is. Apprenticeships, especially in crafts like carpenter, joiner, etc., are so frowned upon, but we can't be a society with only scholars. Yeah, especially in recent days, it really... A lot of people are now pushing people to go into apprenticeships and to take on, yeah, more physically... I forget the word. There's a proper word for it, but like, yeah, physical-based jobs like plumbing, electrician, contractors, things like that. Because if you go to a trade school... your tuition fees are generally way the fuck lower. And then you get out and you're immediately making like sometimes straight up 6 figures as a starting salary if you're like an electrician or a plumber in the right kind of area. Blue collar jobs? Yeah. Trade jobs? Yeah, exactly. Trades. You end up like paying way less in fees. You learn while on the job. Sometimes you get paid while learning. And then you have like a stable career for the rest of your life as long as you're physically fit. Sometimes you can find balance. There's always a way to keep your passions in your life, even if you don't want to make it your career. Yeah, sometimes you straight up don't want to make it your career. But sometimes if you try to turn a passion into a career, it just ends up killing the enjoyment you had for it. Because suddenly there's a stress where like, oh, if this doesn't do well, it means that I don't have money this month. If this thing that I'm really passionate about and love creating fails, then what do I do? Sometimes it's better just to keep them as a side thing that you enjoy for yourself. Like we've been seeing with Sam telling everybody else to do, where it's like, Medi, you're not doing this job because you enjoy it. You're doing it because you feel like you have to, and it's becoming an abusive relationship between you and your followers. And then the opposite side with the actor, where it was like, dude, you're so obsessed with what everybody else thinks about you. Maybe you just need to do it for yourself for fun. Just record yourself doing it and don't share it with other people. If you actually have passion for it, just the act of doing it and sharing that should be enough, honestly. And yeah, that's the problem. You don't make money if you're just doing that, but there's different parts to take care of. There is the financial responsibility, but there's also your responsibility to your own mental health. If you're doing really well financially, but you're mentally not doing great, it's a balance, obviously, because you don't want to be on the point of like almost being homeless, almost being in danger physically. But at the same time, you don't want to be incredibly wealthy, but at the same time, fucking hate your life every day. That's felt. Need a stable job on the side while still doing art because the field is so difficult depending on what you're working on. Yeah. And going back to the whole algorithm thing as well, the algorithm really like promotes what it wants to. There are some people making absolutely amazing, breathtaking art, but just because they don't post a piece of art every day, or their piece of arts are like more niche, they're not mainstream, they don't get picked up by the algorithm and they don't get shared. And so even though they're some of the best artists there are, their artwork doesn't really lead to like financial success or commercial success. It doesn't mean that art doesn't bring a lot of people joy when they get to see it. It sucks. College is not for me. I love the courses, but I'm having a hard time because everything is so fast. I can't keep up, so I'm taking a break and going back to college when I'm ready again. That sounds good. That's why a lot of people take a gap year, because they realize, holy shit, I'm young now. Maybe I should like go explore the world and find out some more about myself before I decide I'm locking myself down in like a 3-year course, which costs a lot of money. So yeah, if you were already in college and you were like, this just isn't working for me, it's way better to step back and be like, okay, taking a break. I'll come back when I need to. Hopefully, like, you've got like those credits still there and they're transferable and you'll be able to pick it up again later. So yeah, that should be fine, Nicoré Shrimp. I hope you enjoy your time and maybe you'll find something completely different that you want to do instead. Or maybe you'll go back someday and just be able to pick it up where you left off. Electricians are paid really well here, but their schedules are crazy. Yeah. Most of them will work on the weekends as well, because when electricity goes down, it's a big problem. And then you can charge people out the ass for it. Having to show up at somebody's house on Saturday night at like 10 p.m. because if they don't have their hot water or their electricity, they're going to be discomfortable. They'll be willing to pay a lot for that. And then boom, monies. Like how a good portion of my students were in trade school and I was teaching English in Japan. Oh yes. In fashion and engineering, so I can make cool mobility aids and robotic prosthetics. Hoping to make my PhD, my foot in the door. Maybe a literal foot in the door if you make a robo foot. So you'll be the creator of the Cynet someday. Let's go, Titus Paul fans. That sounds awesome and very technologically proficient. So damn, impressive. If I had enough money, I'd be a student forever. Study is interesting. Yeah, exactly. It'd be nice to just be able to go to college classes and not think like, okay, I need this to get into my next stage of life, but just like, I enjoy learning this. So let's just enjoy learning at our own pace. Learn for the sake of learning. That said, I don't regret it, but I did ruin my back, as some remember, and I still have the skills even if I can't actively use them. Yeah, I feel that. That is rough, so I'm sorry to hear that. It's really nice to hear as someone who dropped out because of trauma and struggle of keeping up with others while losing sight on my dream and passion. Wish the best for those who attend school or not. I definitely hear a lot of people that are in like artistic fields and creative fields say that they tried to go to school for it because they felt like they had to. It was like the correct path everybody told them to go on. And then they actually get into the school and they hate it and it drains all their passion. And then they never want to do art again. And suddenly they just don't have any passion in their life anymore. They're burned out for a little while. That shit sucks. It depends on how good your teacher is. And it depends on, yeah, what else you've got going on at the same time. Crafts and such are amazing. We need some of them just to function as a society. Yeah, exactly. They have to, like, all those jobs need to be done for society to actually be able to go on existing. I can't believe that something so essential and creates wondrous beauty is frowned upon. Exactly. It's stupid. I like learning, but college scheduling is so fast. Plus, sometimes they just don't teach you the things you want to know. Like, it would be nice if college was just accessible, like back in the ancient Greece days, where they just went out and just talked to people. People would just stand out in the square and give their information to people for free. Whoever wanted to listen to the lectures would just come up and listen. Take studies at your own pace. There'll be crazily smart people everywhere. Doesn't take anything from you. Yeah, exactly. We're all on our own journey. And the people that you think are doing really well may be doing really poorly in other areas. Everybody has their own struggles that they're going through. Dropped out of college as an art major because I felt like I wouldn't go anywhere, which does suck. Love drawing, but I'm not sure it'd be a stable career. It's not a stable career in general, but yeah, it's also not for everyone. If you don't want to work with like graphics designs or gaming companies like concept art and stuff like that, if you want to be able to actually create what you want to create, it's not always the best. We should just do forest spot lectures, sheep just sharing their knowledge like Greek philosophers. How Hearing about confidant stories and journeys makes me emotional. You all are working so hard. Hope you're proud. You're amazing sheepies. Exactly. You guys have all been on journeys. You all have so much information and knowledge to share with the world. So be proud of that. Enjoy what you've accomplished. Even if you drop out of some things on the way. Doesn't change the fact that you got there. You learned some things. You probably had a fun time with some of it. Even if some of it felt more stressful than anything else. Happened with me with writing English. It was my favorite subject, but the more I was in school, the more I lost my passion for it. So glad I decided to drop out because of this and get homeschooled. It's good that you had that option as well. But yeah, I never studied English, but I remember I did the opposite. I loved English literature when I was young, and at the same time, I wanted to become a doctor. So I was like, I guess I have to drop all of these English subjects, and instead picked up all the maths and science ones. And then realized how much I freaking hate formulas and numbers. And then even physics, which was cool when it was easy, became really shitty and full of formulas and numbers. Even chemistry started to become all numbers by the end. I was just like, I'm done with this. I can't. Anyway. I was glad to finish college, but the workforce asked for fresh grads with 2 years of work experience. What did I spend my 4 years of tuition for when I could have just ditched college? Yeah, exactly. Then you have people who went to do like a full-on 4-year course, or sometimes like a 6-year course coming out of college and realizing that they're joining Yeah, with people that are just barely 18 doing entry-level jobs. Don't worry, Fu. I'm an engineer. Physics still sucks. Numbers suck, man. Fuck numbers. I'm all about pretty pictures. I don't want numbers. I tried to study comp sci, but realized it required like 3 calculus courses and changed majors. Yeah, the numbers are not my strong suit. But with that said, we're going to head out for today as well. Let's see if we can raid anybody on the way out. We can! Okay, I'm going to send you guys to Mumu, who's playing more Final Fantasy. Holy shit, part 15. Which must be near the end by now. Thank you guys so much for being here. I hope you enjoyed the stream today. Thank you so much for all the raids. So any your minions or Vanta crew that are still around, thank you so much. I hope you enjoy Mumu's stream. Thank you for swinging by today. As always, do not be led astray, my confidants. And I will catch you guys next time. Bye-bye. And as usual on the way out, I'd like to say a special thank you to everybody who joined the membership today, including Yuki Tempest, Hope Schmidt, Yoko Parlor, Zan, thank you so much for the gifted, Rev, Lavie, thank you so much for the 5 gifted membership, Luther, thank you so much for the 5 gifted membership, Jay, thank you so much for the gifted, Ishi Lover, Atsuya, Aki Vicky, and finally Victory M. Oh, nope, and finally Aji Sai. Thank you all for being here. Welcome back to the membership. Everybody have a lovely evening. And as always, do not be led astray, my confidants. Bye-bye. You know, I love getting the animations on both ends of the stream, but occasionally I'm nostalgic for Sleepy Lechan. Yeah, it's been a while since we had Sleepy Lechan. I like both of our animations, though. Sweet dreams, everybody. Bye-bye.